The great Tao of heaven and earth was vast and extensive. It was formless and without substance, no concrete scope, let alone a true body. It was unmatched, too high to reach. Then, a streak of powerful fluctuations crushed down, making the world tremble, shaking up Xiao's biological core, his soul even about to collapse. If not for the stone slab below protecting him, he would have definitely been blasted to scattered ashes. He wiped away the blood from the corners of his mouth, gazing into the void. He experienced that vastness. Even though he couldn't see a definite great Tao, there was a great rain of light, and there was that formless loftiness that was enough to leave one terrified. Grand power, great Tao. Xiao closed his eyes, retracting all of his attention from his research of the fine factors, temporarily stopping his analysis of those granules' basic composition, instead focusing on the most simple Tao. This so-called grand power, so-called Tao, was something completely abstract. It wasn't like the divine chains of order, needing to be constructed. If one really was going to try and create it, then it would be the intersection of endless divine chains or order, these chains affecting each other, numerous and close together, producing an invisible domain in this world. Meanwhile, this type of Tao, how was one supposed to go and develop it? How were they supposed to interpret this? It was almost impossible to understand. It was full of countless changes. If one wanted to imitate it or even directly copy it, it was simply impossible to complete. The so-called Tao comprehension, grasping the Tao laws, these were actually all concrete small regulations. There was no way any of them could become the ultimate profound mysteries of the great Tao. Perhaps it could be said that creatures acquired a corner of the world's great Tao. They obtained fragments, comprehended a piece, not fully grasping it. If one understood all of the great Tao, then they would truly transcend above. Not only would they achieve immortality, they would likely soar even above the heavens. Xiao suspected that not even true immortals necessarily fully comprehended the Tao, understanding everything. The so-called heavens Tao should be referring to the boundless great Tao, countless types of great Tao, right? If that is so, how will I be able to fully comprehend everything? Xiao said to himself. In the distance, that beautiful and perfect woman had a head of purple hair, sparkling and shining, brilliant multicolored light flashing past her eyes. She was extremely shocked. This was just a young man. His cultivation realm couldn't be considered that high. Yet he was already about to step foot into this type of domain. Soon afterwards, Xiao shook his head. He immediately understood something. The so-called heavens Tao was too definite. This was a type of misconception. Tao, there was only one, just Tao. There was no need to divide it into all different types, breaking it down. This was wrong. He understood that higher realm cultivators should all know that the great Tao was formless. There was no fixed description. It wasn't something that could be grasped, aloof and remote. Only, from past until now, when everyone comprehended the Tao, they would occasionally remove a small piece of Tao law fragment. They would then feel as if they comprehended a type of Tao, understanding a type of reasoning. That was why the so-called partitioning appeared. What 3,000 Tao, what heaven's 10,000 Tao, what 10 great holy Tao, they were all defined under these types of situations. All things start from nothing, and then from something back to nothing. The Tao was formless, without a body. The Tao couldn't be described definitely. It was grand and everywhere, unfathomable. Xiao understood. The so-called 3,000 great Tao, so-called heaven's 10,000 Tao, they were all laws, couldn't be called the Tao. They were just things that past generations meticulously divided up, a portion of Tao's imprints. Perhaps only by piecing all of the laws together could one have a chance at describing the true Tao. In the past, Xiao had also talked about the heaven's 10,000 Tao, hoping to rise up above, wishing to fully comprehend it from this transcend. Should I also grasp several thousand laws first just like those before me, and then piece them together to produce a vague appearance of the great Tao? Xiao said to himself. The reason he entered this seed was precisely to come into contact with the laws of the heavens, and then study them definitively, fully understand them, bring himself close to the true single Tao. Xiao reached out his hand, allowing the order, laws, and other things descending from above to wind around his fingertips. His eyes flickered about, staring at them. How was he going to piece together the simple and most primitive single Tao? Time went on. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the fragments of time scattered, one unable to sense it pass by, flowing alone by itself. Meanwhile, the Tao seeker was petrified, not moving, as if he had passed on. Many days, perhaps several weeks, perhaps hundreds of days later, only then did Xianxia revive. For him, it was as if only an instant passed, not really aware of the past time. He began to piece together all types of laws, wishing to express that grand power, reveal the might of the great Tao, but he suddenly discovered that these types of portrayals didn't do much. He displayed a type of great power, but it was still a portion of the Tao. He had indeed fully comprehended it, but it was still a fragment of the simple and ancient great Tao's imprints, only acquiring a small amount. We can only explain and name things based on concrete things we have experienced. The abstract and things beyond our experience are too difficult to express. None of this can be grasped. Everything belonging to the nature of the world. Force is useless. One must let things take their own course. Xianxia sighed, feeling a bit helpless. If he was just trying to become a powerful individual, then he had long accomplished this. It was already enough. It was because when he comprehended the Tao from time to time, continuously capturing the mysterious natural law paths, it would also be a type of Tao law in its true meaning. However, that really could only be considered law and order, not a reflection of the single Tao. He thought about many things because he knew that researching the 3000 Tao, or to be more precise, the 3000 natural laws and other things, was not enough. That was merely the form of the Tao those before him were trying to figure out. Meanwhile, how frightening would the enemies be? They were definitely going to be stronger than those predecessors, or else why did they suffer such a great defeat? Surpassing the heavens 10,000 Tao, is this that crazy of an idea? Perhaps it is a bit reckless, but I have to at least sound somewhat heroic. Xianxia said self-mockingly. He knew that only by rising above all natural laws would one have a chance of fully comprehending the great Tao. However, in reality, this didn't hold that much meaning. More of it was to confront all types of order and natural laws, and not the Tao. Tao! Xianxia sat down, his hands holding the stone slab. His eyes were deep, his insides surging. He thought of a few things. He had already searched greatly externally, doing pretty much all he could, so perhaps now, only by starting from within himself would there be any progress. Tao, formless, without a definitive explanation. All things in this world, a single stalk of grass, a single tree, everything is under Tao laws, within the encirclement of Tao. Xianxia thought out loud. Then, he examined his own body, treating himself as a world. I am the body, precisely the world. My spirit, my blood, my inner being are all Tao, all of this internalized. All things start from nothing, and then from something back to nothing. Isn't this contradicting? He was going to make his own body truly stand side by side with the great world. Xianxia felt that he really was a bit reckless. However, only by overestimating his own abilities, viewing his own body like a great world, being equal to the great cosmos, would one dare to make this type of comparison. My very form and structure is a universe. Even though it is as insignificant as a speck of dust compared to the star domain, my mind is the Tao within the body. Xianxia's black hair scattered about, his eyes burning brilliantly. If one always felt fear, always focused on the heavens 10,000 Tao, examining the laws of heaven and earth, then it would be difficult for one to feel this type of craziness. He sought the self, temporarily forgetting about everything external. This is the essence of my Tao comprehension. I already had these types of thoughts a long time ago, so this is just how I will continue. Guide the heavens' laws into the body, verify the self with the Tao, compare the two. Only then will I be able to see and understand the Tao of my own body. What I seek is the Tao of self. He acknowledged that there was a simple and ancient Tao that represented the cosmos, but he also knew that there was no way to completely seize that type of grand power. There was no way he could completely portray it. Then, that meant that he could only truly seek it from within. All things natural, a speck of dust, a world, and even one's body, were a universe in itself. It was perfect, completely capable of forming that unmatched, unfathomable Tao. Of course, for the self, it was also the soul Tao. Hong. The stone slab shook. Sure how really did continue like this, the process extremely dangerous, guiding all types of divine chains of order into his body, transforming them, seeking and comparing them with his own body. Natural laws shone resplendently like stellar streams, covering his body densely streak after streak. They were endless, simply about to make him explode. Of course, the stone slab displayed its effects, protecting Sure how the entire time, not allowing him to be destroyed. It was because this was within a seed, a heaven and earth placenta. This was a place that received the protection of the world, receiving the doting of heaven and earth. Right now, Sure how replaced the original host, sitting in this position, so he naturally also enjoyed this treatment. This was an unimaginable chance, to observe 10,000 Tao laws extend and interweave endlessly. As his flesh broke down, all types of divine chains brilliantly transformed. Then, his flesh began to quickly recover under the stone slab's effects. This was extremely frightening, as well as extremely cruel. However, it was incomparably magnificent. Sure how's blood flowed, resonating with these natural laws, extending towards the bones of his 4 limbs. These were Tao laws that were spreading, making his body's muscles and vessels shake, continuously shine. Tao fragments were agitated, resonating here. His bones released Kangchang sounds, the various framework that made up his body's great Tao, a part of the main body. His flesh also moved rhythmically, shaking and releasing hua-hua sounds like countless leaves. This was the form of Tao making up all of the deficiencies, perfecting him. After who knew how much time had passed, Sure how woke up. He was almost burned into charred coke under the endless external laws. It was the stone slab that revived him. The bones, blood, and flesh in my body, are these the inner Tao? Sure how's face was pale. This looked a bit absurd. If others heard this, they would think that it was extremely laughable. The Tao is formless, no set form. It could be anything, yet it could also be nothing. Sure how's eyes gradually became resplendent, becoming firm and unswerving. Correct, the Tao in my body, it can be whatever I want it to be. My form is the universe. Everything in the body is the Tao. Sure how was completely serious. In the distance, that beautiful woman was shocked. She felt like this youngster might have gone mad, starting to wonder if she should provide assistance. I haven't gone mad. It is precisely this path, seeking the Tao within the self. A speck of dust can fill a sea. It can open a great universe. Meanwhile, my body, even though it is insignificant, it can also unveil the Tao of the great universe. Immediately afterwards, Sure how became quiet, no longer moving. The laws of the heavens descended, moving around him. He continued to immerse himself in this, comprehend everything. To match the great universe through his own form, the Tao within his body correspond with the outer world's unmatched Tao. He first comprehended the components of the divine chains of order, precisely those insignificant granules, and then analyzed the grand great Tao. Sure how entered the deepest state of nirvana. Right now, he was like a dead person. After who knew how much time had passed, those regulations, endless law chains that poured down from the sky all wound around his body, forming a web. Then they continued to weave about, continuing to wind about him. Eventually, when all of the laws were tangled about each other, they formed a cocoon. It was extremely simple and unadorned, without any luster, restricting Sure how within. With my form as heaven and earth, the inside the foundation for Tao. An extremely quiet voice transmitted from the cocoon, but it made the woman who wasn't too far out tremble, break into a cold shiver. She felt like something was about to happen. Hong! Immediately afterwards, a blast of flames rushed out. It was fist-sized, first turning into a mirror, illuminating endless profound mysteries, and then turned into immortal flames, releasing chaotic light, starting to burn that cocoon. He lost track of time. It was as if 1,000 generations passed. That flame burned the cocoon. Scripture sounds unending. The silk of the cocoon bound Sure how's body tighter and tighter, entering his body, eventually disappearing. Finally, they collapsed and snapped, flying out. In the end, that place was scorched black, the cocoon destroyed. Cocoon of Tao? The only observer, that woman, was horrified. It was actually a cocoon of Tao, wrapped around oneself. He sought the internal Tao, seeking a transformation, breaking out, wishing to turn into a butterfly. This woman felt like this young man was a lunatic, absolutely unreasonable, completely mad, actually daring to do this. Was he really going to force out the Tao within his flesh? Soon afterwards, she sucked in a cold breath of air. She saw the portion of his body that was revealed from that scorched black cocoon. It was without luster, but it wasn't completely burned into ashes. She felt like this youth might have succeeded. The damaged cocoon gradually peeled off, the scene strange and astonishing. The cocoon formed from Tao laws was damaged. It looked like it was burned through, gradually breaking apart, revealing the person within. His skin was dim, within the Tao laws actually carrying a type of simple and unadorned energy, not like a biological body but instead like an artifact. Hong! The scorched black cocoon suddenly became brilliant, blazing viciously. Those were regulations, order that flourished to the peak, submerging sure how within. It wasn't even this blinding when the cocoon was burned by that fist-sized mysterious fiery light before. Right now, it actually burned to its greatest state, brilliant to the extreme. At the same time, this was also terrifying. It signified the collision and destruction of heaven's laws, so how was sure how within supposed to deal with this? Not far out, that beautiful woman released a cry of alarm. When she thought that sure how might have succeeded, there was actually this type of transformation that happened, truly unexpected. Sure how was definitely in huge trouble. His dull-colored skin was immediately set aflame, brilliant to the peak, because he was turned into a torch, surrounded by all types of regulations, burning together with that cocoon. This was Tao flame, flames produced by the heaven's 10,000 Tao, the most terrifying type. It could burn anything, able to turn anything into ashes. Tao, there was only one in the great heaven and earth. However, it could be divided into over 10,000 natural laws, and right now this was precisely a flame produced by them, a flame that could wipe out everything. Sure how's body was full of holes, instantly blasted beyond recognition. However, there was no blood, only wounds everywhere. His body incredibly dark. He was like a piece of damaged charcoal, a piece that was then smashed by a giant rock until it became ragged. Right now, he was already standing at the edge of destruction, his body and soul about to be extinguished at any moment. Sure how sighed. He just knew that there was no way things could go so smoothly. If he really succeeded just that easily, there would have been someone who accomplished this way before him. Why would it wait until today? Until now, no one has successfully completed this path. At the same time, not far out, that fist-sized mysterious ball of fire continued to jump about. It was surrounded by immortal energy and chaotic light, incredibly misty and mysterious. Sure how had previously suspected that this fire might be an immortal flame, chaotic flame, a type of flame from the 9 heavens 10 earths. However now, he began to doubt himself, hard to say just what kind of thing this was exactly. It could turn into a mirror, illuminate the most profound great Tao, and could even become a flame, burn all things. Just now, it completely burned through the cocoon formed from natural laws. And now it was no longer moving, watching without lifting a finger, only observing, as if it was quietly waiting for a result. Sure how was in danger. His life might very well be lost at any moment. He was burned until he was like a lamp without fuel. His skin dried up, bones about to break. Grease was released from his scorched body, releasing ZZ sounds. This scene truly making one's scalp go numb. At the very least, the female creature not far out even felt a bit terrified, having the urge to stop and assist him. However, she didn't know if there was a need or not. It was because Sure How was still alive, still resisting, still pursuing the Tao. She now began to feel that this young man might be crazy. Sure How was indeed in a state of Tao comprehension. It was as if he thought of many things at once, to the extent where when his divine consciousness was perplexed, he still thought of many things, the events of the past emerging in his head one after another. This type of impasse, he had experienced this before. When he cultivated immortal energy in the past, he had been burned by great Tao flames, could be considered 9 deaths 1 life, almost completely destroyed. Now, he was cooked through by 10,000 streaks of Tao flames, seeing the most fundamental symbol essence, peering into the essential fundamentals of the great universe, observing its constituents. On one hand, he was greedily studying everything, comparing it to himself, using it to activate his inner Tao, compare and verify the two, but on the other hand, he also had misgivings towards his own life. If he ended up directly dying here, then everything would be lost. Xiaohao's body was almost burned rotten, his flesh almost completely gone, only having a dried-up skeleton wrapped in a layer of skin left. Only he didn't die. There was a type of resistance within him that stopped the corrosion of 10,000 Tao's flames. It was because back then, he had already been burned, previously experiencing something similar. There was fiery light resonating within his body. Back then, I already treaded on this path, my past self surviving a miracle in itself. However, that was equivalent to already activating the inner Tao. This is what is stopping, resisting the great cosmos Tao. Xiaohao understood, immediately figuring out many things. Hong. Only, at this time, the flames became even more intense, even more resplendent than the heaven's 10,000 Tao of the past, even more terrifying. In the past, he only used the 10,000 flames to forge himself, create immortal energy through the burning, only starting to ignite his true self. However, now, natural laws filled the sky, pouring down like a waterfall. This was the complete Tao, not holding back anything. This type of power was simply impossible to contend against. He might be turned into ashes at any time, even though the stone slab was shining right now, protecting and assisting him with everything it had. The effects were no longer that prominent. There was a chance that Xiaohao might be scorched black and wiped out at any moment. Hong. In the end, a streak of clear light rushed out from Xiaohao's body. It wasn't extremely bright, but it was extremely distinct, released from a gate. He opened his flesh treasury, as if he opened up an immortal gate. The human body might have many gates, and now he was starting to dig them up, opening this type of thing. Meanwhile, this was precisely the so-called inner Tao, what could stand side by side with the great heaven and earth. A speck of dust could fill the sea. It was precisely this type of profound meaning. Even though the human body was insignificant, unable to compare to the star system, once the gates within one's body were opened, then one could indeed transcend. Hong. The heaven's 10,000 flames turned into a strange diagram, and then it smashed downwards. It was no longer in the shape of a flame, but rather wanted to completely crush Xiaohao. At the same time, his body was also like this. Bundles of clear light appeared one after another, all of them extremely mysterious. They merged together, forming a diagram, resisting the force of the outside world. That is, not far away, that woman was extremely shocked. The clear light released bundle after bundle. They came from gates one after another. In that instant, many Tao gates appeared from within Xiaohao's body, all of them opening up a crack, releasing a glimmer of radiance, resisting the pressure of the outside world. Xiaohao was greatly moved. This was the inner Tao, the power of the human body. It verified the validity of this path. As expected, the human body itself could stand side by side with the great universe, the inner Tao able to contend against the external great Tao neck and neck. The crucial point was how to make it appear. Hong Long. Outside of his body, the heavens' 10,000 flames all appeared, pressing downwards. Eventually, the diagram that was formed actually produced a fish, crushing Xiaohao's muscles and bones until they were about to snap, warping into a curved figure. Meanwhile, inside Xiaohao, clear light was released. It gathered together, forming a young fish, rushing out, pressing forward from his body's other direction. That woman's eyes were wide open, feeling extremely shocked. She was the only one who saw this scene. Could it be that this was precisely this youth's path? This left her extremely shocked. That was definitely an interpretation of the Tao, an embodiment of the Tao. The great universe's Tao crushed down, combining with a person and his inner Tao, thus producing a yin-yang symbol. If someone made this drawing to explain the world's profound mysteries, then that was one thing, not all that special, but right now it formed under this type of state. One had to understand that right now, that youth was currently suffering, about to die at any time, so there was no way he intentionally produced this type of situation. This was formed completely naturally. This type of pain and suffering, this type of torment experience right now actually formed this kind of unmatched Tao diagram. Right now, everything stopped, all things freezing. Regardless of whether it was space or time, it all seemed to have entered an eternal silence. Time stopped, completely frozen. In that instant, Xianxia seemed to have attained the imperishable. This type of stagnation, this type of halting of time, made him feel a type of deep void, one that was incredibly distant and ancient. In that instant of concentration, he seemed to have crossed 10,000 generations. There was a feeling of great changes, heaviness, as well as a type of boundless darkness. It was as if he was experiencing a reincarnation. Finally, the stillness was broken, everything returning to normal. Xianxia's body was in tatters. All of the so-called clear light scattered, entering his body. At the same time, the 10,000 flames of the heavens were also extinguished, thus disappearing. "Is that your path? Not far out?" that woman asked with a trembling voice. "It is not," Xianxia denied. "That was just a coincidence. A moment on his journey. Not the end. The great universe wasn't him, and he wasn't willing to become one with the great cosmos either. Perhaps one day he might leave it. What he relied on was only himself, his own flesh, as well as his own spirit. Only by making himself stronger could he face anything that came at him. Within his body, it was as if heaven fell and earth split apart. Immortal gates were opened one after another, these gates like volcanoes, releasing surging potential and power. He was submerged within this type of light, everything incredibly brilliant. If I wanted to, I could produce that type of diagram, countless types of those diagrams, Xianxia said. Then, within his body and outside of his body, it was unknown just how many yin-yang divine diagrams appeared. They flowed within his blood, imprinting themselves on his bones. There were also some that enlarged, appearing outside his body, wrapping him within, distorting his body once more into that graceful and powerful yin-yang curve. However, in the end, they scattered again. His Tao, what he sought, was the inner Tao. He didn't have to use this type of diagram to explain it. Xianxia was truly comprehending the Tao, seeking great power. Perhaps the word seeking couldn't be used because he wouldn't seek it. This was something that already existed in his body, something that was his to begin with. This was on the premise that he truly comprehended the true self, understood his own existence. In that instant not too long ago, the world froze, time stopped. He seemed to have crossed through endless time, millions and millions of years passing by with a single glance back. That instant had left too great of an impact on him, and from this, he gained enlightenment, opening up many gates within himself. The gates, amount of time they can be opened, is very limited, because you have yet to reach that step. Right at this moment, a voice sounded, broken and interrupted, like a candle flame in the wind. In addition, it was just that ancient, carrying a type of weariness, tiredness, a dying aura. That was a flame, a fist-sized flame. It was surrounded by immortal energy, wrapped within chaotic light, its existence seeming more and more mysterious. The fist-sized flame was still that big, not enlarging. However, he clearly saw countless figures fighting, roaring, howling, as well as endless bloody light. Millions and millions creatures howled, countless soul figures clashing. In the end, everything before him became peaceful once more. The voice by his ears disappeared, that flame seemingly returning to normal. What exactly is this flame? Xianxia's voice was bitter. Then Xianxia examined the inside of his body. Those were gates, one after the other, just that brilliant, displaying the boundless Tao laws for him, currently releasing the most profound and mysterious chains. This was the inner Tao, his Tao. Meanwhile, right now, he was only trying to break through a cultivation realm, to become a sect-level expert, not standing at the peak of his life. The release was only momentary. He had to truly open up all of the gates in the future. Using the body as the seed, it is just like what I had imagined, Xianxia said to himself. He was walking his own path, similar to what Great Elder had passed down to him. Seeking the inner Tao, relying on himself, not seeking the great universe's Tao. This was his path. Using the body as the seed was precisely to open up the gates within his own body, release his own Tao. This was the start of his path. Only now was it really like as if a seed had just been planted. Within his body, the countless gates weren't really fully opened. They were slowly closing, and then in the end, only a small crack remained, releasing a strand of clear light. Then, this light interweaved together, forming a seed, condensing within his body, obtaining the recognition of the great world. This was like the seed of heaven. Meanwhile, this type of seed of heaven would naturally receive the blessing of the great heaven and earth's various laws, able to display the power of the world, its divine might immeasurable. Only this all still relied on this universe. Xianxia used the body as a seed. This was completely different. Right now, the seed he condensed was precisely himself. In the future, what he was going to rely on was also himself. The seed was already complete. There were many gates in Xianxia's body, emerging one after another, all of them not fully closing, leaving behind a crack. They all released a strand of clear light, these lights converging into a seed. This looked extremely magical. There were many gates, but right now they weren't all that real, but this made them seem more mysterious. These gates were like Tao scriptures, as if they were connected to an imperishable ancient land, releasing unmatched energy. Xianxia really had an urge to reach out his hand and open one of these gates, see what exactly was behind them. Only this was impossible for him right now. The power of the flesh. In the distance, that woman said to herself. She really was shocked greatly. He succeeded just like that? She saw a miracle, someone stepping on a path that was completely different right in front of her. It was extremely unique and mysterious, the process full of suspense. He almost died, but in the end he still succeeded. In the short moment of peacefulness, it was as if there was a streak of lightning that cut through her mind. With a honglong noise, her soul shook in response. She knew that this was a huge matter. A path that didn't exist before had now been walked by someone. Xianxia didn't feel happiness or worry. He closed his eyes, silently experiencing it all. The experience just now really was dangerous. It looked like it went smoothly, but a single mishap would result in his very existence going up in flames. Moreover, even now he still couldn't calm down, feeling a sense of uneasiness, his skin involuntarily trembling. Why was it like this? He wanted to fully comprehend this seed. His Tao had now started to form, body as the seed truly taking form. A single seed suspended within the depths of his body, releasing a clear light, merging with his flesh and spirit. No distinction between the two. There was a rich and full sensation. With an urge from Xianxia's consciousness, the seed shone, gates of self transferring over power. He felt the inside of his body surge with power, filled with clear light, as if he could cut down all gods and devils. This type of feeling was extremely wonderful. He felt a strong urge to raise his head towards the sky and roar out. His flesh and spirit were both powerful to the extreme, as if he could pick stars and seize the moon from the sky with a raise of his hand. However, his mind still felt a bit uneasy, unable to fully relax. Xianxia opened his eyes, light swirling within them. He wanted to make himself even stronger. Using his body as the seed had succeeded without a doubt. If he used it together with his own precious techniques and heavenly art, operating them together, they would become even more astonishing, completely stand out from the masses. Where should I start from? Xianxia hesitated. Should he start from raising his attack power or his defense? Soon afterwards, he made his decision. He relied on a type of intuition, choosing Willow Deity's method first. He always felt like he had to ensure self-preservation first. It was because his skin felt incredibly taut, making him feel more and more uneasy. This type of experience was too strange. Was this a warning from his body itself? Shurhao was shocked and frightened. By opening up the gates within, his flesh shell also became more mysterious. Willow Deity's method attached importance to the cultivation of life essence energy. The endpoint was precisely long life. In that instant, tens of millions of divine chains shot out from Shurhao's body. That seed was also shining, and when it made contact with those divine chains, they resonated with each other. When he examined these golden chains, Shurhao's eyes became incredibly deep, as if he could see through every manifestation of nature, the source of all. He was breaking down this method. In that instant, he began to braid those chains with the clear light released from the seed. They were still golden, but they became a bit different, changes happening to the patterns. This was breaking a code, carrying out a reorganization, and then using one's own Tao patterns to explain, restore Willow Deity's method. He was comprehending this method from the most fundamental level. This was, without a doubt, a grand project. Shurhao now truly broke it down. If he used his inner Tao's patterns to reconstruct this method, it really would be extremely astonishing, to the extent where it could be said to be world-shaking. Right now, he immersed himself in a type of wonderful state. His entire body released clear light, deducing Willow Deity's great life method. In a daze, everything became blurry, disappearing. Time was drawn out, heaven and earth boundless. He felt like he himself had turned into a willow catkin, carrying a seed as he fluttered about, eventually landing in the earth. At first, this place was extremely dry, lacking water, broiled by the sun for a long time. As the years went on, this seed, which was also himself, was on the verge of death. Finally, a bit of rain mist appeared. It frantically absorbed it, and then it displayed shocking life force, starting to produce roots and germinate, struggling free from its withering state. What a tremendous power! While in this type of wonderful state, Shurhao's true body also couldn't help but cry out. It was because a small seed planted itself into the soil, and over the years, the world above it had long been sealed by giant rocks. However, after the seed germinated, it instead forced open the boulder, even making its way out from between the cracks, ultimately breaking that rock itself. This was the power of life. It looked tender and weak when it was born, but it contained the most vigorous energy. Shurhao was greatly moved. In the past, he had also seen streets and pavements that were completely sealed, yet there were plants that produced soft shoots, forcibly tearing apart the solid stone ground. Now, while in a state of Tao comprehension, his viewpoint became even more profound. The newborn aura was rich and boundless. Then he turned into a young sprout, growing strong and healthily. He received the baptism of wind and rain, gradually becoming stronger. Finally, the day came when it flourished too exuberantly, reaching into the heavens, towering on the earth. Lightning was drawn down, hacking the treetop apart, the entire tree covered in fiery light. However, it still lived. Afterwards, it experienced endless suffering. The tree developed spirituality. It was because this was a plant, representing life to begin with. Meanwhile, its experience was even more so different from the others, drawing the punishment of heaven and earth. Lightning tribulation crashed down from the 9 heavens above, turning it into ashes, only leaving behind a broken root. After who knew how many years had passed, it revived again, germinating once more. Then, it became stronger and stronger, surging with life essence energy. Were these the Willow Deity's experiences? It actually existed in the source of its precious technique. Then Shurhao went even deeper. He already lost track of the number of times the willow tree was destroyed by lightning, eventually rising to the point where it faced the execution of immortal blades and other things. Moreover, in the later stages, it had the power of a guardian spirit, immortal Tao aura, and other things. Profound, difficult, this was a long life path of 9 deaths, 1 life, as well as the extreme path of life. I want to see what Willow Deity experienced in Immortal Ancient, and I also want to understand why it descended into Stone Village back then. Unfortunately, the life imprint was too complex. Even though he was able to break through the precious technique's original qualities, there were some things there was no way he could truly see clearly. After who knew how much time had passed, Xianxia immersed himself in a sea of life aura, wrapped within rich green radiance, enveloped in golden light, the two colors interweaving. One was a nascent energy, the other created through the endless baptisms and accumulation of strength. Xianxia finally fully woke up. He used the patterns of his inner Tao to interpret Willow Deity's great life technique, infer what laid in its core. As for just how deep it reached right now, there was no way he could know. You should leave. There is a seed within you, so you can gain realization no matter where you are. No need for you to continue and remain in my seat. The woman not too far out said. Xianxia nodded. He stood up. With a bung sound, the bit of broken cocoon on him fell off, fully disappearing, revealing his strong and fine skin. It wasn't brilliant with luster, but it was quite flexible, carrying a luster of vitality, returning to the natural state. I should go out. Has a few months passed? Or has it been a few years? Xianxia really didn't know. While cultivating, he had no sense of time, forgetting everything else. And Xianxia was horrified. At this moment, his fine hairs all stood on end. The instant he stood up, he felt like doomsday arrived. The uneasiness and alarm he previously felt became real. Chi! A streak of sword light hacked over, descending from above, about to cut open his skull. Where did this attack come from? It was definitely not that woman because she was also in shock, currently seated not too far away. Chong! Xianxia opened his mouth, releasing an expanse of clear light. This was released by the seed within him, the radiance condensing into a sword just now, smashing into that brilliance, sparks flying in all directions. So strong! Xianxia shivered inwardly. It was because that sword light was too sharp, could definitely easily remove the heads of a group of heavenly deities, ridiculously powerful. Dang! Then, great bell sounds rang out, long and drawn out. Several of them sounded at the same time, dropping from the sky, forming divine bells of order. Ripples of sound were released, about to blast him to pieces. This was too frightening, simply as if it could wipe out groups of gods and devils, eradicate all living things impossible to resist. What was this? It left one stupefied. World's punishment. At this moment, Xianxia knew what it was, immediately understanding what was going on. His uneasiness and restlessness actually originated from this. When he entered the Tao seed, sat on the heaven and earth placenta, he didn't receive backlash. That woman was easy to deal with, so he originally thought that things were going smoothly. However, who would have thought that the true danger was waiting at the very end? Chila. Large expanses of blade radiance hacked over, snow-white and blinding, directly connecting heaven with earth. Too grand and astonishing. Great bell sounds echoed, divine pagodas emerging one after another. All types of weapons appeared, descending from above, all of them suppressing towards Xianxia. This was a disaster that had never happened before, terrifyingly shocking, more serious than anything Xianxia had suffered so far. It was trying to wipe him out. In the distance, that woman was stupefied, light swirling within her eyes. Not even she had foresaw this type of conclusion. She had tried to infer what would happen, but she didn't see this scene. This was a broken path. There wasn't even a bit of hope left behind because right now all types of light rushed over all types of weapons, any one of them able to destroy powerful sect master level figures. It was a cruel eradication, one that wished to wipe out all traces. This was the punishment of heaven and earth. It was because Xianxia occupied the nest of another, seizing natural luck, and now the most severe response was given, wishing to completely eradicate him. His path was going against the world to begin with, going against the will of heaven. The reason why using the body as a seed all resulted in failure was precisely because of this. These individuals would all be wiped out by heaven. The others found perfect seeds, merging them into themselves, so they obtained acknowledgement, received protection. It was because they received orders from the will of the world, displaying the power of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, using the body as a seed was completely different. He was trying to gradually strengthen himself, eventually be neck to neck with the great universe, ultimately even exceed it and transcend above. Even though it was only a seed right now, The first signs had already appeared, which was why he now faced this ruthless obliteration. Hong Long Long. Divine weapons and sharp blades were everywhere. They were too many, too concentrated. All of them striking over, smashing into Shuhao's body. Now that stone slab withdrew on its own, no longer offering him protection. It was because it already couldn't endure anymore. If it helped Shuhao withstand anymore, help hide him any longer, even it would be dragged in and destroyed. Even as a heaven and earth placenta, it was still not enough. There were some things that were insurmountable. It couldn't get involved too deeply. Divine pagodas, great bells, heavenly blades, immortal swords, they were everywhere, covering Shuhao beneath. There was no way to avoid them, nor was there any way to withdraw. He could only face them head-on, receive everything. Lightning radiance appeared streak after streak, electrical arcs like a sea. That woman was stunned. This was like the anger of the heavens, about to destroy her heaven and earth placenta as well. If this happened, then her path would also be cut short. In that instant, her face became as pale as snow. Hong. Shuhao was powerful to this extent, but he was instantly blasted until his flesh flew everywhere. Bright red divine blood dyeing the void. This scene was incomparably bleak and bitter. The only fortunate thing was that his strength had long erupted, now no longer suppressing himself. He broke through the heavenly deity realm, becoming a sect master-level powerful figure. This was a great life and death confrontation, the wrath of heaven. This was Shuhao's struggle, power reaching a higher cultivation realm. Yet he still couldn't resist it. Without a doubt, for a Tao seeker, someone who had just risen up, this was a serious mental blow. He was going to be destroyed after he believed himself to be the most powerful. All of the weapons were produced from lightning, no exceptions to this, no matter how realistic they looked. Otherwise, how could these weapons appear within the seed? Eventually, the lightning exceeded what those at the peak of the sect master level could endure, reaching an even greater cultivation realm, fully suppressing down, impossible to resist. In the distance, that woman sighed. This youth was finished. From past until now, no one could contend against lightning that was an entire great cultivation realm higher. It was to the extent where the might of the lightning might not be just a single great cultivation realm higher. It was because the heavens were angry, the great universe revealing murderous intent, wishing to wipe out the life of this individual who seized heaven and earth natural laws and had no respect for its restrictions. Pong! After experiencing an extremely terrifying confrontation, Shuhao was blasted apart by unimaginable heavenly might. His body was erased, this scene extremely cruel and also extremely regretful, leaving the woman in the distance horrified. Was he still destroyed in the end? Even though that youth confronted everything bitterly, unyielding to the end, his figure still disappeared. There were only ashes and bloody mist that remained. However, the heaven and earth tribulation didn't stop here, instead continuously hacking down, pouring onto this place like a silver stream. It was as if a boundless sea crashed down, surrounding this place. It continuously crushed down, continuously exploding. That woman was alarmed. After the world dealt the final blow, it still didn't let up, the universe ruthless. Was it going to destroy her land of illumination as well? The woman was originally a pure spirit raised by heaven and earth, receiving its protection. Was she going to be abandoned now? This left her frightened. She wanted to resist it, but she was also scared of incurring even greater lightning tribulation, and this greater tribulation would blast her to ashes, not leaving anything behind. After who knew how much time had passed, the lightning finally disappeared, this place becoming peaceful once more. The heaven and earth placenta was preserved, not destroyed. That woman released a deep sigh. Suddenly, her eyes focused on those ashes, staring at the space next to the stone slab. In the ashes of destruction, within the ruined scorched bones, a sphere of clear light emerged. That was a seed. It slowly rose, wrapping around a lump of essence blood and a primordial spirit. Deceived the heavens. The woman's breathing became rushed. This was fooling the heavens. He made it through, bluffed through. That seed seemed to sprout roots and germinate, slowly changing, reborn in the ashes, gaining new life from death. Xianxia's primordial spirit struggled out, that lump of blood squirming and wriggling about, his body continuously being regenerated. One could already regrow limbs in the heavenly deity realm, so it was naturally not an issue at even higher cultivation realms. This was especially the case when Xianxia saw through and deciphered the Willow deity's great life technique at the critical moment, using his own inner Tao to infer its meaning, his understanding incomparably deep, and that was why he was able to survive under lightning that far exceeded his cultivation realm. This was a miracle, something that couldn't be duplicated. There had never been someone who made it through heaven's wrath that was a whole great cultivation realm higher. Xianxia released a light sigh. Back then when Willow deity landed in Stone Village, it likely had to do this as well, right? After suffering a great disaster, it was reborn from despair, gaining life once more. He now experienced a similar situation. He couldn't contend against the punishment of heaven, but he still ultimately revived. A nascent aura pervaded the air, all things growing. Right now, an exuberant life aura scattered out from him. His body was regenerated, primordial spirit deep, gaze calm. The seed merged together with the flesh and primordial spirit. Using the body as the seed, its terrifying nature was now starting to show itself. He could live even from this type of situation. Thank you. Xianxia expressed a heartfelt and sincere gratitude towards that woman. Then he left. He opened this heaven and earth placenta, about to leave. He didn't know how long he had remained in seclusion for what had happened in the outside world. Perhaps the geniuses of the outside world had long risen up, right? He already didn't show himself for too long. It was time to go out. Remember your promise. A voice sounded. That woman got up and then sat back down on the stone slab. Her style was exceptional, dazzling light wrapping around her exquisite and wonderful body. At this time, the natural law of the heavens surged once more, surrounding her, making her look like an exceptional fairy. Xianxia nodded, understanding what she was saying. He was still full of gratitude towards this woman. If she had taken action against him, then he wouldn't have this great reward, likely just dying inside. Before coming in, he never expected to find a creature within. Please do not worry. He only spoke these words. At the same time, he looked at this woman, his eyes carrying gratefulness, expressing his gratitude. This strange seed was opened, a crack opened. The light of the outside world poured in, powerful spiritual energy of the great earth also poured over. Xianxia was stunned. The great elder found this type of place, this location's essence energy actually not much less than the seed itself, incredibly powerful, rippling like water. With a schwa sound, he arrived in the outside world. What followed was scorching heat, extremely unpleasant to the eyes. A wave of flames poured over, about to set him aflame. There was an intense pain that transmitted into his body. He was actually inside of fiery light, great yang essence everywhere, fiery light overflowing into the heavens. Xianxia even suspected that he might be inside of a sun itself. What kind of place was this? He remembered Great Elder previously saying that the first place was going to be a land of earth attribute, burying him deep into the earth to nurture the seed. Why did he now end up in a fire cave? Blistering heat poured over, Xianxia's hair about to go on fire, his skin feeling like it was going to split apart. This was too shocking. Now, he was already a sect-level individual, yet he was injured by the flames of fiery light. Soon afterwards, he knew where he was. This was an ancient cave, one that was extremely massive and also extremely deep. The cave was full of incomparably resplendent fiery light. Xianxia definitely didn't doubt that if he was still in the heavenly deity realm, he would have definitely been burnt into ashes, nothing remaining. Right now, he could only barely hold on. This really was shocking. If an ordinary sect master came in, they would undoubtedly die, be burned into ashes without any suspense. Within Xianxia's body, a seed shone, releasing clear light that spread to his 4 limbs bones. This was his body's gates releasing power, the inner Tao displaying might. A wave of refreshing feeling spread throughout his body. Shao's flesh and bones shook at the same time, releasing kung-chong sounds. He no longer felt pain, now completely resisting the fiery light. The ancient cave was deep, fiery light jumping about. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the terrain was complex. Not too far out, there were many forks in the road, extending outwards like a spiderweb. This was an underground palace. It was an ancient cave, within it another world. Great Elder, Xiao called out, a bit anxious. It was because he promised the woman in the heaven and earth placenta, so he couldn't let her down. Over here, within the depths of the ancient cave, someone responded. A blurry figure on a praying mat opened his eyes. In the fiery light, it was still penetrating like lightning, forcing back all of the flames. It was precisely Great Elder. Child, you succeeded? The normally calm and steady Great Elder who wouldn't blink even if a great mountain collapsed now looked like he was staring at a ghost. He immediately grabbed Shao's arm. His voice was shaking, incomparably excited. His mind was trembling, wanting to roar straight into the heavens. I succeeded, Xiao declared loudly. He didn't hold back his joy, sharing it with Great Elder. Ha ha! Great Elder roared with laughter, his voice rumbling through the entire ancient cave, making it seem like it was going to collapse. Many giant rocks tumbled down. At the same time, fiery light overflowed, becoming even more dazzling, burning the stone walls until they were entirely red, about to melt into liquid. Xiao was shocked. He recognized this stone material. It was a heaven and earth wondrous stone that was difficult to refine, known to not even be damaged when tossed into the sun. This was a rarely seen type of divine material. No wonder it didn't suffer much damage even after enduring such great flames, still remaining as an intact cave. There really was someone who succeeded. This day is worth recording in the annals of history. Great Elder's chest was rising and falling intensely, an unnatural flush of redness appearing on his face, finding his intense emotions difficult to express. Back then, he was also an incredibly talented individual, but in the end, for the sake of walking this path, he became half-crippled, almost dying. If not for a few great opportunities later on, his entire existence would have been finished. Meanwhile, before him and after him, there were also many examples of outstanding individuals, but they fell one after the next, pretty much all dying out. This path was too rough, too difficult, leaving one in despair, almost as if it was there to swallow up exceptional heroes. The higher the talent of people that were without an immortal seed, the more unwilling they were to accept their fate. In the end, they could only nurse a grievance, their bodies and Tao ultimately erased. Now, when this path was mentioned, everyone's expressions would be overcast, viewing it like vipers and vicious beasts, not daring to take it. Even a place as powerful as Immortal Academy had long given up on it, seeing it as a path of death. They took strict precautions, not allowing the disciples to send themselves to death pointlessly. However, now, the one Great Elder chose succeeded. Ho! He released a great roar, his head of hair wriggling about like snakes, releasing dazzling light, tearing through the void. Then he laughed loudly, laughing until his waist was about to bend backwards, his eyes carrying tears. Good, good, good. He said the word good 3 times in succession. Xiao had now achieved the dream of his youth. Senior, I must ask for your assistance. Xiao was also happy and moved, but time was pressing. He didn't dare tarry on. What is it? Are there any issues with your cultivation? Great Elder was alarmed, because this path was too difficult, with a chance of dying at any turn, or having oneself crippled. That is not it. I need heaven-mending medicine to close the damage on this seed, Xiao quickly said. The Great Elder was stunned, and then he was startled, wishing to peer inside. Don't! Xiao stopped him. He directly asked if there was any more heaven-mending substance. Great Elder felt inwardly sore. This type of thing was too precious, able to stand side by side with long-life medicines, rarely seen in this world. It was difficult to exchange for even with heaven and earth precious scriptures. For creatures of his level, it could save them even when hovering between life and death. "There is a creature inside," Xianxia directly replied. "What?" Great Elder was alarmed. This was completely beyond his expectations, just like when he first saw Xianxia. "This truly is—" Great Elder didn't know what to say, remaining petrified. Gulong. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out from the depths of the ancient cave. An unendurable blistering heat swept out from within, even melting the rock walls. Even the wondrous stone that was most resistant to melting couldn't hold on any longer. The bright red magma flowed here. A weak bird cry sound rang out from the depths of the ancient cave. Great Elder's expression changed. He even abandoned Xianxia, unable to tend to his body as a seed success right now, unexpectedly rushing inside. One could see just how serious the situation was. "Great Elder!" Xianxia cried out. "Take it!" Great Elder tossed over a jade bottle. Within it heaven-mending medicine. A hazy light released from within. He previously still felt inwardly sore, but he couldn't be bothered to worry about this now, only wishing to go inside the cave and see what was going on. Moreover, he didn't even have the time to ask about the matter of this seed having a creature. So one could see how frightening the cave was, to make even Great Elder lose himself. With a schwa sound, Great Elder disappeared, vanishing from this place. Xianxia didn't hesitate, quickly removing a portion of the heaven-mending substance. It was sparkling like jade. He smeared it over the cut, and then that seed quickly closed. He succeeded just like that. One had to bear in mind that this was a heaven and earth placenta. Once it was opened, it meant that the creature within had fully matured, thus emerging into the world. Meanwhile, the seed membrane and other things would be destroyed. No way of restoring it to its original form. However, now it had fully recovered, heaven-mending medicine able to reverse everything. Then Xianxia put away this strange seed. He had previously promised that he would bury the seed in a place no one knew about, so that the woman could reappear in this world in the next great era. Oh! In the depths of the ancient cave, a great howl that made one's scalp go numb sounded. Did it come from Great Elder or another creature? Xianxia's fine hairs all stood on end. What kind of blasted place was this? Why was it like this? He really found it a bit difficult to calm down. He brought out the everlasting immortal sword, and then rushed into the cave. The ancient cave was dark and gloomy, raging flames surging. Scattered on the ground were countless withered bones. This really was a bit horrifying. These creatures' cultivation levels definitely ridiculously powerful when they were alive, far exceeding the sect master realm, extremely frightening. Right now, their bones were still flickering with radiance. Not long afterwards, Xianxia found Great Elder. He was currently digging in a deep crater within the innermost depths. Unexpectedly, an ancient pit filled with bone ashes. There were many rotten bones in that place, and even more bone ashes, the scene extremely terrifying. Occasionally, Great Elder would dig out a few frightening claws, skulls, and other things from the giant bone ash crater. Some of them looked like dragon claws, Chilan head bones, and other things. Xianxia was shocked, his entire body going ice cold, feeling frightened once again. What kind of sinister place was this? It really was shocking. This fire cave has powerful fire essence might. The reason why I brought the seed here was to help it replenish energy, fearing that the essence energy would dry up when you cultivated within. Great Elder said. Then, his expression became even more serious. This was previously the residence of an emperor-monarch. Too many people died, and true immortals were even destroyed. An emperor-monarch of Fire Dao? Xianxia's mind was shaken. He had previously heard that only the most powerful expert of a clan had the qualifications to call themselves emperors. Soon afterwards, Great Elder's body trembled. He simply couldn't believe what he dug up from within the bone ashes. Xianxia sucked in a cold breath. He couldn't help but back up. It was just too shocking. How could it be like this? That was a human-shaped creature. Skin wrapped around bones. Entire body scorched black. Aside from the layer of skin, it was no different from a skeleton. Aside from this, it also had a pair of wings, carrying a faint golden color. Even though a large part was charred black, there was still a bit of golden light that flowed out. What kind of creature was this? Its eyes were sunken. That was pretty much a skeleton. but right now it opened its mouth, weakly speaking something, releasing gaga sounds. This was the noise produced by the upper and lower teeth touching, releasing a terrifying sound. This scene was too frightening. Great Elder actually produced a living creature that was all skin and bones from the giant pile of bone ashes. After all this time, it still possessed life. A miracle! This cave still had living unmatched creatures. Great Elder said with a trembling voice. Senior, Shurhao shouted. Hong! That weak creature was extremely shriveled, lacking life energy. However, the wings that were overflowing with golden light moved slightly, unexpectedly making heaven and earth split apart, making this underground ancient cave shake intensely, and then melt, about to destroy it. Shurhao was horrified. Just how powerful of a creature was this? Could this be that Emperor Monarch? He was shocked, making the association. Head back to Heavenly Deity Institution as fast as possible. Do not worry about the matters here. If you stay behind, it will be extremely dangerous, and you won't be able to do much to help, Great Elder said. He avoided those wings, feeling great restraining fear. Then what about Senior? Shurhao asked. Don't worry about me. I am not in danger. Great Elder's expression was serious. He had Shurhao here, but told him not to leak out any information about this place. In addition, he told Shurhao that this was in immeasurable heaven. They already returned to this world, so there was no need to worry about being unable to return. Shurhao was helpless. He left this place, departing from this ancient cave. Who? Great winds roared. Shurhao soared into the sky, hurrying towards Heavenly Deity Institution. In the outside world, 2.5 years had long passed. During this time, the 9 heavens above could be said to be extremely brilliant. It was because geniuses emerged in large numbers, heavenly talents all rising up, many brilliant individuals appearing. This was an era that was brilliant enough to be recorded in the annals of history. During these few years, unmatched heroic geniuses continuously merged with perfect seeds, could be called world-shocking. In addition, all of them produced heaven overflowing irregular scenes, shaking up the 9 heavens 10 earths. Clear winds brushed the ground, the mountains and rivers below clear, incredibly magnificent. Shurhao moved like the wind, crossing over a boundless sea, passing endless golden deserts, traveling through lush and verdant great mountains. Immeasurable heaven was quite well known among the 9 heavens. It was extremely vast, limitless. Up ahead, the scarlet mountain peaks were like sparkling coral in the ocean, red and bright, sparkling and translucent, extremely strange. This was clearly an area of divine earth. The mountain was sparkling and translucent, almost transparent. But there were still many plants growing on it, all spiritual stalks. There were also many medicinal herbs that grew between the cracks of the mountain. In addition, there were waves of smoke that rose, revealing a faint redness. This place was like an immortal realm, and together with the mountains, it produced an extremely gorgeous scene, a place that attracted much attention. When Shurhao arrived here, he stopped temporarily. There were quite a few cultivators here, everyone coming and going, bustling with activity. There were a few old cultivators reading the future through the clouds, investigating underground spiritual roots. They were clearly preparing for a great project, building a school. Shurhao descended in the mountain range, asking some people for guidance. What exactly was going on, and why was there a need to do all of this? Did you not hear? Now, Immortal Academy has flourished greatly, Sacred Academy at its peak, both of them producing formidable figures. These are their people, here to find immortal caves. Someone replied. Shurhao was shocked. Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy were both pure lands, aloof from worldly affairs, places that had the richest spiritual essence under the heavens. Was there a need to come search for immortal caves? Soon afterwards, he learned more about the situation. There were many people who came, and there were some who explained it to him. Right now, Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy are at their peak, flourishing with glory. But the 2 academies aren't satisfied, considering the matter of merging, combining together, promoting interaction between the disciples so that they can better face the great disaster together. Prepare against the great changes of heaven and earth. Sure Hao stared blankly for a moment. This wasn't that surprising, because when the two academies came to Heavenly Deity Institution to choose disciples, they had already said that the three academies would merge in the future. At that time, the three academies' underground mountain range ancestral roots would be uprooted and shifted to one place, to the extent where the academy's immortal caves would also be moved. When that time came, the heaven and earth spiritual essence would definitely be so thick it wouldn't scatter, becoming the most astonishing cultivation holy land in the 9 heavens above. Did they choose this place? Sure Hao further asked. This is just one of the possible places, they still haven't decided. There are several destinations, all of them scattered throughout the 9 heavens. Right now, they are currently carrying out the final filtering and confirmation. Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy were selecting a suitable site, so they will definitely dig out the most astonishing immortal traces, definitely become extremely astonishing. In reality, there had long been rumors leaked that those old monsters were searching for the few legendary immortal Dao residences. After an endless search, they roughly knew the locations, now truly about to choose a location. They were definitely going to build it on top of an immortal Dao ancient land. Woo! If they really do end up finding the secret territory of an immortal king, that would be unimaginable. They would obtain the ultimate inheritance of an immortal king-level figure. Shush, don't speak randomly. This hasn't been publicly announced yet. Be careful or else the Academy's elders might punish you. Someone cut that person off. This left even Sure Hao shocked. The legendary ancient lands the old monsters were searching for were actually immortal king's secret realms? This was too shocking. From past until now, just how many immortal kings were there in existence? Sure Hao sucked in a cold breath of air. One had to know that now, there were no more true immortals, they were no longer seen. Moreover, even in immortal ancient times, long-life beings were extremely rare, could be counted. However now, they wanted to unearth an immortal king's secret realm. How could this not be shocking? Without a doubt, this was one of the greatest events in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Not far out, purple energy rose from the east. Large amounts of auspicious energy poured down from the sky like a waterfall, dyeing the mountain range until it even turned purple. Sure Hao was shocked. Who was this person? He really knew how to make a grand appearance, arriving on an auspicious cloud just like that. However, his cultivation should be quite unordinary. That should be Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's attendant, here to choose an immortal cave. Someone said quietly, seemingly feeling quite the restraining fear. From everyone's discussions, Sure Hao understood that some of Immortal Academy's best geniuses all sent out their followers to seize caves in mountain ranges that might become cultivation holy lands in the future. Once the site really was chosen, the areas with the strongest spiritual essence would definitely be given to those exceptional geniuses. Was Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch that well known? Sure Hao shook his head. Never heard of this name before. He only knew that Immortal Academy had a 9 netherworlds AO, as well as a little Sky King, everyone else he didn't know about. Purple energy was hazy, like a veil as it surrounded the mountains and valleys. There was a mysterious, auspicious energy that made everyone's hearts resonate in response, feeling an urge to bow down in worship. Was this really an attendant? Sure Hao was a bit shocked. This should already be a sect master level individual, but this person's way of doing things really was a bit high profile. This attendant really is mischievous. Someone wanted to sneer and say something bad, but in the end, he chased his words. Dao brother, please speak cautiously and do not offend him. However, he really is quite young. He has already grown accustomed to Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's indulgence. Now that he has a rare chance to come out, having this type of display is also pardonable. An old heavenly deity said. Sure Hao couldn't hold himself back anymore, asking who that Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was. Would even his attendant make one feel this much restraining fear? A few people immediately looked at him like they were looking at a weirdo. They couldn't help but give him a few looks, clearly feeling quite strange. This Dao brother definitely cultivated in seclusion for many years, not coming into the world, which is why you haven't heard of Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's rise and glory, someone said with a smile. Soon afterwards, Sure how found out how formidable Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was. When these people mentioned him, they were all full of reverence. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was born in a long-life family. That place named Purple Manor, one of the richest and most powerful ancient lands in the 9 heavens 10 earths. This clan originated from the last great era, or it could be said to be founded by an imperishable long-life being. In the past, it had unmatched prestige, glorious like a heavenly sun in the sky. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch wasn't that old. He was an exceptional heavenly talent. When he was born, the clan's ancestral land produced all types of irregular scenes. For example, all types of divine beasts and immortal birds cried out. Apart from this, the most shocking was that a heavenly sun descended from the heavenly dome, massive and endless, illuminating all things in the mountains and rivers, filling the void. In the end, it actually shrunk, dropping into the delivery room. Soon afterwards, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was born. This legend was full of mystical brilliance. Many people didn't believe it, but there were some who were convinced, moreover claiming that here was proof, believing that he was a reincarnated immortal Taoist. Meanwhile, ever since he was born, he was sent into Immortal Academy, accepting the old monster's guidance and teachings. He obtained the family's best resources, as well as Immortal Academy old monster's various rare medicinal herbs and other things, his flesh baptized in all types of divine medicines. It was rumored that when he was still a child, he already cultivated the purple gold body that was known to be unbreaking. Then, what was even more brilliant and magnificent was that when Immortal Academy's old monsters dug up an immortal manor, the young Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was also there. A purple seed actually flew out from within, entering his body on its own. Do you know what kind of seed that is? It is the Great Mist Purple Energy Seed, an unmatched precious seed rarely seen in 10,000 ancients, its reputation too great in Immortal Ancient Great Era. Once it is merged with, it could sweep through the 9 heavens 10 earth. That is but an unrivaled seed. Someone said with a sigh. The others revealed looks of jealousy. Even though they had heard all types of legends regarding Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, they still felt like this person was too extraordinary, simply a child of heaven, obtaining the heaven's blessing. As for his fighting strength, it was even more so incomparable. Right now, he already fully merged with Great Mist Purple energy, harmonizing perfectly with it. The day he came out of seclusion, purple energy rippled out for 30,000 li, shocking the heavens above and earth below. This type of merging and astonishing phenomenon was even deeper than the ancient legends, exceeding those of the past. All of you should know of Northern Sea Forest, right? Those who are powerful can leave behind their name, carve it there. When Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch went there, the brilliance that was released from his name on a martial peak lasted for 9 whole days. When he heard everything up to here, sure how was stunned. This person's life trajectory was too brilliant. His brilliance difficult to hide even if he wanted to. Previously, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch had always remained in seclusion, which was why not many people knew about him. After he came out from seclusion, everyone under the sky all asked about him. Now, sure how knew why Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's attendant acted so boldly. It was because Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch normally enjoyed reading all types of scriptures, and the one who accompanied him was precisely this attendant. The attendant also comprehending the Tao, his cultivation advancing greatly, exceeding the outstanding talents of various clans. Hong! Not far out, intense collision sounds could be heard, making even the Scarlet Mountain peak tremble. There was someone who clashed with Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's attendant. Scarlet-red color swirled, as if the red sun of morning exploded, also as if endless magma flowed in the void, the expanse of red light brilliant and astonishing. Who is that person, actually daring to clash with Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's attendant? Is he actually trying to suppress him? Everyone became shocked. One had to understand that the current Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch already rose up like a sun into the heavens, illuminating the world of mortals. Many old monsters placed their hopes on him, few people daring to provoke him. There's someone who dares touch Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's people? Who is that? That blood-red radiance seems to be a great hand imprint. Someone said with astonishment. Then his eyes widened, releasing great brilliance. I understand now. No wonder he dares to take action against the attendant. That is great Shutua's follower. So he naturally doesn't fear Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's people. It is because it is difficult to say who is higher and who is lower to begin with. Shurhao was quiet. It seemed like during this period of seclusion, a few formidable figures appeared, and he had never heard of them before. Needless to say, that great Shutua was definitely extremely astonishing, or else how could he be compared to Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch? He was naturally going to ask those beside him for guidance. Great Shutua, that really is a heaven-defying individual. His accomplishments in the future frightening beyond imagination. He will definitely become an immortal in the future. Someone sighed in praise. There was this type of thing? Shuhao really didn't believe this much. There were already no long-life beings in this world. Just how many claimed that they would definitely become an immortal? Do you know the monk type of cultivator? That person said quietly. I do. Shuhao was naturally aware. These types of cultivators had existed in Immortal Ancient, and they were extremely powerful and also extremely mysterious, a type of ancient immortal. Only this type of ancient immortal had already been wiped out. They couldn't be found anymore in the present world. Great Shutua isn't like others, merging with a perfect seed. He is quite special, discovering the ashes of an ancient monk within an area of historical remains. The two of them actually combined together. According to the rumors that spread in Immortal Academy, that ancient monk's ashes were world-shaking, containing power that was terrifying beyond imagination, rumored to be the condensed essence of an ancient immortal's life. The ashes of a true immortal-level ancient monk completely merged with great Shutua. This naturally produced all types of irregular scenes. He obtained the inheritance of an ancient immortal monk, his strength deep and immeasurable. Those ashes' effects weren't inferior to that of a perfect seed. There were some who suspected that the ancient monk who died in meditation might have truly astonishing origins. With a sigh, carrying a bit of surprise, Shuhao went on his way, heading towards Heavenly Deity Institution. He didn't expect the outside world to have changed so much, this type of astonishing geniuses appearing in succession. Not long afterwards, he returned to Heavenly Deity Institution. He discovered that this place was even more active, many people coming, all of them from Immortal and Sacred Academy. These people were discussing passionately, all of them comparing which of those were the most powerful, the one that could become the supreme figure of the younger generation. Why was it this lively? Shuhao was a bit confused. Then, he understood from the discussions of others that there was an immortal cave underneath Heavenly Deity Institution that had never been opened. Now that the three academies were going to merge, this cave was naturally about to see the light of day as well. That was why the geniuses of the two academies appeared one after the other, coming here to divide up the natural luck, seize opportunities. Sigh, what a pity. This is my Heavenly Deity Institution's ancient cave, yet there are no geniuses who could compete with those two academies' people. In the end, we are just making the marriage clothes for another. This really is hard to accept. There was someone who spoke in dejection. It was because now, the so-called geniuses of Heavenly Deity Institution had declined, the truly formidable individuals had all been taken away by the two academies. The ones who remained were only mediocre in comparison. Shuhao had known this entire time that there was an immortal cave underneath Heavenly Deity Institution that hadn't been opened yet, to the extent where he had seen Great Elder angling here, using holy medicine as bait, wishing to draw out the creature in the underground cave, but he had been unsuccessful for many years. This cave was extremely mysterious. Not even the Academy's Great Elder and others were able to undo the seal, so one could see just how firm it was, how difficult it was to move. There was definitely an astonishing immortal treasury within, or else it wouldn't be so difficult to open. Even after endless time had passed, the ancient Great Formation was still perfectly unharmed, stopping all from approaching. Sigh, it really does leave one a bit sullen. This is clearly my Heavenly Deity Institution's immortal remains, yet it is destined to be taken by the geniuses of the two academies. We likely won't be able to fish up anything. Who can we blame for being inferior to others? Who could stop those exceptional geniuses, those supreme beings? A single one of them could sweep through all of the disciples in the present heavenly deity institution, their power impossible to contend against. A few youngsters from heavenly deity institution discussed among themselves, full of dejectedness. They were definitely stunning geniuses in their respective clans, and that was why they were able to be sent here. However, after the two academies' selection, they were the leftovers, not viewed as anyone important by Immortal Academy or Sacred Academy. From a certain perspective, they were failures. Now, the Academy's underground cave was going to be explored by the three academies together, while they became bystanders, lacking the qualifications to compete over these things. They couldn't even get close. It was because this was just how it was, even if nothing was discussed beforehand. The young supreme beings from the two academies were definitely going to be the first ones to enter that cave. When Heavenly Deity Institution students went down, there might not be much left over already. Heh, isn't this Tao brother form the barbaric ox race? Oh, there is also junior brother from the golden giant elephant race. Seeing you all full of remorse truly makes one feel pity. Not far out, someone carrying a faint smile walked over, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth, extremely bright. However, his appearance made these individuals who were currently chatting feel extremely uncomfortable. "You're from Immortal Academy?" the barbarous ox race's youth asked. He was quite tall and sturdy, having a head of thick purple hair. Two giant horns grew from his head, pointing directly into the sky. Even though he was in human form, he still carried some characteristics from his clan. For example, his eyes were especially large, and the voice when he spoke was extremely loud and resonant, as if thunder was rumbling. The young man who came from Immortal Academy laughed and said, "Actually, it's not a problem if you all want to enter the Immortal Cave. You can follow us inside." "What are you trying to say?" another student from Heavenly Deity Institution asked, his skin golden in color, his build even taller and bigger. He was the golden giant elephant race genius. "I have long heard that the barbaric ox race and golden giant elephant race were extremely strong, able to carry mountains and rivers on their backs with no difficulty. When the time comes, you all can help us move a few heavy ancient artifacts in the cave." The young man laughed. The barbaric ox race youth was furious, the two horns on his head shining. He really wanted to strike this person's face with his palm. This really was bullying others intolerably. They were completely treated as a means to help Immortal Academy's people carry treasures, not seeing them as competitors at all, looking down on them too much. Did they truly see them as brute force or livestock for carrying goods? Tao brother, don't overthink things or be angry. Being able to enter the Immortal Cave with the first group of people is already not bad. You have to understand that you are helping some young supreme beings carry treasures. The youngster was still laughing, a rather calm appearance on his face. The barbaric ox race youth had a naturally explosive temperament, white air shooting out from his nose. The golden giant elephant race youngster grabbed him, and then said to that person, "You all have spatial magical artifacts, so why would you need us for? Don't tell me you want us to serve as cannon fodder? You're overthinking things." With so many people watching, Heavenly Deity Institution's elders outside, who would dare do this? It is just because the things in the Immortal Cave might not be things we can just bring away however we wish. Some ancient artifacts have to be physically transported. Bully others too far. The barbarous ox race youth released a low roar. "Up to you. If you aren't willing, then forget it." However, with great changes soon arriving to this heaven and earth, the three academies merging, I feel like it is still better if you have more pleasant interactions with Immortal Academy's experts. That person spoke indifferently, and then he left. Heavenly Deity Institution's people felt inwardly sullen, truly angered badly, yet they felt somewhat helpless. What could they do? With things like this Heavenly Deity Institution now not having a single well-known expert, there was no way of competing against the two academies at all. The most powerful geniuses all entered Immortal and Sacred Academy. Now, Heavenly Deity Institution only had ordinary disciples, not stunning experts. The disciples of the two academies had never put them in their eyes. This was a corner of the current situation, but it was enough to speak about the general state of affairs. Sure how passed by this place, not saying anything, not expressing anything, passing right by them, because he attached no importance to these personal disputes. Who was the powerful enemy? When were the true great changes going to begin? Just how bitter and severe will the future great battle be? These were the things that he paid close attention to. Say, who do you all think is number one? Who would have thought that this generation would have so many heaven-warping figures? They all remained quiet before, but now, they merged with perfect seeds one after another in these past 2 years, succeeding one after the other. It really is something that shakes up past and present. There was someone who sighed. When the glory of the past 2 years was mentioned, their minds began to stir with passion. During the past 2-3 years, geniuses from Immortal Academy successfully merged with Tao seeds one after the other, all of them unmatched ancient seeds from Immortal Ancient Great Era, shocking everyone. Who would have thought that unmatched ancient seeds that already had great reputations in the last great era would be passed on to this era, appearing one after the next, moreover perfectly inherited. From this, one could see just how great of a price Immortal Academy paid. Otherwise, why would they have been able to receive so many of these seeds? Previously, there were some who believed that this era was inferior to Immortal Ancient, that this world was destined to have its skies dyed in blood, a dark ending, but now that they saw a few exceptional geniuses appear, many people felt a newborn passion. Some old monsters even full of expectations. I feel that Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch might be able to rule over the world. Of course, it might be Little Sky King who is number one under the sky. Someone said. Someone retorted, saying, the ones you all are bringing up are all people from Immortal Academy. I don't think this way at all. Taoist Chi Gu might be the one who is unmatched. He continuously broke through the extreme, transforming to an unmatched level, already unmatched in present world methods. Taoist Chi Gu, the one who likes to wear gray clothes, the expression on his face always serious, never smiling? I heard that he is quite strong, ridiculously powerful, but I don't think he is number one under the sky. At the very least, in Sacred Academy alone, there are others who can only be above, not below him. There was someone who stood out from the side, saying this. Don't tell me you are talking about that person? The one who was equally famous as Little Sky King even back then, that little saint who had remained in seclusion all this time. Correct, it is precisely him. He was already called Little Saint 10 years ago, let alone now. Wu, I've also heard of this person. He has maintained quite the low profile during these past few years. However, I don't think he is necessarily stronger than the present Taoist Chi Gu. Taoist Chi Gu has now broken through many great cultivation realms limits, undergoing many rebirths like a phoenix, becoming stronger and stronger each time, long becoming unimaginable. A few people were discussing amongst themselves, speaking the names of several geniuses. However, sure how didn't recognize a single one of them. He couldn't help but sigh, the changes really were too great. At the same time, he also knew that he already left for 2 years, now almost reaching the 3rd year. This was definitely not a short amount of time. The outside world already greatly changed. Wu, I heard that a terrifying figure might emerge, also someone from Sacred Academy, also the pride of heaven from this generation, incomparable, likely able to oppress the masses. Who? You all should know about the Long Life family's heavenly talent Wang Shi, right? She has a fiancé who is precisely in Sacred Academy named Jin Zhan. I believe some of you should have heard of him before. There were immediately some who were confused, but a few individuals sucked in cold air. Jin Zhan, this person is still alive? Are you sure? Someone cried out in alarm. Of course he's alive, or else why would Fairy Wang Shi's clansmen speak about marriage? He is definitely alive. Someone spoke extremely confidently. I thought it was someone else for a bit, that it was Little Saint. Turns out her fiancé was Jin Zhan. If that person is still alive, in the future, who would dare offend the Wang family? Who would dare provoke Fairy Wang Shi? There were people who were greatly shocked, their expressions nervous but also inspired. No one thought that someone who was rumored to be dead was still in this world. Jin Zhan, this was a legendary hero from Sacred Academy. Unknown what race he was, only known that his appearance was human. He was unimaginably powerful, known to be the pride of heaven in this generation. He had previously broken through the limits of 2 great cultivation realms within half a year, advancing a step beyond the highest level of enlightenment, restoring the very pinnacle. Later on, it was rumored that he wanted to break through 2 more extremes within half a year, seemingly wishing to merge 10 heavenly passages into one, also wishing to carve an unmatched innate killing formation within his body. But in the end, there were problems. A flame appeared, burning his body, making him die a violent death. It could be said that this person was too frightening, all because the requirements he had for himself were too high, anxious for quick results, thus leading to his body and Tao being extinguished. Now that they heard that he was the one being mentioned, still alive in this world, how could they not feel shocked? Everyone felt waves of fear. They knew that it was now really going to be hard to say who was number 1 under heaven. Sure, Hao was shocked. There was actually this type of rumors going around. Listening to everyone's discussions, he felt like the 2 academies really had geniuses emerging in large numbers, hiding a few monsters. Wu, since Jin Zhan was mentioned, Wang Shi also brought up, "I've thought of another person." Who? Huang. When this name was mentioned, everyone was first stunned. It had been too long, few people mentioning this name, almost 3 years. It wasn't that long, but it wasn't short either. However, in this great era of rising winds and scudding clouds, great generation where heroes emerged in large numbers, it really was easy for powerful individuals to be forgotten. After all, Huang was a special. As soon as he was brought up, many rumors related to him emerged again in these people's minds. They immediately felt a bit baffled. This person, it truly is a pity. This is also the hero of a generation. Only things change with the passage of time. He has already become a thing of the past. There was someone who shook his head with regret. Say, back then, if Huang entered Immortal Academy and obtained a perfect seed, what kind of level would he be at now? How great of a status would he have? I believe he should be strong, extremely strong. There would be a place for him within the young supreme beings. Only it really is a pity. Sure, Hao's past power and astonishing battle successes were difficult for others to forget. Even with almost 3 years passing by, when he was mentioned again, they still couldn't help but feel complicated emotions. Heh, I feel like if he really did go to Immortal Academy and obtained a perfect seed, perfectly merging with it and emerging, he would likely be facing great trouble now, unable to escape this generation's pride of heaven Jin Zhan's suppression. Someone brought up this opinion. Wu, perhaps that really will be the case. There was another who nodded. Many people knew that Huang and Wang Shi previously had a falling out. The Wang family's people had targeted him, to the extent where they even placed a diamond band on him, wishing to make him a servant. Back then, this matter had stirred up quite the disturbance. Many people from Heavenly Deity Institution knew about it, and because of this, Huang had previously suppressed Wang Shi, spending a night together. Many people had heard this before. Huang did this for the sake of washing away the humiliation Wang family left him with, but because of this deeply offended a long life family. There were others who shook their heads, saying, that might not necessarily be the case. Jin Zhang is the pride of heaven in this generation, so he ought to have his own aspirations, boldness. He might not necessarily seek out Huang to look for trouble immediately after emerging from seclusion. What a pity! Things change with the passage of time, the Huang of the past. There were some who were shaking their heads, feeling pity. Almost 3 years have passed. The people who merged with unmatched seeds all emerged from seclusion, while the one without a perfect seed vanished without a trace. It was clear that many people already came to similar conclusions. Huang had already disappeared, not appearing again, so the conclusion was easy to predict. One's path is their own to choose. It can't be blamed on another. In the past, Immortal Academy didn't give him a perfect Tao seed. So what if he entered my sacred academy? How could the results have been like this? It would be a completely different situation. Someone said coldly, you should just stop. Would Huang have been able to get true dragon's heart blood if he went to sacred academy? Obtain heavenly horned ant's extreme strength blood? Obviously not. They were already divided up, reserved for Little Saint and the others. Someone said, not far out, blue multicolored light flickered, hazy radiance scattering about. also dyeing this place with faint blue light, appearing cold and mysterious. There was a hazy figure that appeared, her figure tall and slender, legs long. Her blue dress fluttered about, unable to hide her impressive curves. This was a woman who looked like she was in her 20s. Her skin snow-white and sparkling, beautiful like jade. She walked out from the blue mist. They could now see her clearly. Her pupils were also blue, and her head of long hair was also blue like water ripples, bright and soft. Her figure moved gracefully as she walked over, long blue hair full of sparkling radiance. This woman was without a doubt exceedingly beautiful, her skin white and translucent, eyes full of intelligence, large and beautiful. Her eyelashes were long, brilliant splendor released when they blinked. It's her. Long life family Blue Clan's princess, Lan Xian. Someone released a cry of alarm, recognizing her. A wave of discussion was immediately produced. Everyone turned around to look at her. This was not only because she was a peerless beauty, her looks able to topple cities, it was also because she was a female supreme being, an incomparably powerful young individual. She had previously exchanged a palm with Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch. It was just one palm, yet it shaved off a divine peak from the northern sea forest. One had to understand that that place was sturdy and unbreaking, difficult to move. After endless time had passed, many people had previously went there to leave behind their names to test the depth and strength of their own cultivation realm. Different parts of the forest corresponded to different cultivation realms. This was an ancient holy land. Rarely was there anyone able to destroy the forest, let alone a divine peak second only to the Transcendence Peak. Lan Xian had previously traded a palm with Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch. No winner or loser decided, both pulling back as a tie. The two didn't continue to fight, so the outside world speculated that they felt mutual apprehension. This woman who was only known for her exceptional beauty before. After this battle, she shook the world. Everyone became aware of her power. She looked weak, beautiful like a fairy, but in reality her strength was rarely seen. She merged with a sky dome seed, dark blue like a diamond. When this seed appeared, it had previously dyed Immortal Academy's skies blue like the dome of heaven, no one knowing where this seed went afterwards. Only after Lan Xian successfully merged with this seed, fighting against Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, did everyone realize what happened. There were some who muttered quietly, mentioning all types of things related to Lan Xian. Not far out, Shihao's eyes flickered about. He could clearly sense that this woman was powerful. Was this the strength of the present world young supreme beings? However, he also knew that Lan Xian was restraining her own exceptional aura, or else it would be even more frightening. The reason why he could sense this was completely because of his spiritual awareness. The so-called Sky Dome seed, during the ancient times, was known to be unspeakably precious. A seed that dared take on the dome of heaven as its name, how could it not be world-shaking? This seed alone was given the name Sky Dome. In the past, the Great Mist Purple Energy Seed was known as an unmatched seed that could definitely allow one to harmonize with the Tao, the easiest to achieve immortality, long life and undying, a perfect seed. Meanwhile, on the other side of this was precisely the Sky Dome seed. This Sky Dome seed was viewed as something the heavens left for their heirs, the greatest gift, able to forcefully oppress the mortal realm's Great Mist Purple Energy Seed. Now, this woman personally arrived in Heavenly Deity Institution. Did this mean that the young supreme beings were all going to appear? Everyone was quite expectant. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, Lan Xian, Little Sky King, Great Su Tuo. These four individuals' reputation shook the 9 heavens 10 earths, representing Immortal Academy's greatest fighting strength. Apart from this, there was Qi Gu Little Saint, as well as the pride of heaven of this generation, Jin Zhan. These three, one more powerful than the next, previously suffering several rebirths, their depths immeasurable. Who was number one in the present world? Who was the true number one supreme being of the younger generation? Many people were discussing privately. They were all extremely stirred up, wishing to know the result. During this period of time, even the older generation were privately discussing this. In reality, we have to include the Protector's descendant Dugu Yun, 10 Crown King Tianzi, as well as the most mysterious exiled immortal. Someone said with a light sigh, it was because these three didn't go to the northern sea forest to carve their own names, and they didn't have especially glorious or world-shaking battle accomplishments, so they were difficult to understand. However, everyone knew that they were definitely strong, moreover strong OT the point where their true bottom lines couldn't be seen. We should just forget about that exiled immortal. There was no news of him obtaining an unmatched Tao seed. However, that 10-crown king is definitely frightening. After all, he merged with a world tree sapling. Talking about these things is pointless. As for the truth, who could say for certain? I feel like there are still some who haven't truly revealed their strength yet, and these individuals might very well be even stronger. Just a random discussion already named 10 great experts, these individuals all the focal points of everyone's attention during these 2 years. Woo, top 10 great experts. Perhaps a few of them can be swapped out because there are some hidden experts, but at least 6 or 7 of them should be there, difficult for others to take their place. For example, the 9 Netherworlds AO, even though Sure How had previously defeated it, there were some who believed that he still had the qualifications to enter the ranks of 10 great experts. Also, Sacred Academy had rumors that there was a youth named E who resonated with the heavenly horned ant's extreme strength blood. Divine force matchless, bravery unrivaled. He was definitely powerful beyond comparison. Aside from this, there were some who were sure that there was someone who obtained the Yin Yang seed. It wasn't exiled immortal who they previously assumed it to be, this person harmonizing with Yin and Yang, an aura of primal chaos around him, possessing generation-crushing aptitudes. Just like that, more than 10 people were mentioned, all of them having the qualifications to enter the ranks of 10 great experts. Immortal Academy's Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, Lan Xian, Little Sky King, Great Su Tuo, Sacred Academy's Qi Gu, Little Saint, Jin Zhan. These were already confirmed. They were definitely transcendent individuals. There was also 10-crown King Tianzi, exiled immortal, Protector's descendant Dugu Yun, as well as the 9 Netherworlds Aoshur how had previously fought a great battle against Yi, the mysterious individual who merged with the Yin Yang seed, and others. Qi. Not far out, multicolored light surged, all colors surging, the scene extremely dazzling. A group of people immediately rushed over. Then, everyone were shocked, groups moving out. It was because they sensed a strong immortal Tao aura surging from beneath the earth. Everyone knew that there was an immortal manor underneath Heavenly Deity Institution, one that remained closed this whole time. Now that this happened, how could they not make the association? The mud pool. Someone cried out in alarm. This was the place Great Elder enjoyed to angle in. Many people speculating that the entrance to the immortal manor was likely here. Now, the mud pool released immortal light, immediately raising a commotion. Hong! Scarlet multicolored light surged at the limits of the horizon, the radiance carrying a golden-red hue. It swept in this direction. A pure gold alms bowl appeared there, crushing downwards, wishing to surround the mud pool. That is Great Sutua. Someone cried out in alarm. The one who obtained the ashes of an ancient monk appeared, the one who was rumored to be destined to obtain an imperishable body, become an immortal monk. That alms bowl was the embodiment of the ancient monk's inheritance, condensed from Great Su Tuo's precious techniques, could hold the sun, moon, and stars. Right now, it wanted to collect the mud pool. Oh! Blue light flashed past. A mysterious mist surged. A blue-clad fairy appeared, gently moving her spacious sleeve, blasting the alms bowl away. She stood there, her impressive figure undulating up and down, beautiful and astonishing. This was precisely Lan Xian. No one expected 2 of the most well-known great supreme beings to take action as soon as the mud pool appeared, opposing each other with equal harshness. Who? Right at this time, a gray-robed Taoist appeared, standing in the mud pool. Crazy winds swept about, sand and stone flying everywhere. Many ancient trees were pulled up by the roots. He wasn't doing this deliberately. This was just the energy that naturally swept around him, the energy already blowing aside all rubbish in his path. This was a type of heavenly wind that ensured he remained untainted by dirt, not contaminated by the aura of the mortal world. There were people who also called this immortal wind. This was the embodiment of a transcendent being's tremendous potential, the profoundness of his cultivation. Qi Gu, he came as well, someone said with shock. Sacred Academy's young supreme being appeared. He was extremely young, but his appearance was ordinary. At the same time, he looked quite old-fashioned. Not a hint of a smile on his face, completely expressionless. This was someone who had undergone rebirth many times like a phoenix, reborn through flames, breaking through the limits of the present world methods several times, terrifying to the extreme. Dao brother Qi Gu has come. I have also come to join the liveliness. In the sky, a mist of purple light emerged, an auspicious energy pervading the air, surrounding all directions. Purple energy came from the east. This was an indescribably noble propitious energy, vast and powerful throughout 30,000 li. It was clear that Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch arrived. This supreme being among men, a heaven-warping genius whose birth was even blessed by mysterious splendor, had hurried to this scene. An immortal cave unexpectedly drew the attention of several of the most powerful young supreme beings. Descending here one after the other, it truly left everyone's minds greatly shaken. I understand now, the manor underneath Heavenly Deity Institution might very well be left behind by an immortal king. The inheritance here is likely glorious and world-shattering. Someone made this deduction. Everyone trembled inwardly, immediately feeling like this made sense. There might be an immortal king's secret realm underground. The mud pool shone, auspicious energy surging as if something was going to rise up, triggering great shock. Everyone rushed over together, wishing to fight over opportunities. In the end, for great experts took action at the same time. Great Su Tuo's true body didn't move, but the alms bowl did, collecting heaven and earth. The aura of an immortal monk endless, scattering over, making many experts feel reverence, not daring to approach. Then, Lan Xian formed magical imprints, the sky dome rumbling, crushing down, the entire dome of heaven unexpectedly forming a sheet of great Tao scriptures, covering everything above. Hong, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was even more direct, actually exchanging a palm with Taoist Qi Gu from the distance. Ripples immediately surging out like ocean waves, shocking everyone around them. Fortunately, there were formations here, stopping the terrifying fluctuations. Wu, all of you, do not crowd this place. Don't get too close. There were some people who stood out, keeping order in this place. Immortal Academy and Holy Academy's people can stand at the very front. Heavenly Deity Institution's people, move to the back. These words really were infuriating for Heavenly Deity Institution's people. It went without saying that the great supreme beings at the centralmost position in the mud pool would be the first ones to enter when the Immortal Manor opened. Next were Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy's people, closely following behind those four great experts. Even though this was Heavenly Deity Institution, the Academy students were ordered to line up at the very back, not allowed to be at the front. Why should we? This is our Heavenly Deity Institution. How can you treat us like this? There were more than 10 students from Heavenly Deity Institution who were discontent. It is because Heavenly Deity Institution is too inferior, not a single person who can come out and fight, just a declining place. The opportunities are to be left for the strong. Those who are lacking should know their place. Someone said, his voice full of contempt. This could be considered a type of taunting, but for Heavenly Deity Institution students, it was a type of humiliation truly too hard to take. They were in their own academy, guarding their own treasure, yet had no right to it, had to move to the back. It really made them feel like the other party was bullying them too far, unable to swallow this down. Chi. Right at this time, a streak of hazy light rushed out from the mud pool, wrapping around something, triggering a huge commotion. The four great young supreme beings all took action. In the end, a great clash immediately broke out between them, a great confrontation erupting. Lan Xian faced great Su Tuo. Qi Gu confronted Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch. The others wanted to take action and compete, but they felt a bit scared, fearing that they would anger the four great supreme beings. Right at this time, furthest out, someone walked out from Heavenly Deity Institution students. With a raise of his hand, clear light swirled, directly seizing that object, grasping it in his palm. Everyone was stupefied. There was someone who dared to steal food from the mouths of the four great supreme beings. Who was this person? Could it be that another young supreme being came? Everyone looked over, all attention focused on this person. Why does he look familiar? That is, heavens! That is the one who has disappeared for a long time, Huang. There was someone who recognized Sure Hao, releasing a cry of alarm. This name was one that hadn't been mentioned for a long time. For a year after he disappeared, there were still people discussing him, but this slowly quieted down. However, today his name was spoken once again. Huang. Was it really him? Everyone turned around. Many people's attention concentrated in that direction. He looked extremely familiar. It really was that person. Only, he looked much more ordinary than before. Lacking a type of brashness, his entire being becoming much calmer. A large portion of the people here had seen Huang before. Right now, they all revealed looks of shock. Why did he show up again? From what everyone knew, he lost his position as a supreme being supposed to never appear again. No one expected that he would reappear today in Heavenly Deity Institution. It really is him. Huang has returned. A single leave and almost 3 years passed. Where did he stay during this time? What was he doing? Many people carried puzzlement within. Huang. He was previously the young supreme being of a generation. Only because he didn't have a perfect ancient seed, he ended up withering away. What does his appearance now mean? Could it be that he successfully merged with a Tao seed? A few people were excited, especially those who remained in Heavenly Deity Institution, the students who weren't chosen by Sacred or Immortal Academy, their faces even more so full of excitement. Our Heavenly Deity Institution isn't without talents, just that he hadn't returned before. Now, a truly supreme being returned. Even the 9 netherworlds AO falling under his hands, he even more so dared to challenge Little Sky King. A few people laughed loudly, feeling extremely stirred up. It was because during these 2 years, Heavenly Deity Institution had declined greatly. The true geniuses all chosen away, gone without any intention of returning. The academy didn't have any other stunning students. Under the pressure of the 2 great academies, it became dim without radiance, losing all of its former magnificence and brilliance. The present Heavenly Deity Institution was extremely low profile, something that couldn't be helped. It was because there were no exceptional disciples here. Those who were left behind all rotten wood, in the eyes of Immortal and Sacred Academy, useless. Heavenly Deity Institution students were extremely inferior in status, unable to raise their heads before the 2 academies' disciples. It was because none of them could compete against the 2 academies' disciples. When the 2 academies' disciples appeared, Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples were all rejected, to the extent where they were harshly berated, not attached any importance to it all, lacking the respect they ought to receive. Huang, is it really you? Someone cried out, rushing over. When Sure Hao was in Heavenly Deity Institution before, he didn't really have much interaction with these students, instead having some conflict with a few of the best geniuses, competing against them, for example Lu Tuo, Wang Shi and the others. However, as time went on, only these students and Sure Hao remained. The so-called heaven-warping geniuses all left. Only a small portion of individuals remained in the academy, so even those that were previously unfamiliar with Sure Hao developed excellent opinions of him, as if they had seen a close friend. A few people were even crying tears of joy, feeling their blood surge, couldn't help but roar towards the sky. It was because they had suffered just too much unfairness and humiliation. For example, this time in Heavenly Deity Institution itself, when the underground Immortal Cave was about to open, Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples were berated and ordered to move back, not allowed to remain in the front. Just how awkward was this? Truly a type of extraordinary shame and humiliation. They felt ashamed and resentful. Yet there was nothing they could do. It was because previously, there were people who expressed their discontent, fighting back, but those who weren't chosen really weren't the other side's opponents. During these clashes, forget about Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, Chi Gu, Great Su Tuo, and the other true supreme beings, even their attendants and servants didn't take action. The others appeared, yet these individuals were still subdued. There were some who had been beaten until they coughed out large amounts of blood, thrown out of Heavenly Deity Institution's gate. Yet they could only hold this loss, remain silent, unable to say anything back. They held back their resentment and quietly withdrew. The others didn't rush over, but they were all curious. These were the disciples of the two academies. As for Huang, it could be said that few didn't know about him. He was an influential figure 3 years ago as well, previously displayed a series of brilliant battle accomplishments, such as subduing and taking the young genius Mo Dao with 3 strands of immortal energy as a servant, even more so defeating the 9 netherworlds AO and other things. 2 to 3 years ago, when Huang was mentioned, many people felt respect and fear, not wishing to stand against him. Only, as time went on and geniuses emerged in large numbers, those who merged with perfect ancient seeds appearing one after another, how could he still hold his previous status? They all felt that there was no way he still had his brilliance from back then. After calmly thinking things through cool-headedly, many people felt that Xianxia was definitely going to lose the glory he had at the heavenly deity realm. It was because he lacked an unmatched ancient seed. Xianxia was surrounded, more than 10 disciples from heavenly deity institution at his side, their eyes burning with passion, leaving him feeling a bit helpless, but at the same time made him release a sigh. During the past 2 to 3 years, heavenly deity institution really has been shown contempt and scorn, suffering all types of injustice. What is that thing? In the distance, many people were curious, staring at Xianxia's hand. Specks of auspicious light moved about. Inside Xianxia's hand was a stone box, extremely simple and ancient in appearance, also quite mysterious, wisp after wisp of white mist lingering about, even more so having immortal Tao multicolored light rising from it. This left many people moved. This was a precious box. It actually rushed over on its own, flying out from the mud pool, clearly possessing spirituality. Everyone's minds burned with desire, really wanting to rush over and seize it. Even Lan Xian, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, Qi Gu and the others were quite curious about what exactly was inside of the stone box. Xianxia looked it over, and was then about to open it. However, right at this time someone from the distance spoke up. "Wait, do you need something?" Xianxia didn't stop, his tone indifferent, still examining the stone box. It was wrapped in flowing light, carrying a wave of auspicious energy, actually quite sturdy. After trying several times, he actually wasn't able to open it. "Dao friend, the stone box flew out from the mud pool, so it should have originated from the immortal cave, an ownerless item. As such, it does not belong to you." A humanoid creature with an extremely large and tall physique spoke. On his head was a single golden horn. His eyes also faint golden in color, long hair shining like a flame, his powerful and straight body giving off a type of pressure. He clearly recognized Xianxia, knowing that he was precisely Huang. Even if he didn't know about this person before, he definitely heard the others' discussions just now. Now that he stepped forward like this, he was clearly expressing a type of stance. Everyone revealed strange expressions. They all knew that this person didn't have any good intentions. This was challenging Huang's dignity, sizing up his present true strength. Even though this person spoke rather tactfully, not directly ripping up all face, this type of stance, this type of tone were clearly purposely to stand in his way. "Since it is an ownerless item, then what is the point in you telling me to wait? An ownerless item fell into my hands, then it means it now does have an owner." Xianxia swept out an indifferent look. When that single-horned humanoid figure was swept through by this glance, he felt a wave of alarm. His heart jumped. This Huang. Could it be that he was still that frightening? Didn't he lack a suitable Tao seed to merge with? His head of flame-like long hair scattered down, golden pupils releasing sinister light. He didn't shrink back, instead pressing forward a few great steps, saying, "It is an ownerless item, needing to be transferred to higher authorities, and then after the great family's discussions, only then could they be conferred to someone." Many people became silent, their eyes swirling with light, watching this interesting development. They understood that this person was determined to stand in Xianxia's way, not allowing him to obtain the stone box. Flames of anger appeared in the eyes of Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples, all of them extremely angry. This truly was going too far. If it was Great Sutua Lancian, or the others who obtained the stone box, would this person dare speak these words? Now that this person saw Huang return, could it be that he didn't think the other party still had his past divine might, and thus purposely walked up to provoke him? Someone from Heavenly Deity Institution angrily said, "You are Jin Jiaoxi? I've heard of you. You are proficient in the rhinoceros horn divine ability, your flesh strong, defensive force astonishing, having a set amount of reputation. However, acting this domineeringly really is a bit lacking in propriety. What qualifications do you have to stop my Heavenly Deity Institution's people from obtaining treasure? Dao friend is making jokes. I am merely speaking with impartial motives. This is how it should be. Could it be that you feel like Heavenly Deity Institution's people don't have to respect the rules?" Jin Jiaoxi said with a smile. Then, he gave everyone a look, saying, "What do you all say? It should be the great families who decide what is to be done. This is an ownerless item. So what do you all think?" Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples were furious. This person really was determined to provoke them. Did he really think there was no one with strength in their Heavenly Deity Institution? It was clear that everyone had their own selfish motives. Since someone stood out to stop How, then quite a few strong individuals weren't willing to see an immortal treasure fall into the hands of another. A few of them began to side with Jin Jiaoxi. These people nodded their heads, expressing that they agreed with Jin Jiaoxi's words. Since it is an ownerless object, then a decision should be made after everyone discussed things. If it was Great Sutua or Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch who obtained it, would you all dare do this? Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples berated. They felt extremely resentful towards Jin Jiaoxi's actions. This person was clearly trying to turn everyone against them. "Brother Huang, I really am sorry. It isn't that I am trying to target you, but this matter has to be treated fairly. Please just hand over that stone box," Jin Jiaoxi said with a slight smile. Not only did golden light surge from his eyes, even his skin released golden radiance. "Look, this is what everyone thinks, not just my own opinion. We all wish for this place to be a bit more peaceful, avoid bloodshed, to have fairness be carried out." Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples all clenched their teeth. Jin Jiaoxi truly was self-righteous, actually speaking this type of words. Is it everyone's intentions, or your own? Or perhaps the intentions of those behind you? If you want it, then just come for it. Hao gave him a look of contempt. He looked extremely calm, not treating this matter as a big deal at all. "What are you trying to say?" Jin Jiaoxi felt attacked by this type of indifference and disdain, making him feel a wave of humiliation. Someone who had lost his past glory actually dared to look down on him like this. Moreover, the other person's expression was undisguised, not carrying the slightest bit of concealment, just as if he was talking to the most lowly and despicable person. "I have previously heard that the treasures here would belong to whoever obtained it. By changing it suddenly on your own, who are you speaking in the place of? Great Sutua, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, or Lan Xian?" Hao spoke without an ounce of respect. Jin Jiaoxi really wanted to berate and scold him, claiming that this was everyone's intentions, but he was scared of offending the four great supreme beings, so he didn't dare directly speak out, momentarily trapped in a dilemma. If you want it, then just come over. If you don't want it, then get lost. Hao was extremely direct. "You!" Jin Jiaoxi's expression suddenly changed. He only wished to size up Hao in the place of others, but now he found himself in an awkward situation. He shouted coldly, "Fine then, I will come over myself to seize it. I will take it in everyone's place. You only want it for yourself, you cannot represent anyone. Don't try to flaunt whatever righteousness, or else it will only look even worse for you," Hao said coldly. Everyone's mind jumped. This was definitely Huang's style. Not long ago, he looked calm and aloof, as if he lacked his past sharpness. Now, they saw that he didn't change at all. Jin Jiaoxi really did come up. He was extremely careful, his figure swelling, His upper body turned into a divine rhinoceros, giant body incredibly intimidating, divine skin releasing a faint golden radiance. That single rhinoceros horn was even more so incomparably resplendent, releasing electrical radiance, as well as metal attribute essence energy. It was incredibly terrifying, sword radiance rushing out. His lower body was still that of a human's. At this moment, he charged forward, wishing to forcefully seize the stone box, launching his attack. Only when he approached did Xianxia move. His figure shifted, taking action with lightning speed, but there was a type of aesthetic perception directly striking forward. Eventually, all the brilliance disappeared, everything returning to normal, the other party nowhere to be found. With a blur before everyone's eyes, Xianxia formed a type of simple and ancient magical imprint. With a leap, he broke through Jin Jiaoxi's sect master-level defenses, and then with a kacha sound, cut down his giant horn. After a moment of peace, the single-horned rhinoceros released a miserable howl that shook heaven and earth, the great earth breaking open. The distant mountain peaks were even about to collapse, rubble rushing into the heavens. His strength was extremely great, possessing terrifying divine might. But now, he lost his most powerful and well-known golden horn from a single clash. Everyone became stupefied. This was just the beginning, yet it already ended. There was only one exchange. Yet Jin Jiaoxi's divine horn that condensed all of his essence was lost. With heavenly deity realm power, Jin Jiaoxi's defenses were broken through. His rhinoceros horn cut down. Excellent. Right at this time, the blue-clothed fairy spoke. Everyone was stunned. It was Lan Xian who was commenting on this battle, speaking about the situation. Everyone was stunned. He broke through a sect master-level expert's defenses with heavenly deity-level strength. This was like something out of a legend. This was but crossing a great cultivation realm. Interesting, using heavenly deity-level strength to strike a sect master-level opponent's weakest point of defense, and then borrowing the enemy's power to trigger resonance, thus breaking his own horn. Lan Xian. Everyone was stunned. Was Huang doing this to display his Dao or his techniques? Using Jin Jiaoxi's own power to break his horn. This was extremely frightening. Jin Jiaoxi was in great pain. This was what he was going to use to achieve the Dao, yet it was destroyed just like that. It left him in so much remorse that he had thoughts of suicide. Do you still want to ask for the stone box? Xianxia asked indifferently. Jin Jiaoxi released a furious roar, turning around to leave. He knew that Huang was extremely frightening. Even if the other party didn't merge with a perfect seed, he was still not a match. Who said you could leave? I heard that divine rhinoceros meat wasn't bad. You stay here for now, Xianxia said. Ah! Jin Jiaoxi screamed, shivering inwardly. He immediately turned into his original form, becoming a small mountain-like golden rhinoceros, turning around to run. It was because he had previously heard some rumors that at Huang's peak, he loved roasting all types of rare strange beasts the most, extremely frightening, a demon king. Where are you going? Xianxia said quietly behind it. Right at this time, great winds swept about in the distant skies. In addition, purple light spread. A young man with auspicious purple energy around him descended from above. Cui Jia, please save me. Jin Jiaoxi screamed, truly frightened badly. He couldn't help but cry for help. Even though Huang had left for many years, his power and influence still remained. After a simple probing, Jin Jiaoxi became completely terrified. Zitong. That is Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's attendant. Someone said softly. The one who came was precisely the powerful attendant who followed Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch. Jin Jiaoxi, stand at my side. I want to see just who dares to touch you. The attendant named Zitong had auspicious purple energy around him. He stood there, full of confidence as he spoke coldly. A hint of a cold smile appeared at the corners of Xianxia's lips. He walked forward. The reason Jiaoxi dared to provoke him turned out to be because of this attendant, someone from Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's side. Zitong, stand back. Right at this time, the skies became incredibly resplendent. A great purple sun descended, incomparably terrifying. In the great purple sun was an extremely blurry figure who released astonishing divine might fluctuations from his body, as if even the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains were going to be crushed. It was precisely Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch. So you are Huang? Even though this is the first time we met, I have heard of your great name for quite some time, Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch said. This scene was extremely frightening. A great purple sun rested in the sky, full and majestic, releasing blazing purple light. Purple energy was released strand after strand, filling up the void. In its surroundings, brilliant colors swirled about, purple multicolored light overflowing, crashing down like a waterfall. No one was able to see Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's true appearance, his indistinct figure towering in the distant outer space. Only when he opened and closed his eyes could one feel a surging, exuberant life essence energy. No one expected Huang to return. Now, Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch stood against him. Were the two going to fight? Only what about Huang's cultivation? He disappeared for close to 3 years, no one knowing or able to understand his true strength. He didn't have a perfect seed to merge with, so could he compare to Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch? In that instant, everyone became full of expectation. They wanted to know what Huang was like now. Did you have Jin Jiaoxi test me? Sure Hao's voice was cold, not mild in the slightest. On the other side, Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch was the exact opposite. Even though the great sun was dignified, illuminating the world from above, his words were gentle, carrying a peaceful tone. It was my attendant being mischievous, stirring up trouble. Please do not take offense. The situation was de-emphasized. With his words, he began to mediate the situation. Sure Hao's eyes swirled with light, but he didn't say anything. If this heavenly monarch had other intentions, no matter how daring his subordinates were, they still wouldn't have overstepped their bounds. The Nine Netherworlds AO is a long-time friend of the family, a close friend of mine, Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch directly said. Sure Hao was shocked. Was this to stop him from saying something here, fearing that he would say something unpleasant from his interrogation? Was this why he directly explained some karma and relationships? Oh? Nine Netherworlds AO? How is he? It's been some time. I wonder how far his cultivation has reached now. Sure Hao calmly said. When he fought a decisive battle against you in the past, it was a bitter battle of several thousand exchanges, but he still lost in the end. It dealt him quite the heavy psychological blow, previously experiencing some dark days. However, after suffering shame, he rose up boldly, relying on himself to enter an ancient cave, obtaining a perfect seed and then successfully merging with it. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch said. Rising up from shame, do you think that being defeated by me was a type of humiliation? Sure Hao looked at that great purple sun in the air. Dao brother is overthinking things. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch still had a calm smile on his face, but he also felt a sense of distance. The great purple sun became increasingly resplendent, moving across the sky, as if it ruled over the lives of this world's creatures. By approaching me, is it because you want to stand against me? Sure Hao asked. When I came out of seclusion, I heard that the Nine Netherworlds AO was defeated, which left me quite shocked, but at the same time a bit relieved. I knew that with his arrogant nature, he would suffer a defeat sooner or later, and only by this type of sharpening can he truly rise up. At the same time, I was quite curious, wishing to exchange pointers with the one who defeated him. Only, when I went looking for you, I discovered that you couldn't find a suitable Dao seed, and then thus disappeared. This left me feeling quite regretful. I was deeply moved that there was no one in the heavenly deity realm who could go head-to-head with you, thinking that there wouldn't be any more chances again in the future. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch calmly said. When his final sentence was spoken, everyone became shocked. Then, they all revealed strange expressions. It was clear that Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch had transcended above, someone who was exceptionally powerful and confident. His meaning was clear. The two didn't exchange pointers at the heavenly deity realm, and now that he entered the sect master level, there was no meaning left. It was because Sure Hao didn't have a perfect seed. so the distance between himself and someone like Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch would only be pulled greater, forever unable to catch up. However, when I saw you take action just now, I feel like perhaps I might have misunderstood. Those types of methods aren't something an ordinary person could display. Using heavenly deity realm strength to defeat Jin Jiaoxi truly is impressive. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch sighed with admiration. When everyone heard this, their minds all jumped. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that he suspected Huang also had a perfect seed, successfully merging with it? However, how could this be? There were only those few seeds, it was a set number. When one's cultivation reaches a certain level, it is difficult to find opponents. Huang, you can be considered a miracle. I admire you greatly. When I came out of seclusion, I heard many rumors about you. Today, perhaps I might have a chance to have my wish satisfied. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's voice carried a type of charm, a special type of charisma. This was especially the case for female cultivators. His natural talents were extraordinary, known as one of the most powerful great supreme beings of the younger generation. Together with his outstanding style, he was one of the most heroic young men. Not far out, the pearls of various clans. Many beauties and female cultivators with moving appearances released brilliant colors from their eyes, gazing towards the great purple sun in the sky. A few outstanding talents from the various clans. A few young men. Even though they were jealous, they couldn't help but sigh. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch indeed had the qualifications to overlook the world. Impossible to compare to. You wish to fight against me? Sure Hao asked, his head of black hair thick, but also glossy and smooth, reflecting light like a mirror, naturally hanging down before his chest and back. His figure was tall and slender, body naturally swirling with luster. His facial features were delicate and handsome, could be considered a young man with outstanding temperament, untainted by the energy of mortals, having a type of solitary immortal aura. However, in the eyes of some female cultivators, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's attraction was a bit greater, because he was powerful, mysterious. Respecting the strong, revering the pride of heaven, this was a type of natural tendency of life. This was why Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch had extremely high prestige during these 2 years, receiving the admiration and fondness of female cultivators of all different clans. Meanwhile, Sure Hao had disappeared for a long time. If nothing unexpected happened, there should be no perfect seed for him to merge with, and he thus lost the qualifications to become a supreme being. That was why right now, his popularity was inferior to Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch in the air. Correct. I wish to fight against you. Are you willing to accept? Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch nodded. That indistinct figure in the purple sun appeared, purple energy surging, having a sun and moon devouring might. Everyone was shocked. 2 great geniuses were finally going to clash. Only, it was unknown if Huang can even fight or not. Would he even be Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's opponent? No problem. Sure Hao nodded, not minding at all, agreeing joyously. It was because he wanted to examine the results of his seclusion in the last 3 years. He had left for too long. Many people about to forget him, even Jin Jiaoxi daring to provoke his dignity. Perhaps he needed a battle to intimidate the present world's heroes. Master, is there a need for you to personally take action? How about I fight in your place? The attendant spoke from the side, making many people's expressions change when they heard this. They called him an attendant, but he had long grown up, now 25 or 6, in the golden years of his life. He was well known because of Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch. He remained at Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's side every day, reading all types of scriptures, researching and studying world-shaking ancient heavenly arts, his strength rising up greatly. He was indeed powerful and frightening, rarely having opponents. Just an attendant, yet you dare act like this? Truly quite daring. Heavenly Deity Institution students were both alarmed and angry. Someone stood up, loudly shouting. What kind of status did Sure Hao have? No matter how strong this attendant was, rarely encountering his match in Immortal Academy, he was still a servant in the end. How could he directly challenge Huang? Step down. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's voice was deep and low, clearly a bit unhappy, scolding the attendant. The attendant named Zitong had red lips and white teeth, appearance extremely handsome. When he heard this, he curled his lips, but still withdrew in the end, standing together with Jin Jiaoxi, still dissatisfied. Brother Shi is quite mysterious, disappearing for 2 to 3 years in one leave. I wonder which seed did you end up merging with? Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch asked. He really was curious. In this world, from past until now, there were only those few true unmatched seeds, able to be counted. Now, based on what he knew, the ancient seeds have pretty much all had owners, merged with people, so where did Xianxia go to find one? He wasn't the only one who wanted to know, the others' breaths were held as well, wishing to know what kind of fortuitous encounter Xianxia had, if he truly had the qualifications to become a supreme being. Everyone focused their attention on Xianxia, their eyes landing on him. You are going to be disappointed. There are only those few perfect seeds. I didn't obtain one, Immortal Academy unwilling to give me one. Xianxia replied as things were. When these words sounded, everyone's reactions were different. There were some who felt unfairness for Xianxia, feeling frustrated for him. He was the genius of a generation before, one of the most powerful supreme beings, yet no one regarded him as important, not giving him a suitable seed. What did this mean? From here on forth, he would start to decline, unable to rise up into the clouds, losing the qualifications to compete against Ziri, Great Sutua, and others. There were many who released sighs of relief, for example, those from Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy. They immediately felt like the pressure they were facing decreased, no longer feeling restraining fear. It was to the extent where some people began to laugh softly. Not merging with a perfect seed meant that Huang was destined to become more and more ordinary, become commonplace. He couldn't look down on everyone anymore. What a pity. Even though the display was powerful, suddenly returning, in the end, he is still too lacking, unable to compare to true supreme beings. Wu, if it was me, I would have definitely found a place to hide and disappear. What liveliness is there to join? Is being suppressed by another that good of a feeling? A few people took joy in his disaster. Xianxia's decline meant that they didn't have anything to fear. There wasn't much to be scared of. Some of Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples felt a feeling of powerlessness, at the same time gloominess. This was reality. After this, it would be extremely difficult for Heavenly Deity Institution to raise their heads. How tragic! Immortal Academy's Wu Tai mocked. He had previously been cut down, and even the azure armor Little Sky King lent him was taken, which was why he hated Xianxia bitterly. Nothing more than this. Without a perfect seed, what kind of achievements can you have? I think you should just let me fight him. That attendant spoke again, surging with battle intent. Did you merge with a wondrous ancient seed second only to a perfect seed? Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch asked another question. I was not able to obtain one. Xianxia shook his head. Ha. Wu Tai couldn't hold himself back anymore, now roaring with laughter. He had his azure armor stolen from him and even had his body blown up, leaving him so ashamed he couldn't show his face. He had previously declared that he would wait for Xianxia in the next great cultivation realm, that if he didn't have a perfect ancient seed, he will definitely decline. This was when Wu Tai would get his revenge. He believed that the chance had come, managed to wait until this day. When he saw how bitter his enemy's circumstances were, he felt incredible joy inside. Lord, just let me. This kind of person who doesn't even have a seed as good as my ancient seed isn't worthy of fighting a decisive battle against you. It is enough if you just leave this to me. The attendant spoke up again. Quite a few people from Immortal Academy began to laugh, feeling incredibly carefree. It was because there were some who previously clashed with Xianxia, and now they completely felt at ease, no longer worried about this opponent. This place immediately became noisy with voices. Why dares bully my bro? Right at this time, an expanse of light appeared in the air. Those were figures appearing one after another. A group of people hurrying over on divine multicolor light. Dong! Dust surged. Those people landed on the ground at the very front of Fatty, his face like buns, dressed in a moon-white Taoist robe. It was precisely Chao Yuxing. At his side was a young lady with long silver hair that shone like a mirror, looking like she was 15 or 16 years of age, her large eyes sparkling and translucent like rubies. It was the little rabbit. The lunar jade rabbit made threatening gestures, widening her large eyes, baring her little teeth as she shouted. "You think you are anything special? Just a stupid attendant, yet you dare challenge Huang? Trash like you. If it were a few years ago, we would have long eaten you already." Behind these two were Chang Gongyan, which Fengwu, Jinggu, Firegold clans, Tengyi, Dragon Girl, and others. Most of these youngsters from the 3,000 provinces chose to enter Sacred Academy, now just arriving. The attendant was annoyed. In these past few years at Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's side, who dared to treat him with disrespect? Everyone was extra careful to be courteous to him, yet today he was berated like this. He felt that this was absolutely intolerable. You all don't understand the height and depths of heaven and earth. What is so special about Huang? I admit that he was strong before, but what is he worth now? He can't even get a seed with some flaw. His accomplishments will definitely be limited. The attendant screamed. Even without merging with a Dao seed, just because he is Huang, he can still kill you with just a finger. The little rabbit cried out, her sparkling white face starting to become a bit red from agitation. Her large eyes were widened until they were round, clearly angered. Exactly. Back then, when Shihao had dominated the word, who knew what hole a brat like you was hiding in? Chao Yuxing shouted. Even though I don't know what happened to Huang in these past 2 years, I believe that a single finger of his can beat you down. A single smile from the witch dazzled all life, possessing an extremely seductive appearance, exceptionally enchanting. She didn't need any reasons to believe Shihao was strong. Correct. A single finger can cripple you. Quite a few cultivators from the 3,000 provinces shouted from behind. Shihao felt a warm feeling. After all this time, these people defended him as soon as they appeared, making him feel warm. The attendant's face fell ashen, truly angered badly. In his opinion, he had never suffered this much humiliation before. He was immediately angered to the extreme, pressing forward and saying, "I want to see who can cripple me with a single finger." The scene became extremely quiet, only his heavy breathing sounding. Everyone's eyes were drawn, because he was already approaching Shihao. "As you wish," Shihao said indifferently. His movements weren't fast, but extremely decisive. He reached out his right hand, his forefinger pointing out. "Just come and try." The attendant sneered. His entire body shone, releasing a type of astonishing precious technique. Purple energy overflowed, engulfing the sky. Shihao's hand enlarged. His speed still not that fast, but it was heavy like a mountain, slowly crushing down, making one feel like they were suffocating. The attendant's pupils contracted. He felt an instinctive feeling that things were not going well. He wanted to avoid, but he discovered that he couldn't do so. After that finger enlarged, it crushed down like a mountain. He couldn't escape no matter what type of secret method he displayed, leaving him horrified. Pong! That finger pressed against his body. The attendant's body released a bone-fracturing noise, his mouth coughing out large amounts of blood. Then his entire body flew out. His chest caved in, other parts also warping, difficult to imagine just how frightening of a strike he received. His entire body seemed like it was going to collapse. It was just a single finger. The attendant flew out, withering like a dried yellow leaf, falling onto the ground. His mouth full of bloody suds, the floor dyed red. One could see that his entire body was twisted irregularly, as if a meteor smashed into him, his body caving in. This was a heavy blow. When Shihao's finger enlarged just now, it was like the monk type of ancient immortal from the last great era, palm transforming the world, ruler of all. A single finger was like a pillar that supported the heavens, casually descending, seriously injuring the powerful attendant. He laid on the ground, unable to crawl back up, already half ruined. The attendant's body was contorting, his limbs twitching, shaking involuntarily. After suffering this type of terrifying strike, he lost all ability to move. It was precisely like how Chao Yuxing, Little Rabbit, Witch, and the others were shouting. A single finger was enough to cripple him. It was as if they were prophesying this truly the result. This place became dead silent, everyone as if fallen under a magical spell. When they saw this scene, they found it difficult to speak. Was this Huang? Just how strong was he now? A single finger was enough to ruin the attendant, make him lose the ability to fight. It was just too shocking. One had to know that this attendant named Zitong wasn't an ordinary person. After following Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, he was allowed to organize and study the scriptures that the Heavenly Monarch normally cultivated. The benefits he obtained unimaginable. It could be said that in the present Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy, the attendant was also a formidable individual, could be said to be a heroic expert. It was precisely under these circumstances that he was still suppressed by a single finger of another, seemingly crippled. Just how frightening was this? It made everyone shiver with fear. When they recalled that this person was Huang, everyone felt like the situation was now grave. A past young king, someone who bore an unmatched attitude, someone who everyone thought declined, ended up returning like this. In that instant, the atmosphere in this place became a bit stifling. Many people didn't believe that he didn't obtain a perfect seed. He definitely encountered some heaven-shocking opportunity. At the same time, there were quite a few people who looked towards that great purple-colored sun, towards the young heavenly monarch. They all wanted to see his reaction. This place was dead silent, the atmosphere a bit suffocating. It was because a battle between young supreme beings might break out soon. Now, even though everyone didn't understand, they wouldn't doubt sure how strength. This was a terrifying king figure, just that they didn't know if he could rank within the supreme beings. Impressive methods, using the true primordial record to break through the methods, transform the decaying into the miraculous. Only those who have read and reread these scriptures, truly understanding, could they have this type of achievements. Lan Xian spoke. Everyone was stunned. From her words learning what kind of wondrous methods sure how used. It was actually the ancient scripture true primordial record. Towards this ancient method, the upper piece was named Divine Guidance, this portion existing in the treasuries of a few top-level ancient great sects, so the successors of the clan had the opportunity to read through them. This was why it wasn't an absolute secret. However, the upper piece Divine Guidance's 10,000 spirit diagram wasn't something that everyone had seen. Back then, Sure How had obtained it from a mysterious altar full of divine bones from the lower realm's western tomb's burial ground. On that place consecrated a golden arm bone, a crystal skull, and a piece of sparkling white bone, 10,000 spirit diagram. Sure How not only cultivated Divine Guidance's characters, he also achieved enlightenment through this diagram. Meanwhile, at his age, those who had access to true primordial records' divine guidance found it difficult to fully comprehend. Only a few old monsters were able to research a bit deeper. Sure How several instances of Tao comprehension all touched upon the true primordial record, already understanding this bone extremely well, his knowledge far deeper than others, reaching an unimaginable level. Right now, he didn't show any expression in response, nor did he say anything. In the sky, that great purple sun finally calmed down a bit. Even though the young heavenly monarch's voice was still calm, it felt even more distant, as if it came from beyond the heavens, giving everyone a chilly and inferior feeling. It is actually the true primordial record. It was rumored that even if one doesn't use precious techniques, only studying this method, if one can comprehend it to the greatest level, it can also fuse all methods, defeat all enemies with the most simple and plain bone texts. It seems like this statement has a bit of reasoning behind it. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch said. Everyone's minds trembled. Was he acknowledging Sure How, praising his accomplishments in this method? Many people had heard that this way wasn't the hardest to get into, the most frightening only later on. If one truly wanted to delve into it, even a few old monsters felt helpless. Just the first piece Divine Guidance already leaving many people stumped. As for the next piece, Transcendence, forget about studying it, just finding it was impossible, unknown where it was. From past until now, not many people had seen it. There were rumors that the Transcendence piece was in Supreme Hall. However, it had already withered away, no longer in existence. Brother Shur, I wish to ask you, did you truly not obtain a perfect seed? Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch asked, his tone serious. The others even more so wanted to know what kind of seed Shur Hao obtained. They were also listening carefully, wanting to get to the bottom of what was going on. Even though Immortal Academy has a precious seed or two left, I heard that they were all prepared for others. I had no chance. Shur Hao replied, saying candidly that he didn't obtain an exceptional Dao seed. When they heard these words, many people were stunned. He didn't have a rare precious seed, yet he still had his present accomplishments. If he did obtain one before, then just how strong would he become? Many people sighed with sorrow and regret, exclaiming in astonishment, but at the same time felt great pity for him. If he never obtained a perfect ancient seed, then regardless of how strong Shur Hao was now, how stunning, he was still destined to be inferior to those young supreme beings. After merging with a perfect seed that was acknowledged by heaven and earth, one would become like the child of the heavens, becoming powerful beyond imagination. Others wouldn't be able to compare at all, impossible to surpass. Did you obtain the ashes of an ancient immortal, and then merge with them? Right at this time, Great Sutuo suddenly spoke. He didn't reveal his true body, just a pure gold alms bowl floating in the air. A voice released from within it. Everyone was stunned. They understood his intentions, because Great Sutuo rose up precisely because of this, obtaining the ashes of an ancient monk, and was thus viewed as the successor of an ancient immortal. Everyone suddenly understood. So it was like this? I have not. Shur Hao replied. This response shattered everyone's suspicions. Right now, everyone was sure that he really had no karma with a perfect seed. With things already developing like this, in the eyes of the powerful, no matter how stunning Shur Hao was, he still wouldn't be able to withstand Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's might. It truly is a pity. With Brother Shur's heaven-warping aptitudes, there was still no perfect Dao seed. It is just too unfortunate, missing out on the greatest glory of one's life. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch shook his head, releasing a voice full of regret from that purple sun. Heavenly Deity Institution students now completely lost hope, but at the same time felt extremely resentful, feeling that Immortal Academy was unfair. How could they abandon Shur Hao, giving the extra seeds to others? Isn't it because of your Immortal Academy's old fellas gave in to selfish desires, disregarding talent, giving the immortal seeds to those long-life family successors that they have special connections to, abandoning Huang? Truly hateful. There were people from Heavenly Deity Institution who protested injustice, speaking these words with anger. As for who those final ancient seeds were gifted to, even now no one knew. There was no confirmation, always remaining a mystery. Immortal Academy is just and impartial. Please watch your mouths. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's voice was no longer calm, becoming severe and cold. Everyone shivered inwardly. They knew that this young Heavenly Monarch came from Immortal Academy. The great Miss Purple Energy Seed was obtained because of an ancient cave opened by Immortal Academy. So how could he tolerate this academy being spoken badly about? It truly is a pity. I originally wished to fight against you to satisfy a desire, but now it seems like you've disappointed me. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch looked down on this place. A few young cultivators sighed. Huang was already powerful enough. Even though he had only taken action simply just now, it shocked many people. However, in Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's opinion, someone who didn't obtain a perfect ancient seed lost the qualifications to face him, not worthy of being his opponent. Even though his tone was calm, this type of arrogance and powerful attitude immediately made many female cultivators' eyes release brilliant multicolored light, deeply feeling a type of innate dominaringus within him. This was how the strong were. This was especially the case when the one he faced was Huang, someone who had previously forged an undefeated legend, his battle accomplishments splendid, yet he could still act like this. This type of decisiveness, domineeringness made him seem even more enchanting to some young ladies. The Heavenly Monarch is extraordinary after all, a supreme being of this age, someone shouted. Those who stood against Shur Hao became even more excited now, hoping for Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch to display his power, Even better if he could take action. Suppress this person that made them feel uneasy. If Master takes action, all enemies will naturally be suppressed. Huang is definitely not your opponent. Even that attendant endured the pain, speaking with a placid expression. As for Jin Jiaoshi behind him, he was extremely nervous, not daring to speak randomly, hiding there. The heavenly monarch is the most powerful, incomparable in this generation. From Immortal Academy, Wu Tai and a few others shouted out, looking at Hao coldly. Truly arrogant. What nonsense, heavenly monarch. I've never heard of such a thing before. The little rabbit was furious, annoyed at their words. Chao Yuxing, Feng Wu, and the others also wanted to retort, but they felt like this young heavenly monarch was high up above, indeed having the strength to look down on the world. If they went against him, if he fought a great battle against Hao, would it be a good thing? They were fearful that Hao would be defeated and heavily injured. Back then, when Hao was at the very top, how come we didn't see all of you bad characters? Now all of you feel like you are unmatched, as if you are all supreme beings, ridiculously arrogant. Truly shameless. The lunar jade rabbit grinded her teeth, continuing to mock them. Chi. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch pointed out, a pill flying out, entering the attendant's mouth. It turned into a wave of heat, rushing towards his limbs and bones, healing his injuries. This was a divine pill refined from the most precious medicinal ingredients, the main medicine, naturally divine medicine that could bring one back from the brink of death. It immediately displayed its effects, the attendant's body shining, a wave of heat surging, connecting his muscles and bones. Soon afterwards, he stood up. Master, please take action. Huang is too arrogant. Humiliating me like this is also a type of disrespect towards your distinguished self, the attendant beseeched. His teeth were clenched when he looked at Hao, now hoping that Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch would suppress this person. Shut up and withdraw. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch berated. Didn't you want to fight me? Hao asked. In this present cultivation realm, there is no need. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch said indifferently, a bit cold. It was as if there was a great distance between them, sounding even more arrogant. It was because it was just like he said. For those without perfect seeds, he felt that it was beneath him to view them as opponents. The corners of Hao's lips curled up, carrying a faint smile. How will you know without giving it a try? Fine. Suddenly, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch responded like this, leaving everyone a bit surprised. Wasn't it beneath him to fight? Why did he suddenly agree? I know that you are powerful in the heavenly deity realm. Then how about the two of us just fight in the heavenly deity realm? Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch said. Everyone was first stupefied. He was not an ordinary person after all, full of confidence. He was actually going to fight Hao like this. One had to understand that Huang was too splendid in the heavenly deity realm. Unstoppable, never suffering a defeat, intimidating the heavenly talents of all clans. Now, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch actually wanted to fight him in the heavenly deity realm. Just how confident and domineering was this? He wanted to decide victory and defeat in this manner. Many female cultivators immediately became excited, a few even screaming out. They felt that Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was decisive and powerful, truly like the monarch of a generation, daring to face an enemy in their most powerful aspect. Heavenly Monarch will definitely win. Difficult for you to face a defeat under the sky. Several young ladies who had good opinions of him shouted with excitement. A purple sun suspended in the air, divine flames surging, purple energy released by the thousands and tens of thousands of streaks, covering the void. Heavenly Monarch is unmatched, shattering all legends. Many people shouted out. They looked towards that purple heavenly sun. Among these people, many were young women, no lack of pearls from great clans. They shouted loudly for Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, extremely excited. There were also some men, for example Wu Tai, who had a sneer at the corner of his lips. He was full of expectation, really wanting to see the scene of Huang's defeat. He suffered a great defeat in Realm Tomb, having the azure armor seized, nursing hatred until now. constantly thinking about revenge and how to erase his humiliation. The attendant also shouted with a shrill voice, "Master, you definitely have to suppress him. What Huang, what undefeated legend. What does this all count as? Once Master steps out, he will inevitably die." Jin Jiaoshi widened his eyes, his golden pupils releasing deep divine light. He was quite stirred up. If Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch suppressed Shi Hao, then he would be completely at ease. He also released a low roar. At this moment, this place became noisy, becoming incredibly lively. Many experts hurried over. The great purple sun moved slowly. When it was not that far from Shi Hao, only then did it stop moving. The indistinct figure within released matchless divine might. Great mist purple energy seed. Known to be unmatched through immortal ancient. All those who have merged with this seed in history were the strongest in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Absolutely stunning. There were too many legends related to it. Right now, all eyes were staring at that great purple sun in the air. All of their heads raised, feeling great respect and reverence. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch became the focal point, standing in the air, his blurry figure like an unrivaled immortal, matchless under the sky, overlooking the masses. The great purple sun around him released terrifying flames of light that flourished with increasing brilliance. A few people were trembling, couldn't help but bow down in worship. It was because the radiance that great purple sun released formed ripples that undulated out, making many powerful individuals tremble with fear, their souls even pounding. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shi Hao stood there calmly, the corners of his clothes fluttering in the wind, somewhat weak-looking, a bit cold and cheerless. It was as if there was an aloof aura to him, but he just looked like he was missing some dominaringus. Right now, everyone's eyes were concentrated on the large purple sun, staring at that heavenly monarch. Aside from Chao Yuxing, Chang Gongyan, Little Rabbit, and others, there weren't many who were paying attention to Shi Hao. It was because the crowd already reached the final conclusion that Huang was definitely going to be defeated today. Even if he used to be glorious and unmatched, he would soon become a stepping stone for Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch. A few people sighed, feeling regret for him. Huang's legendary reputation might be completely destroyed today. There were some whose lips curled into a sneer, waiting for the moment when he was humiliated and defeated to arrive. For example, Wu Tai, the attendant, Jin Jiaoshi, and others. Come then, a battle at the heavenly deity realm. Huang, let me see just how strong you were before, if you deserved your reputation. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's voice was cold, ruthless, making one feel a wave of pressure. Shi Hao. From behind him, the Lunar Jade Rabbit, Chao Yuxing, Feng Wu, and the others all revealed looks of worry. Even if it was a confrontation at the heavenly deity level, it was still difficult to say what would happen. It was because after the other party merged with a perfect seed, his body underwent a comprehensive evolution, crushing the heavenly deity realm. Meanwhile, the inner quality of his body remained the same. Don't worry, Shi Hao laughed towards them. He began to move forward, facing that great purple sun. Finally, it was about to start. Everyone felt extremely nervous, a few eyes starting to look towards Shi Hao. He actually dares to face the enemy head-on? On Immortal Academy's side, a few people said, the words quite stinging. I mean this is Huang we are talking about, someone who used to be the young supreme being of a generation, so how could he feel no shame and just withdraw? He has to fight to the end no matter what. Wu Tai said, taking delight in his disaster. He finally waited until this moment, really wishing to see the scene of Shi Hao's miserable defeat. No one thought that things were going to end well for Shi Hao. Regardless of whether it was Immortal Academy's people who were hostile towards him, or those who were unrelated, they all felt that after Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch merged with the Tao Seed, he was unmatched regardless of what cultivation realm he was in. Truly is a pity. He had his time of glory before as well, but he is going to quietly fall just like this. Even the somewhat timid Jin Jiaoshi began to speak up, feeling extremely excited. There's nothing to worry about at all. Now that Master is taking action, no one can stop him. From here on out, Huang is definitely going to be knocked down from his pedestal. The attendant sneered. Hong. Right at this time, a loud noise sounded. Everyone closed their mouths, because a wave of great Tao energy flowed about, leaving everyone greatly alarmed. They all felt uneasy inside. The large purple sun slowly moved about, as if it had existed for an endless amount of time, as if it slowly moved over from the depths of the cosmos stellar stream, descending into the world of mortals. This was produced by great mist purple energy. It was incredible ancient to begin with, the years impossible to measure. At this moment, it wrapped around purple sun heavenly monarch, carrying mysterious Tao laws. It rumbled down, crushing down towards Shihao. This time, auspicious energy overflowed, purple energy released in 10,000 streaks. It was as if the mountains and rivers were roaring, the sounds world shaking. The scene here was shocking to the extreme. Was this even power at the heavenly deity level? Everyone's minds trembled. This power even more frightening than some sect masters. How was one supposed to face this? It was simply like the roar of an undying being. Dong! Right at this time, Shihao moved, slowly pushing into the void. The purple energy that covered heaven and earth began to surge within his palm, releasing the sounds of wind and thunder. The purple energy that swept towards him scattered, unable to approach his body. Everyone's eyes narrowed. In the heavenly deity realm, Huang had unmatched style after all. Was not even the current purple sun heavenly monarch able to deal with him? If nothing unexpected happened, the two of us would not have crossed each other. No chance of clashing. But I always wanted to have a look at you in your most glorious time, what you really were like. Purple sun heavenly monarch said. His meaning was clear. If nothing unexpected happened, then in the sect master level, he felt that it was beneath him to cross hands with Shihao. It was because the other party lost the qualifications to become his opponent. Right now, his hands and feet were bound. Only by restricting his cultivation to the heavenly deity realm could the two barely be a match. You are too self-confident, Shihao said with an ordinary tone. He only had this sentence, not refuting anything. Huang, you should just do your best. I hope you don't disappoint me. Purple sun heavenly monarch shouted, his voice like thunder in summer, deafening. Then he dove down. In that instant, the sun and moon lost luster, the mountains and rivers losing color. This world began to rumble about, the void rupturing open. The large sun created by the great mist-purple energy surrounded him. He quickly swooped down, as if the stars from outer space were smashing downwards, bringing a type of incomparable might and pressure. Hong Long. Purple light covered the sky. The world was submerged within. Terrifying energy surged like a sea. This was a type of unmatched great power that couldn't be changed, able to suppress all. Everyone was stunned. Was this the true strength of Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch? He was just about unmatched in the heavenly deity realm. If he wasn't suppressed, just how astonishing would he be? The powerful all saw that the figure below was drowned in purple energy, almost no longer visible. That was Huang. He looked extremely frail, extremely delicate, making others sympathize with him. Was it going to end just like this? It was because Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's might was too strong, several times more frightening than the 9 netherworlds Shihao faced in the past. In Chao Yuxing's eyes, this simply left one in despair. The lunar jade rabbit, Feng Wu, and the others' faces were pale. They were already extremely worried before, but now they felt even more like Shihao was most likely finished, that there was danger to his life. I just knew that Huang was not good enough now. He isn't worth anything. He'll be captured by Master soon. The attendant laughed loudly. Heh Huang. Turns out there's a day when even you will be like this. Do you see now? Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch strength is several times greater than yours back then. You're not good enough. Wu Tai laughed, feeling extremely carefree. This is only the beginning. But is it already going to end? Someone laughed loudly. The purple sun released strand after strand of divine multicolored light, tearing through everything below, gradually submerging everything. At first, that place was still calm, but later on, everyone felt that something wasn't right. Why was it that, after that purple sun descended, it still surrounded that area, couldn't truly blast it to pieces? Sure enough, the oppression was broken through. A tall and slender figure produced a fist imprint below the purple sun, and then, with tremendous strength, smashed it into that great purple sun. Then, the auspicious energy and purple energy couldn't cover that area anymore. Completely blasted through. Hong! In the end, a streak of thunder tore through the void, shattering heaven and earth, erupting. Dong! The figure below the purple sun appeared. Hao was still delicate and handsome, looking otherworldly, but when he took action, it was extremely domineering. That fist looked simple and ordinary, not releasing light, but it smashed the great purple sun until it shook, about to fall apart. Everyone was horrified, this place immediately becoming dead silent. So quiet a falling pin drop could be heard. What was going on? Just now, they still saw purple sun heavenly monarch stirring the divine sun, pressuring Hao, but in the blink of an eye, everything changed. That great sun even smashed to pieces. The ones who were still mocking and speaking coldly all shut their mouths, feeling a wave of chilliness run through their minds. Every single one of them stopped talking. Even the attendant closed his mouth, watching nervously. Wu Tai even more so looked like a duck with its throat cut, his voice coming to a grunting stop. There were others that shivered inwardly as well. Huang was even stronger than before. They were both in the heavenly deity realm, but he was even more formidable than before. Many people felt great waves stir within them, their thoughts all over the place. When they looked at Hao, none of them knew what to say. This person who used to be a supreme being was too pitiful. Why didn't he obtain an ancient seed? Even if the other geniuses were making progress, transforming after obtaining precious seeds, advancing rapidly, Huang still didn't fall behind, still possessing world-shaking aptitude in the heavenly deity realm. Dong! Another great noise sounded. Hao moved his arms, like a Kuan Pong spreading its wings. He released incomparable might, shaking up the entire place. He blasted that purple great sun until it cracked apart, and then rushed into midair. Shwa! The great sun cracked apart, turning into tens of thousands of streaks of purple energy. Auspicious energy surging, filling up heaven and earth. They all entered the body of purple sun heavenly monarch who was standing in midair. I said I won't use the power of a higher cultivation realm, so this purple energy can't be used, only affecting my battle. I will put it away, purple sun heavenly monarch said. At this moment, all of the purple energy was withdrawn, but his true appearance still couldn't be seen, because it was surrounded by sparkling purple light, even his face indistinct. However, everyone could already see his body, tall and straight, purple hair scattering down, eyes like cold streaks of lightning. He was extremely handsome and heroic in appearance, possessing a type of peerless domineeringness. He was different from before when he was talking calmly. His appearance now grand and imposing, domineering and powerful. Huang, come and fight. Do not disappoint me. Purple sun heavenly monarch dove back down. Hong. Immediately afterwards, everyone felt as if lightning tangled about them, thunder rumbling. This place was covered in electrical light, the energy terrifying. When purple sun heavenly monarch took action, it was like thunder, fast like lightning, instantly exchanging 1,000 blows with Hao. This type of scene was horrifying. One could see that his entire body was wrapped within purple light, brilliant and world-shocking, as if a comet was flying through the air each time he moved. Behind him appeared an extremely terrifying purple Qilin, as if it was going to obliterate the world. Its roar ran through heaven and earth, massive body even larger than a mountain peak, towering into the clouds. That type of aura made it hard for everyone to breathe. Everyone was astonishing. This was the Qilin precious technique. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch immediately displayed one of the vicious 10 precious techniques. One could imagine just how great his family's background and resources were. His attacks were bold and powerful, the Qilin fist world-shocking. Hao's entire body shone, becoming resplendent for the first time, as if he was turning into a Kuan Peng. He similarly confronted his opponent with a vicious 10 precious technique. Hong! A Peng bird spread its wings at the skies, tearing apart the heavens, its cry making mountains collapse and seas roar. Incomparable, dominating all. Right now, Hao was like a demon lord. His body covered the sky, possessing a type of unequaled great might. Everyone finally became frightened. This Huang was even more terrifying than what they had imagined, truly immeasurable. The aura he released could simply directly face Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's power. Oh! The Qilin released a long roar, its body even larger than a mountain peak, towering between heaven and earth. Purple light rushed in all directions, the Qilin's massive body filling up this entire world, sinister and terrifying. Hong! The Qilin's great claw slapped towards the Kuan Peng, the void in that area directly exploding. Many large black cracks covering that area, the heavens shattering. The Kuan Peng released a long cry, shooting straight up, as if it was going to break into outer space, instantly traveling. Who knew how many Li Shihao didn't cower back, instead attacking head-on, facing the opponent just like that. Dong! The two clashed together, Qilin claw facing Kuan Peng claw, space itself shattering. The mountainous purple Qilin roared, scattering the cloud layer that filled the sky, lightning hacking down. Its enormous body towered there, expression incredibly cold and ruthless. Then it dove at the Kuan Peng, wishing to fight him to the death. In that instant, the Kuan Peng's wings struck out, black and gold colors swirling, yin and yang emerging. When they made contact, primal chaos light erupted. Peng! The Qilin was seriously injured, blood flowing out from the corners of its mouth, flying out. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was also injured as a result, greatly shaken up, his body also blown back. Hao moved his arms, turning into a Kuan Peng, immediately diving over. The two began to fight a life and death struggle. Oh! A roar sounded from the void. The purple Qilin tore viciously at the Kuan Peng, tangling together, blood immediately splashing out, collapsing the void. They were fighting a great intense battle, instantly reaching its climax. Moreover, the two individual speeds were too fast, instantly exchanging over 100 blows. That was why, even though not much time had passed, the rate at which they clashed was shockingly frightening. Pooh! The Qilin released a mournful wail, blood surging. One of its horns was forcibly broken by a Kuan Peng claw, falling together with large amounts of blood. Even though these were produced by precious techniques, they would still affect the user's body. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's body was shaken up greatly, blood flowing from the space between his brows. He suffered an extremely terrifying backlash. He staggered backwards. How could it be like this? He was actually injured by Huang. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's expression suddenly changed greatly. He actually lost. For someone who believed himself to be unmatched, without equal, number one in the younger generation under the sky, this was unacceptable. The others were also petrified. No one expected this to be the result. The space between Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's brows was dyed with blood. He was already injured. Oh! A world-shaking great roar sounded. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's body expanded, turning into a divine bird. Purple-colored feathers shone magnificently, plume feathers even longer than a mountain range. This was a purple phoenix, incredibly large, every feather as grand and magnificent as a mountain ridge. Its entire body was swirling with luster, purple multicolored light resplendent, extremely dazzling. Everyone was moved, incomparably shocked. True Phoenix precious technique, someone shouted in alarm. When this type of formidable divine ability was displayed, who could contend against it? In everyone's heart, the true dragon and true phoenix were world-shaking, impossible to win against. There was reasoning behind this. Hong! Now that the purple-colored true phoenix appeared, heaven and earth lost color, wind and clouds changing, exceptionally frightening. Rumbling thunder suddenly appeared, descending on its own. Hao was still a human-shaped Kuan Peng, resisting the other overlord of the vicious birds. Kuan Peng confronting true phoenix. Qi! The two individuals turned into streaks of lightning, clashing with extreme speed. In that instant, brilliant divine light erupted, engulfing the heavens above and the earth below, impossible to stare straight at. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Crazy winds howled about. The world overflowed with waves of blood, feathers falling from time to time, sticky with blood. The two immortal bird overlords were tearing at each other intensely, competing ferociously. This was a great intense battle, one that was incomparably bitter. Oh! It was clearly a purple phoenix, but it released the roar of a beast from its mouth, leaving everyone shaken to the point where their chi and blood were surging, some even coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. This purple phoenix quickly enlarged, instantly towering in the heavens, as if it was going to enter outer space. It was giant beyond belief, and then it opened its mouth, directly swallowing the Kuan Peng. One had to bear in mind that the Kuan Peng was who knew how many times larger than a mountain peak, but it was still swallowed in one mouthful right now. This was the power of the phoenix bird, matchless and domineering. It was going to devour and refine its opponent. Everyone's hearts were pounding as they watched this, all of them stupefied. However, before the attendant released a cheer, right at that time, the purple phoenix's stomach swelled, and then a thunderous noise sounded. In the end, it exploded. Light shone resplendently there, extremely blinding. A human shape Kuan Peng emerged. Sure how formed a fist imprint, the power unstoppable. Regardless of whether it was the phoenix feathers or phoenix bone texts, nothing could stop him. Peng! He tore open the true phoenix's stomach with an unmatched fist imprint, breaking free. Even though this wasn't Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's real stomach, it still inflicted serious damage. The phoenix bird shrunk in size, revealing his true body. Then, he flew outwards. Peng! Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was struck flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood, falling headfirst in the distance. This was a world-shaking great battle. No one was able to count just how many moves were exchanged, because their speeds were too fast. Was it going to end just like this? Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch stood up, his face cold, wishing to keep fighting. However, he clenched his teeth, not continuing in the end. Those people who originally planned to cheer were all silent, all of them dumbstruck and at a loss for words. There was actually this type of result. Still want to fight? Sure how asked. When this sentence sounded, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's brows stood up vertically, his fists tightly clenched. As for the others, they didn't know what to say. The ones who were speaking against Sure how all had their mouths tightly shut, finding it difficult to open them. Heh ha ha. The little rabbit was the first one to laugh, moreover an extremely unbridled great laughter. Then, Chao Yuxing and the others all began to laugh one after another. This laughter extremely ear-piercing in the ears of everyone from Immortal Academy. Haha, we won. Huang has achieved a great victory. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch is not a match for my Heavenly Deity Institution's Huang. Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples shouted loudly, feeling incredibly excited. You all should act less complacent. What can this battle count as? The attendant cried out. He found this result extremely hard to accept. What is there to laugh about? Wu Tai was also annoyed, expressing his annoyance, roaring loudly. Peng! Sure how took action. Still a finger, quickly enlarging, crushing down on the attendant's body, snapping his bones and tearing apart his muscles. He flew outwards, half crippled once more. You? The attendant was shocked and furious. Large mouthfuls of blood coughed out from his mouth. He glared out angrily, but Sure how felt that it was beneath him to pay this person any more attention, directly sending him flying with another kick. He took action like this in front of Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's face, not showing any mercy, making the attendant's muscles and arteries snap, leaving everyone shocked. Noisy! Sure how only had this word to say. Peng! Then Sure how formed a fist imprint. With a single strike, Wu Tai was blasted until his bones broke inch by inch. He flew outwards, almost turning into a bloody paste. He couldn't avoid this strike at all. Also you, come over. Let me have a taste of golden-horned rhinoceros. Sure how chased after the distant Jin Jiaoxi, leaving it absolutely terrified. Everyone was stupefied. Huang didn't feel any misgivings, acting so unrestrained right in front of Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's face, not caring about his presence at all. No one expected Sure how to win. Defeating Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch. Still not going to come? Sure how looked towards the golden-horned rhinoceros with disdain. His voice not loud, just like how it was not too long ago. However, in everyone's ears it was completely different. Huang achieved a great victory. Right now, even though he still looked calm and carefree, he gave others an extremely oppressive feeling. No one dared ignore his words, all of them paying close attention. Jin Jiaoxi's entire body turned cold, his scalp numb, fine hairs standing on end. That calm voice crashed down on his ears like lightning, leaving him so shaken he almost fell onto the ground. How could it be like this? Huang won. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was defeated. This result left everyone stupefied, never expecting things would end like this. Do you want me to say it a third time? Sure how turned around, his eyes releasing sharp electrical light, his pupils deep, his entire being looking incredibly ferocious. This place immediately became quiet, the quiet gossip and muttering disappearing. Everyone's minds were jumping. Quite a few people were staring at Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch who was not too far out. Will he interfere? One had to understand that Huang was but someone who did things his way, disregarding any opponents, not caring about what anyone thought. He did whatever he wanted. This was a type of low-profile might. Huang Great One, please forgive my rudeness. I do not dare act like this ever again. Jin Jiaoxi was scared, bracing himself and walking forward, his legs shaking, trembling uncontrollably. He lowered his head towards Sure Hao, using a humble voice to plead for forgiveness. Right now, he felt incomparable regret, as if he had his own mouth slapped a few times. Not long ago, why didn't he obediently wait for the result? He just had to add a few lines, mocking and ridiculing Huang. Now, it was time for retribution. Huang won, completely different from what he had thought. Now, Huang said that he wanted to have a taste of him. For him, this was just too horrifying. The glorious genius of a generation who had risen up to sect master level was actually treated like food. This was especially the case when he recalled the various rumors he heard about Huang. He couldn't help but picture himself propped up on an open fire and roasted until his flesh was golden, almost making Jin Jiaoxi fall on the spot. He became more and more fearful, because Huang was but a habitual criminal, eating non-human enemies more than once. For the golden-horned rhinoceros, this was simply a frightening great demon king. Just now, you were taking joy in the disaster of others, hoping that I would be killed immediately. Now that you are asking for forgiveness, isn't this change of attitude just a bit too fast? Sure Hao swept out a glance. Great One, please forgive me. I don't dare do such a thing again. Jin Jiaoxi's legs and stomach were trembling, continuously shaking. It was because he discovered that the situation was extremely bad. Huang was so cold, clearly wishing to eat him. Take it all off. Take it off. I mean, eat everything. Right at this time, the lunar jade rabbit shouted. She looked pure, her long silver hair sparkling. In her teens, her large eyes red like gemstones, looking like she was carved from jade, like a porcelain doll, extremely beautiful. However, when she cried out noisily like this right now, she was like a little fiend, directly frightening Jin Jiaoxi until he sat down on the ground, his entire body cold, truly frightened badly. Do you think that after mocking and provoking Huang, just a simple apology would fix everything? No matter what, we have to let us get a taste, right? Chao Yuxing and the others were also smiling, speaking up one after the other. Great One, save me. Jin Jiaoxi looked towards Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, as if he was grabbing towards the last straw. Dao brother, where it is possible, one should let others off. It is nothing more than a bit of offense. Is there a need to be so overbearing? Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch finally spoke up. Everyone had been paying attention the entire time, waiting for him to step out, see how he would act. After all, Huang first crippled his attendant, then suppressed Wu Tai and Jin Jiaoxi before his face, not giving him any face. In that instant, the atmosphere was grave. Everyone held their breaths, quietly watching from the sidelines, seeing how things were going to develop. The way you speak really is light and easy, but if it was others who continuously buzzed around you, scolding you, wishing you were dead, wouldn't you just slap them to death with a single palm? Sure how calmly responded. He then continued, I am quite benevolent, not willing to take lives, just wanting a bit of rhinoceros meat to taste. Jin Jiaoxi was both scared and speechless. Did Huang really see him as a moving piece of meat? He was a demon king after all. When the others looked at Huang, the expressions in their eyes were strange, feeling like they couldn't provoke him. Otherwise, they would become living fresh food. Dao brother, please do not be unreasonable. Could you not forgive him? Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch said with a cold tone, purple light emerging from his skin, sparkling and translucent. There were strand after strand of purple energy that wrapped around his body, hazy and brilliant. You make it sound so easy. Why didn't I see you stop him when he was being so rude towards me? Now, you want to display some noble and unquestionable integrity. Sure how mocked, saying, you already lost. If I were you, I would choose to back up, not say a single thing. As a loser, you should just obediently stay off to the side. When he spoke up to hear, Sure how took steps forward, his large eyes bright, his appearance delicate and handsome, temperament otherworldly. He arrived at the center of this place, calmly sweeping his eyes around him. This type of stance completely disregarded Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch. The words were too direct, not tactful at all. Together with his indifferent appearance, it was as if there was a type of powerful and unfettered aura within his peacefulness. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's face flushed with waves of green and red. There had never been someone who looked down on him like this, actually not placing him in their eyes at all, calling him a loser in front of everyone's faces. What kind of humiliation was this? He felt like his face was becoming heated, finding himself in an awkward situation. In the past, he had never thought that he would be defeated by another. He never expected to be berated by another like this, ridiculed directly as a loser. Huang really was too direct. Are you forcing me to take action? To fight another battle? Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's voice was hoarse, a wave of anger surging within him. In his eyes, this was challenging his dignity, stepping on his bottom line. Qi, Sure how seemed to not be affected by the severity of the situation at all, instead giving off a wave of pressure, making everyone become even more quiet, no one daring to rashly say anything out of fear that he would misunderstand. It was because a great storm might erupt at any time. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's mind was surging with anger. His intent was extremely clear. If the other party wasn't tactful enough, he would use power at an even higher cultivation realm. This was a type of threat, even more so a type of warning. However, the other party didn't seem to have heard him at all, continuing to look down on him with the stance of a victor, carrying a hint of indifference and contempt. Correct, it was precisely contempt, arrogance, and self-confidence. The other party's head was raised high, looking down on him, facing him with this type of high stance. Great waves surged within Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's mind, purple energy divine light surging, finding this a bit intolerable. How could there be anyone who dared look down on him? This was too crazy. The others were also a bit speechless. Did Huang really not understand his intentions? Of course, there were some who were shocked. Was Huang not scared? He was extremely direct, incomparably powerful, facing Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch head-on. Was this challenging him head-on? Could it be that Huang really dared to fight another round? Was he bluffing, purposely looking powerful, or did he have that type of strength? You are forcing me to take action, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch said coldly. His voice not loud, but it had a type of terrifying forcefulness. Do you think you are anything special? If you want to take action, then come at me. After losing to me once, I don't mind defeating you once more. In the heavenly deity realm, you are far too lacking. Wu, for people like you who are sore losers, I feel like defeating you a few more times will make you gradually understand. Xianxia said absent-mindedly. The more he spoke like this, the more Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's face fell. Fortunately, his skin was covered in purple multicolored light, so others couldn't see this. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch really began to suspect whether Xianxia understood his intent, or if this fellow was just bluffing, purposely looking down on him. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's face completely sunk. Regardless, he wanted to teach Xianxia a lesson. However, at this time, when he inadvertently turned around, he saw Lanxian, Qigu, and the others. They were at the same level as him, all known as supreme beings. Right now, their expressions were all different, a bit strange. In that instant, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch calmed down, but he still felt great anger inside. It was because those people were inwardly mocking him. This type of great defeat could be considered a great shame. Moreover, he really did seem to look like someone who couldn't take a loss, wishing to fight again. If news of this got out, it definitely wouldn't sound good, instead tarnish his name. He was someone who cared about his face. In the end, he endured his rage and coldly said, "Fine. Consider it my defeat this time. Unfortunately, it will be difficult for us to ever cross hands again, or else I will let you understand the might of the great mist purple energy seed." This was arrogance as well as a threat, also a type of anger. He was using these to seek consolation. After losing, you still know some sense of propriety, knowing how to act. Xianxia said while walking forward. He stood at the center of this place, as if he was looking down on everything under the sky. This was an undisguised disdain, even more so a type of frivolousness. Did Huang understand Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's words or not? He actually had this type of response, reacting like this. "You still aren't stepping down?" Xianxia shouted, berating Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch in front of everyone's faces. He stood with his head raised high, standing at the center of everyone, becoming the focal point of attention. Everyone was stupefied, remaining silent. It was because right now the situation was completely turned on its head. "Jin Jiaoxi, come with me." Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was furious. He decided that he was going to take action regardless of the price, randomly using Jin Jiaoxi as the reason. However, Jin Jiaoxi's reaction exceeded his expectations, directly lowering his head towards Xianxia and saying with a trembling voice, "As long as you leave me with my life, I am willing to receive my punishment." "Woo!" Xianxia nodded. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's hair stood on end, his teeth almost shattering from being grinded. This thing was just too disappointing, actually completely giving in at this crucial point. All right, move to the side for now." Xianxia nodded. Then, he looked towards Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, saying, "Do you still need something else? If not, just leave." Everyone was stunned. This result, what could they even say? Only, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's face turned green and red, almost erupting into violence. He truly felt an unendurable humiliation. "Huang, what are you acting all arrogant for? You merely won over my master in the heavenly deity realm. If it was a higher cultivation realm, you are nothing. The great mist purple energy seed will crush you to death. There is no hope for you in this life." In the distance, the attendant stood up with difficulty, half his body in tatters, unknown just how many of his bones were broken. "You really are of the same sort as roaches, vitality quite strong." Xianxia's face fell. With a light kick, a hong sound rang out, the ground starting to shake. The attendant was shaken up, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood, his entire body bloody, about to explode. At the crucial moment, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch protected him, or else he would have definitely turned into bloody mist. "What is the meaning of this? You took action in front of me again and again. Do you really think I am someone who is that patient? If you want to be crippled, you can take action and see what happens." Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch said coldly, becoming completely different from before. "You aren't worth shit. We can fight in any cultivation realm you want. If I can defeat you once, then I can defeat you 10, 100 times." Xianxia replied with a loud voice. Suddenly, the mud pool shone, faint multicolored brilliance pervading the air, divine to the extreme. making everyone feel as if they were bathing in autumn winds. It was extremely comfortable. And Lan Xian, Qi Gu, and Great Su Tua all landed there, appearing in the mud pool. Even Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's body flashed, rushing forward. They wanted to fight over the immortal treasury. At this moment, Hao also moved, his figure like a phantom, like an illusion, leaving behind afterimages, directly appearing at the center of the mud pool. You also dare come? The four great experts stared at him. Qi Gu, Great Su Tua, Lan Xian, and Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch each occupied a side, while Hao stood at the very center. You are extremely strong, defeating even Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch in the Heavenly Deity realm. However, if you want to fight at a higher level, you are still a bit lacking. This isn't a place you can come to, someone said coldly. It was clear that the four great experts didn't see him as someone who could compete against them over the immortal treasury. Hao laughed loudly and said, "Today, I am precisely going to enter this immortal cave, wishing to take a look. What are you all going to do about it?" His voice rumbled like thunder, shaking up all directions, making many people's blood surge chaotically, almost falling on the ground. Right now, there was a great wave of power to Hao's presence, as well as a type of contempt. He didn't fear the four great supreme beings, not minding it at all even if he was surrounded at the center. You really are quite bold. There is no place for you here, someone shouted. What do you count as? I want to see who dares stop me. Hao shouted, his voice cold and intimidating. The strong were all stunned. Previously, Huang was facing Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch alone. But now, he immediately faced four great supreme beings at the same time. The mud pool split apart. Muddy water surged, strand after strand of immortal energy appearing below. The immortal cave was about to open. Hao stood at the very center, occupying advantageous terrain, ready to barge in at any time. This naturally left the four individuals dissatisfied. Not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, do you think that just because you are special in the heavenly deity realm, you can come here and stir up trouble? Someone said coldly, I am standing right here, so what about it? If you don't want to accept it, then just drag yourself over and fight me. Hao said coldly. Right now, all pretense had been torn apart. A great battle inevitable. This would be a great confrontation between Huang and these supreme beings. However, would he be able to hold on? Everyone had their doubts. Being strong in the heavenly deity realm didn't mean that he could remain unmatched at a higher cultivation realm. Are you certain that you wish to compete against us? Suddenly, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch laughed, actually changing from the anger before, calming his rage. So what if I do? Hao was indifferent. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch looked at the other three and said, How do the other Dao friends feel? Does he have the qualifications to compete with us over who is superior or inferior? What does he count as? Just chase him away and that's that. Someone berated with divine will, unknown which of them it was that spoke. It was because the voice passed through the void, surging through this mud pool. Do you see? You are nothing. Just hurry and leave. Don't overestimate yourself. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch had a smile on his face, but his voice was even colder. This was done to drag the other three great supreme beings in and simultaneously display hostility against Huang, making him have no path of life. Others couldn't save him even if they wanted to. It was because doing so would risk simultaneously offending for great supreme beings. One should know a sense of propriety. Do not forget your own weight. It's better if you just leave sooner, someone said with a deep and cold voice. Hao suddenly turned around, looking towards that pure gold alms bowl. It belonged to Great Su Tua. Everyone had their suspicions. Could it be that it was Great Su Tua who was speaking this entire time? You want to stay behind? You'll have to take responsibility for the consequences. At the same time, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch said coldly, extremely forceful. And what are you going to do about it? Hao opposed with equal harshness, his temperament changing greatly, no longer being indifferent and carefree, now looking down on the four great supreme beings. Fine. Since you are courting death, we will help you accomplish your goal. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch surged with killing intent, long wishing to make an all-out effort, using power of a higher cultivation realm. Together with the fact that the other three supreme beings were also stirred up, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch felt that it would be difficult for Huang to escape, unable to run no matter what kind of secret method he had. Void Dao Realm, harmonizing with the Dao, using the perfect seed as an intermediary to touch the great Dao. You will never understand the grandness of this, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch said. Void Dao Realm was above the heavenly deity realm, intimate with the great Dao, harmonizing with it, allowing one to sense the intricate reasonings of heaven and earth. It was the first time one would make contact with the Dao comprehensively. One would often even feel the illusion that they themselves turned into the great Dao. Those who were in this cultivation realm could normally establish sects, become sect masters. Of course, not every sect master was in this realm because sect master was a title, not some definite cultivation realm, just that most sect masters were in this realm. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch erupted, his entire body flourishing with brilliant purple light like a sun, dazzling and resplendent, making it hard for others to open their eyes. Purple energy was originally auspicious, but right now, there was killing intent that pervaded the air. Xianxia sneered. He only had a few words for them, saying, "All will be defeated." This was not the time to act low profile, because the mud pool was currently fluctuating intensely. The entrance might appear at any time. The dense immortal mist rising from below was becoming more and more rich. After using the body as a seed succeeded, Xianxia didn't even know himself how strong he was. Now that there were 4 supreme beings before him, this was the best opportunity to test things out. Lan Xian revealed a faint smile, saying, "Huang, you are extremely strong. Indeed, extremely unordinary. However, the Void Dao realm is different. If you didn't merge with a perfect seed, it is better if you leave a bit sooner to avoid bringing a disaster onto yourself." She was extremely beautiful, her face sparkling white like jade, as if she was a masterpiece of heaven, difficult to pick out any flaws. Her pair of sapphire-like eyes were full of spirituality. Long blue hair scattered down, a blue dress moving with the wind. As she stood there, she was like a solitary immortal riding the wind. Is that so? So it turns out that the Void Dao realm needs a so-called Dao seed. The corners of Xianxia's lips carried a cold smile. He became serious, saying, "This is heavenly deity institution. The immortal manor belongs to this place. What qualifications do you all have to fight over it and exclude me? If you don't leave, you might take a beating, you know?" Lan Xian was rather carefree, teasing Xianxia. She had an easygoing appearance, not treating this like a big deal. "I am someone without too many hobbies. Just enjoy eating. May I ask what race you are from? My second fondness is to carry back female fatties back home. Don't provoke me." Xianxia stared at this blue-clad fairy. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. This person dared to speak to Lan Xian like this. Towards the first thing he said, Lan Xian could still disregard it, but she was too sensitive towards the word fatty. She grinded her teeth, saying, "Not able to see goodwill, you'll see what happens. You thing who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, suppress." That deep and cold voice sounded again. This time, Xianxia turned around to look towards that alms bowl again, starting at Great Sutuo. Right now, Great Sutuo's true body already appeared. Standing there, Buddhist energy surging, sacred radiance spreading, preventing one from directly looking at him. This was a person with an ordinary appearance. His skin wax yellow, as if a layer of golden paper was covered the surface. His figure was dried up and wrinkled, his hands together, eyes closed, quietly chanting scriptures. So this was Great Sutuo? Everyone was shocked, many people seeing him for the first time. He was extremely ordinary. Apart from his skin color, there wasn't anything exceptional about him. However, he obtained the ashes of an immortal monk, merging it into himself. So he was destined to take a path that exceeded the imagination of ordinary people, perhaps achieving long life. It isn't this poor monk who spoke. It has always been this evil creature speaking. Great Sutua pointed towards the alms bowl. A giant head suddenly stuck out from within, extremely abrupt, and also extremely terrifying. It was because when that head reached out, it immediately enlarged, becoming like a lofty mountain, filling up the void. Its scales chilly, gaze sinister. Everyone was shocked. After a head emerged from the small alms bowl, it actually became large to this extent. Red Dragon. After many people carefully examined it, they couldn't help but become horrified. Was this a dragon? It was entirely scarlet red like blood. Its scales as if forged from metal, its figure robust, powerful to the extreme. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. When they thought of the legends, how after Great Sutua obtained the ashes after cremation, he had previously journeyed the world, wishing to eliminate the demonic, suppressing an evil dragon. Is this that dragon? It was rumored that its cultivation was profound, strength frightening. After Immortal Academy's old monsters learned of its existence, they didn't allow it to be killed, feeling that it was a rare fighting strength. Even Immortal Academy's old monsters saw it as a precious talent. One could see just how extraordinary it was. This was a red dragon that was retracing its ancestors' power, bloodline already extremely pure. It was this evil dragon of yours who spoke randomly again and again, provoking me? Xianxia asked coldly. So what if it was me? The Baldy doesn't wish to kill, but I definitely don't feel such things. I'm going to make you yield. That scarlet dragon rushed out from the alms bowl, bringing with it crazy winds, diving towards Xianxia. That giant body frightened many people. It was even larger than a mountain ridge, more terrifying. This region began to rumble, the void starting to collapse. Hong! Sand and stone flew everywhere, earth splashing out, the void cracked. Nothing in this place could be seen anymore, powerful winds sweeping about, becoming a scarlet red in color. Whirlwinds swept about, devouring everything. Giant boulders that were several dozen tons in weight were sucked in, immediately crushed into powder. Then one could vaguely see a black hole appearing. Just how frightening was this evil dragon? Everyone found it hard to imagine its strength. No wonder that after Great Sutua suppressed it that year, it was attached importance to even by Immortal Academy's old monsters, having its life saved. This was the power of an evil dragon, immediately taking action to suppress Xianxia. Meanwhile, the four great supreme beings hadn't even made their moves yet. Haha, how could the true perfect power of the Void Dao realm be something you can understand? The evil dragon can erase you with just a single move. The master lost only because he tied his own hands. The attendant was in an extremely miserable state, its body already in tatters, but right now, when he saw the evil dragon's might, the red tornado engulfing this place, he still couldn't help but laugh loudly. However, right at this time, everything suddenly stopped, the red evil wind completely disappearing. Only a figure remained on this stage. It was Huang. Where did the evil dragon go? Everyone was stunned. Just now it displayed great might, powerful to a ridiculous degree. Where is the evil dragon? Why did it disappear? The attendant was confused. Even he didn't know what was going on. The others were puzzled. What exactly happened? Save me, Baldy. Great Master. Save me. Right at this time, the evil dragon's miserable cries rang out, sounding incredibly pitiful. Everyone became dumbstruck one after another. They finally saw it. That body that was even more majestic than a mountain peak released such a great display just now, shocking heaven and earth, making mountains collapse and seas roar. But now, it became a belt, tied around Xianxia's waist, its head and tail like a rope, tied together. Everyone began to feel a bit dizzy. This was that legendary evil dragon. Even Immortal Academy's old monsters saw great potential in it, and it was so terrifying just now, but in the end it was dealt with just like this. Not simple. The normally quiet Taoist Chigu who didn't smile spoke up. He wore gray old-fashioned Tao robes, his face expressionless, extremely inflexible. All will be defeated. Also, that blue-clothed fatty and baldy, all of you, just come at me. Xianxia looked forwards. Everyone was speechless. Was he mad? He immediately challenged three great supreme beings. Hong. Right at this time, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch took action. This was intolerable, being told again and again that he was going to be defeated. If this continued, this was going to leave a mark of humiliation on his life. When his fist imprint smashed over, the fist erupted with heaven overflowing radiance, as if a great purple sun exploded. The divine light flourished with incomparable brilliance. Something astonishing happened. When facing a void Tao realm supreme being who had merged with a perfect seed, Xianxia directly released a fist, facing him head-on, breaking down the purple multicolored light. Dong! At this moment, heaven and earth turned upside down. Chaotic energy surged. Following Xianxia's fist, the entire world seemed to have been toppled, been destroyed, the aura horrifying. Their fingers tangled about each other. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch released a low roar, shocked and angry, shouting out. Then, everyone saw Huang's figure become like a war god's, bathed in golden divine flames, carrying heaven overflowing might, then rushing powerfully at Lan Xian. In front of his fist, it was as if great heavenly stars were swirling, pulsing with him, resonating. His long hair scattered about, eyes cold, possessing a type of mountain-devouring might. Pong! It was just a fist, but the void was shattered, clashing with Lan Xian. Blue multicolored light surged. A graceful and beautiful immortal body swayed, full of shock. The expression on that beautiful face was sluggish, not daring to believe what was happening. This type of power was too frightening, shocking the young female supreme being. Her snow-white slender hand was in intense pain, lightly trembling. Dang! At this time, Xianxia then rushed towards Great Sutuo, his fist turning into a great silver hand imprint. On it carved all types of symbols, such as Kuan Peng, Swan and I, and others strange and terrifying. The great hand imprint struck towards Great Sutuo, blocked by the alms bowl. However, as a result, that precious artifact rumbled, and then directly exploded. This ancient artifact was destroyed. Heavens! What am I seeing? Is this real? Someone cried out with alarm. Right at this moment, heaven-shocking changes were taking place. Huang was fighting against three great experts by himself. Everyone found this unbelievable. Someone without a perfect seed actually had this type of unmatched divine might. He was just one person, yet he fought three great supreme beings at the same time, his power suppressing the world, leaving everyone shaken. He doesn't have an unmatched ancient seed. So why is he so strong? The attendant's face was pale, his lips trembling. He fell on the ground, body shaking, truly feeling Huang's terror. While the others were shaken, they similarly carried confusion. Was this Huang's true strength? Why was he able to reach this step even without a perfect Tao seed? This place erupted with commotion. At the center of the mud pool, a single person stood at the center of the battlefield, looking down on everyone. His long clothes fluttered about, moving with the wind. The four supreme experts were stunned. What was going on? It was just Huang, someone without a perfect ancient seed, so how could he be powerful to this extent? He was opposing the supreme beings, exceptional and tyrannical. They didn't believe what they were seeing. This was Huang? This didn't make any sense. His fighting strength was completely different from what they had originally thought. There was no reason why this should be the case. Outside the battlefield, everyone erupted into commotion. Everyone was stunned by Xianxia's methods, noisy chatter shaking up the heavens. Forget about the attendant Wu Tai and others from Immortal Academy who bore hostility against Xianxia. Even those that had favorable opinions, those who understood him a bit, felt that this was inconceivable. I feel a bit dizzy, didn't see too clearly. Huang, why is this fella so ridiculously strong? Did he attack three great supreme beings at the same time just now? The lunar jade rabbit forcefully rubbed her large ruby-like eyes, looking like she saw a ghost. It really was too hard to believe. Previously, they were still a bit dejected, feeling that Xianxia was going to suffer greatly, yet there was nothing to do. However, who would have expected the situation to reverse like this? Wind and clouds suddenly changed? These people were naturally happy, every one of them cheering. Chao Yuxing even more so patted his chest, shouting at those around him loudly that Huang was his brother. He even went so far as to hook his arm around the shoulders of an important figure from Immortal Academy, chattering away and saying, "Do you see? Huang and I are sworn brothers. Beating up a group of supreme beings from Immortal Academy isn't a problem at all." That genius of Immortal Academy was an older cousin of Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, from a long-life family. Right now, his expression was as unpleasant as it could get, really wanting to slap Chao Yuxing to death. This fella has always turned the impossible into the possible, rising up again and again when everyone thought that he couldn't hold on any further. The witch's eyes swirled about, a smile able to topple cities, her graceful figure wonderful as she looked at the distant Shi Hao. Her impression was deep, because she had already known Shi Hao for a long time. In the lower realm, they had already worked together, having too many dealings. The two of them could be said to understand each other down to the roots. Formidable, truly unimaginable. Brother Shi was actually powerful to this step. Chang Gongyan released a sigh of astonishment. The people who came from the 3,000 provinces were all crying out. Sure, how being powerful made them feel extremely excited, all of them happy. When the strength of those coming from the same place they came from was great, it made them feel glory as well. Once a young supreme emerged from any one of the 9 heavens 10 earths, those who came from that place would be viewed in a much more favorable light. Haha! This really is a great feeling. Huang was actually this strong, able to reach this step even without an ancient seed. Heavenly deity institutions people were the most excited, many of them laughing loudly. It was to the extent where a few people's eyes became sparkling, becoming quite moist, tears almost flowing out. It was because during this period of time, the students who were still in Heavenly Deity Institution felt suffocated, even feeling a type of humiliation. They were bullied by others to an intolerable degree, yet they were powerless to retaliate. This was their academy, yet when their immortal cave was opening, they were chased away, forced out, unable to approach this place. For them, what kind of shame and humiliation was this? To be forced out of their own homes, being humiliated to this extent, this was also a type of rarely seen thing. However, what could they do? They had no supreme beings among them, none of them able to stand up to the 2 academies' geniuses, had no way of contending against the other side. Those who tried all suffered ruthless suppression. Now, Huang returned, the battle absolutely shocking, leaving them stunned. A great joy filled their minds, everyone feeling like they finally vented out a bit of resentment. At first, they were still worried, feeling that Shi Hao might be humiliated, suspecting if he really had that type of ability. In the end, after this battle, they were all filled with pleasant surprise. Huang, despite not obtaining an ancient seed, he could still be the very best, able to contend against all so-called supreme beings. Who dares compete against him? Heavenly Deity Academy's people shouted. Shi Hao's glory was also their glory. Now, they had even more hopes and expectations towards Huang's appearance, wishing that after this battle, he would suppress opponents in all direction. It would be even better if he could suppress those young supreme beings until they couldn't breathe. Immortal Academy's cultivators were the most at a loss. The events now exceeded all of their predictions, full of strangeness. How could Huang be this powerful? They felt a greater headache the more they thought about it. Truly incomprehensible, someone said with a sigh. Everyone in this world knew that if one wished to walk the ancient method path, one had to merge with a Tao seed. That was a crucial hoop that had to be passed. However, they also all knew that Huang didn't obtain a suitable seed. Many people felt that if he insisted on walking down this path, he would definitely gradually decline, lose his past brilliance. However, what happened today toppled the imaginations of everyone. Not only did Huang not suffer a defeat, he instead advanced boldly, similarly becoming strong, deep, and immeasurable. There were some from Immortal Academy who didn't get along with Shi Hao, previously provoking him, later on even confronting him, but in the end, a few geniuses were suppressed by him, suffering losses. Now that they saw that he was still just as glorious, their expressions all became extremely complicated. Meanwhile, those like Wu Tai, who previously had his body blown up and the azure armor seized, were even more alarmed. He had previously declared that he was waiting for sure how in the Void Dao realm, that he was going to subdue the other party with a superior stance and get revenge. Now, his declaration, his suspicions were all a joke. He would never have this chance. It was to the extent where when he faced sure how in the future, he had to be extremely careful and tuck his tail between his legs, or else there would be great trouble and suffering to be had. Princess Yao Yu's white clothes were purer than snow, slender and elegant. Her beautiful hair supple, eyes like limpid autumn waters, bones like divine jade, snow-white skin flowing with sparkling luster. She said softly to herself, "It truly is inconceivable. What happened to Huang? After disappearing for 3 years, everyone thought that you had declined, that your time was over, yet you actually appeared with this type of stance, teaching everyone an incomparably deep lesson, impossible to see through, mysterious and formidable." Sacred Academy's people also felt a sense of frustration. When they first saw Huang return, they all felt that it would be difficult for him to have any type of display. Yet in the end, he was just as powerful as before. One had to bear in mind that 3 years ago, precisely in Heavenly Deity Institution, Huang had previously defeated their most stunning figures, no one able to challenge him. Now, he was still just as glorious. It seems like in the 3 years you disappeared for, you obtained a rare twist of fate. From the mud pool, Lan Xian spoke. The corners of her clothes fluttered about, making her look like a fairy walking on water, her appearance pure and otherworldly. One of her delicate hands was a bit red and swelled, the intense pain just now making her shiver inwardly, feeling as if her fingers were going to break. Fortunately, she was able to avoid the brunt of Sure Hao's attack, thus not suffering the most serious consequences. Everyone was saying that your 3-year disappearance was because you were running away, that your era has ended. But now, it seems like all of that were misconceptions. Right now, the only one who didn't participate in the battle, the habitually silent Taoist Qi Gu spoke, speaking these words. Everyone was stirred. In many people's eyes, Sure Hao's most brilliant era had ended, these 3 years representing his decline, 3 years for the world to forget about him, separate himself from the wind and clouds, even more so distancing from the peak of cultivation. Now the truth was revealed. These weren't 3 years of decline, but rather a period where he laid dormant 3 years of rebirth. Now he returned even more brilliant than before. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's face was completely sunken. Even though his figure was shrouded in purple multicolored light, there was a wave of gloomy energy. He really was shocked and furious. This enemy, this declining person actually had this kind of cultivation. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's right hand had red bloody traces between his fingers, the result of his clash of physical strength with Sure Hao just now. In that instant, the pain seeped into his bones, his fist feeling as if it was going to break apart. One had to understand that he had cultivated the purple gold body in his youth, and after merging with the great mist purple energy, he became even more extraordinary, exceeding the limit. Even those body cultivators would find it difficult to compare themselves to him. It could even be said that he had an unbreaking body. However, just now, he was at a disadvantage when he clashed with Sure Hao, suffering a loss on the physical aspect. Even though that was only a brief encounter, an instantaneous exchange, not reaching the greatest confrontation, they could all tell that this was a terrifying person, completely different from the rumors. Right now, Great Su Tuo sighed. His skin was a wax yellow, as if a layer of gold was applied to his skin. His appearance was ordinary. His hands moved together. Immortal monk sutras chanted quietly from his mouth, the expression on his face complex. On the ground, that alms bowl had cracked into several dozen pieces, directly smashed apart by a single large palm from Sure Hao. This was an ancient artifact, yet it was destroyed just like that. He found it difficult to calm down. Just how powerful was Huang's physical body? It was likely comparable to the most outstanding ancient monk from Immortal Ancient, right? Perhaps it could compare to him during his youth. According to the scripture recordings Great Su Tuo obtained, a supreme figure among immortal monks, during his youth, he had achieved greatness through Buddhism, cultivating the Zhang's 6 golden body, sturdy and unbreaking, unrivaled in power. Extremely formidable. If we are only talking about the strength of the flesh, there are few from past to now who can compare. Great Su Tuo said. When these words sounded, all sides were shaken. Just how high of an evaluation was this? Huang became increasingly frightening in their minds. The attendant's face was pale, shrinking back, his expression complex and speechless. He no longer dared to utter another word out of fear of incurring consequences. It was because everyone knew that once Huang became carefree and frivolous, anything could happen. It was rumored that the most powerful inheritor of the Long Life family, the outstanding hero proficient in the Dark Demon Fist, Crucifix Divine Dao Feng Xingtian, died precisely under Huang's hands. This was only because the Wind Clan had previously incited Yuanqing Supreme Being to stand in Shirehouse path, confine him for 10 years, thus establishing a great grudge. He even dared to kill the inheritor of the number 1 inheritor from a Long Life family. So what didn't he dare do? Zri, do you still want to fight me? Fatty, you were saying some nonsense about me leaving this place. Do you still want to persist with this? Also, Baldy, your rice bowl really isn't all that special. Shirehouse spoke. Outside the battlefield, the group of people were petrified, none of them daring to say anything. It was because these were undisguised provocations already clashing head-on. Huang was still unwilling to have things end like this, still looking for ways to stir things up. Did he plan to fight 3 great supreme beings on his own? A simple and short exchange of attacks didn't mean that he could fight a prolonged, intense battle against 3 great supreme beings. What was Huang trying to do? Did he really want to go 1 versus 3, or even 1 versus 4? If this was the case, just how domineering was he? Who could do this in the present world's younger generation? There might not be anyone who could call themselves number 1, able to suppress all heroes around them, defeat all other young supreme beings. Provoking us like this, do you know not the consequences of facing all 3 of us at the same time? Do you want to die? Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was annoyed, ashamed and resentful, which was why his words were harsh, insulting the other party. It was because there was a wave of resentment in his chest. He wanted to roar towards the sky, vent out his rage. Provocation? I only wish to suppress you all. Shirehouse hair scattered down, his eyes full of divine light, his figure imposing. When this sentence sounded, everyone erupted into commotion. It really was too frightening. Was Huang going to carry out this type of heroic undertaking? He was going to face many supreme beings alone as soon as he returned. At this moment, everyone was shocked, moreover releasing exclaims of admiration. A king has returned. This was what many people, though. Shirehouse disappeared for 3 years, not because that was the start of his decline, the loss of his glorious era, but rather because he had been lying dormant, waiting to return powerfully. Kill! Right now, there was nothing more to say. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was furious. He directly took action, using the most powerful methods to attack the other party's tall and slender figure, wishing to deal the fatal blow. Hong! At this time, clear light surged from within Shirehouse's body, like a seed itself, containing endless vitality. The energy of great Tao pervaded the air. He didn't take any time to accumulate power, directly raising his hand towards Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, erupting with majestic energy to suppress the other party. You! Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was alarmed and furious. The other person was looking down on him too much. An intense dong sounded. Shirehouse's casual strike delivered incomparably frightening destructive power, shattering the void. It smashed into Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's great mist-purple energy, tearing apart heaven and earth. Kill! Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch took a few steps back. He roared out, domineeringly releasing a barrage of attacks. Streak after streak of great mist-purple energy turned into heavenly swords, all of them hacking down on Shirehouse's body. This place was smashed to pieces, turned into ruins. There were spatial cracks everywhere. However, clear light shone deeply. Shirehouse stood at the center of this dilapidated land, his stance as if impervious to all methods, the sole sovereign under the sky. He was completely unaffected as he stood there. He raised his hand, large hand imprints hacking out one strike after another, crushing the purple energy heavenly swords, causing them to scatter and disperse into auspicious and dense purple mist. He could bare-handedly withstand a perfect seed? Cries of alarm sounded from the distance. Fatty, are you going to leave the stage? At the center of the ruins, Hao stood in the void alone. He looked towards Lan Xian, and then grabbed at her with a single motion. His hand was like an interweaving bamboo basket, about to wrap around that wonderful body and directly capture her. Bastard, you dare? Lan Xian was ashamed and humiliated. Her exquisite body moved, releasing streak after streak of blue light, displaying the most powerful supreme being force. Hong. Immediately afterwards, Hao attacked at Great Su Tuo, truly fighting an intense battle against 3 people. Why? Without a perfect ancient seed. For what reason can he do this? Could it be that legendary path? There was someone who was confused, starting to make speculations. A king has returned. After disappearing for 3 years, Huang is rising up once more. Who can contend against him? At this moment, the disciples of Heavenly Deity Institution were excited and trembling, almost unable to speak. The purple sun was as large in the sky, vast and boundless, covering everything. Purple sun Heavenly Monarch's blood was boiling, now going completely berserk. It was because this was the first great decisive battle he fought since emerging from seclusion. He felt wronged, as well as great anger, wanting to wash away the humiliation he faced not too long ago. Hong. His body size increased, becoming a zhang tall. His purple body was like metal, flickering with cold radiance. Right now, his body was strong and powerful, his body taut, as if there were dragons coiling around him. All of his muscles swelled. This was the purple gold body, one of his natural forms. It wasn't too tall or too short, 1 zhang in height, just right for him. It was just like the ancient monks of the last great era. The most powerful golden body was 6 zhang in size, the most suitable for the one who claimed to be Buddhist in that younger generation. In that instant, heaven and earth rumbled. Thunderous sounds deafening. Countless strands of auspicious energy descended from the heavens, crashing down, submerging purple sun Heavenly Monarch beneath. That was but the great mist-purple energy seed. It was now completely activated by him, becoming even more frightening than before, accompanied by great Tao sounds, receiving the acknowledgement of heaven and earth, coexisting with the Tao. Right now, everyone was trembling, their souls about to leave their bodies, because under that wave of fluctuations, they all felt that they were insignificant, unable to contend against that purple gold physique. Die! Purple sun Heavenly Monarch roared, his voice like a roaring sea, deafening. It tore through the void. One could even see the energy ripples of the sound waves sweep in all directions like ocean waves. Dong! Heaven and earth collapsed. Purple sun Heavenly Monarch released a great hand imprint, the dark purple palm filling the skies, surrounding the heavens like a great cloud, terrifyingly large. Purple sky palm. This was a palm technique from the purple energy from the East type of ancient heavenly art, passed down from the last great era. The palm was like a sky, able to restrict the sun and moon, seize stars from the heavens. When it was cultivated to the very peak, all things in heaven and earth would be within its grasp, difficult to escape from. Hao remained calm, his body standing in the ruined land, still only raising his right hand. Clear light was drizzling down, as if this was the era of primal chaos and creation, his body standing before history, overlooking the common people. He silently struck out with this palm. It blasted through the universe, the palm imprint remaining in the void, continuously moving forward, colliding with the cloud-like great hand. A great quaking shook up everything, breaking the peace. It was extremely resplendent, the multicolored light majestic, as if a great sea suddenly surged. Then, it was as if everything began to burn. The scene unfolded on a magnificent style. So dazzling it was as if endless magma erupted. A ferocious lash erupted once again between the two, the results truly world-shaking. Their movements were grand, extremely fast, too difficult for the spectators to even see clearly. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's hand was in pain, bits of mottled blood traces falling. He felt a strong sense of humiliation, extremely unwilling to accept this. He originally believed that after coming out from seclusion, this would be his world, not feeling any fear when facing other supreme beings. He thought that he could travel unhindered through this world. Yet this first battle was already so bitter. At the very least, his purple gold body that was known to be unbreaking was not a match for Huang's physical body. After 2 great clashes, it was always him who suffered losses, his palm flowing with blood. Could it be that he really was going to taste defeat? I am undefeated, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch said with a low voice, as if a dragon or tiger was roaring, ringing through everyone's souls. Many people couldn't endure it, blood flowing out from their 7 apertures. Kill! Immediately afterwards, he released a light grunt, and then roared into the sky. A shocking scene happened. Heavenly Deity Institution was extremely vast, the amount of land it covered great. The distant beautiful divine mountains directly exploded from the sound waves, turning into rubble, collapsing the clouds. What kind of domineeringness was this? Just a single roar could make mountains and rivers collapse, blasting divine mountains apart with just sound, smoke and dust reaching into the skies. The current Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's vital energy rose to the extreme, standing at the peak of his life. His head of long hair scattered down like a waterfall, eyes like 2 small suns. His hands produced imprints, and like a halberd, fiercely brandished about, hacking towards Sure Hao. Ka! Heaven and earth split apart. A streak of purple lightning flickered, becoming everlasting, illuminating the sky. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's figure was indistinct, purple energy curling around him, his appearance hazy. However, his body that was a zhang tall was astonishing, a terrifying purple war halberd gradually appearing between his hands. Heavens! That's the seed's embodiment! Someone cried out, absolutely terrified. It was because that type of suffocating pressure affected everyone. There was a wave of world-ending aura. The so-called unmatched seed Great Mist Purple Energy Seed now not only displayed power, it even condensed, forming a weapon, becoming a halberd that could cut down gods, wishing to kill Huang. Qi! That great mist halberd crushed down like the sky itself, impossible to defy. It moved through the air, incomparable, simply as if it could slice through the universe and reveal the everlasting. One could see the void breaking apart inch by inch, the mountains below slowly turning into fine powder. Nothing could stop it, it was impossible to overcome. Sure Hao's expression was serious. His hands produced imprints at the same time, his body unfolding, moving forward to face it. He didn't avoid the purple halberd, instead facing it directly, wishing to resist it head-on. Did he go mad? This was what everyone was thinking. Even if only a portion of the great mist purple energy seed had taken form, it still couldn't be faced head-on like this, right? Unless he had a seed at the same level to protect himself, he would undoubtedly be in danger. Dong! The vast great earth trembled. It was as if an imperishable great drum was rumbling, shaking up this world up to the point of destruction. This was the sound released from Sure Hao's fist. He struck the great halberd with incomparable strength, withstanding its unstoppable might. Kuan Peng first. Sure Hao's right hand displayed the Kuan Peng's profound mysteries, displaying the majestic manner of the Kuan Peng soaring 90,000 li. His fist was like the sky, suppressing all creatures of this world, commanding all under the sky. This fist displayed the quintessence of the Kuan Peng method, its greatest profound meanings fully displayed without restraint at this time. He used precisely his right-hand fist to strike that great halberd. With a dang sound, the noise resounded through the world, everyone's ears ringing. There were even more people who couldn't handle this power, coughing out a large mouthful of blood with a wah sound. What was going on? Everyone was in shock. They just couldn't believe that someone was facing the weapon formed from great mist purple energy head-on. Kuan Peng against the heavenly art. That halberd was struck by a Kuan Peng, shaking endlessly. Shihao's body shone, clear splendor moving towards his fist, offering inexhaustible power, shattering the void. Dong! Immediately afterwards, the imprint formed by his left hand also arrived. With the body as a seed, those gates within his body that all had a crack opened supplied him with sacred force. Wind and lightning stirred about his left hand, lightning flashing and thunder roaring, full of domineering yang force. This was the Lightning Emperor imprint. His right hand a Kuan Peng fist, left hand Lightning Emperor imprint. His body is the seed, offering a sea of power. Right now, Shihao's divine appearance was unmatched, overlooking everything under the sky. Dang! The great purple halberd was struck until it cracked, about to return to being purple energy, the thick and heavy halberd disappearing. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's face was pale, breathing heavily in and out. Never had he experienced such a great pressure before. How could a single person's body be this powerful, blasting apart the great mist weapon? Hong! Finally, when the Lightning Emperor imprint and Kuan Peng fist resonated with each other, heaven and earth were overturned, the great halberd broken. The great mist Dao seed released scripture sounds, blood flowing out from the corners of Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's lips. Ah! His hair flew about randomly. He couldn't help but roar angrily. This was just too depressing. How could a perfect seed be at a disadvantage against another? Great mist purple energy, just fully appear, condense into a seed, fully transform into a true body, suppress all enemies. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch shouted. At this moment, his head of messy hair scattered about like a demonic god. He was surrounded by a great purple sun. This sun continuously enlarging, terrifying beyond compare, becoming as tall as the sky. However, at this moment, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch saw the scene beside him, immediately leaving him shaken. The resentment he felt even stronger. It was because Shihao still had other battlefields, also exchanging moves with the others. Great Su Tuo sat in the void, chanting sutras from his mouth, the scriptures like characters cast from metal, jumping about and appearing in the air, suppressing towards Shihao. However, Shihao still remained fearless. When he was fighting intensely against Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, the space between his brows shone, his primordial spirit leaving his flesh shell. A resplendent little figure sat in front of his frontal bone, chanting true scriptures. He began to carry out a contest of the spirit against Great Su Tuo. Shihao's spiritual reading was like demonic sounds, ever present, shaking through this heaven and earth, suppressing Great Su Tuo's chanting. The chanting of a demonic sovereign was facing off against Buddhist scriptures. Meanwhile, Lan Xian's long sleeves fluttered about, her beautiful hair dancing in the air, eyes clear like water. She was like a fairy walking on water, flying over, beautiful without compare, above the mortal world, but her fighting power was unmatched. Brilliant blue light poured down like endless streaks of lightning. Those were precious techniques. At this moment, Lan Xian displayed at least 9 types of great divine abilities at the same time, all of them aimed at Shihao. When faced with this situation, Shihao opened his mouth and roared. An expanse of clear light fired out, as if it came from the primal chaos of heaven and earth's creation, dazzling and astonishing. That was a stellar river, stars filling the sky, gathering together. It was beautiful and dazzling, extremely moving. Everyone was stupefied as they watched this. What kind of method was this? A stellar stream rushed out when he opened his mouth. Who else among his peers could face him? This really was bold and magnificent, too frightening, making it hard for the spectators to even breathe. Upon closer inspection, they saw that those were symbols, scripture meanings. They were merged together by Shihao, surging vigorously as it suppressed towards Lan Xian's 9-world shocking divine abilities. This was Shihao's understanding of the Tao. Using the body as a seed, the gates within his body were opened, supplying him with endless power, and then he combined the true primordial record's bone texts, sending all of this out, turning the decaying into the miraculous. A type of true scriptures were suppressing Lan Xian's 9 great divine abilities. One could see clear light everywhere, breaking through the mist, illuminating the everlasting and eternal, stopping the powerful might of that solitary fairy. Right now, everyone was truly stunned. Huang was facing 3 people at the same time, competing against 3 young supreme beings alone, truly accomplishing all of this by himself. At the very least, he wasn't defeated yet, displaying powerful might, his aura vigorous and imposing. He stopped 3 great young kings by himself, shocking everyone in Heavenly Deity Institution. This was already completely a legend about him, an undefeated legend currently playing out. Forget about the young men and women being shocked. Even the older generation figure's eyes contracted, not predicting this result. Immortal Academy's living fossils personally descended, the 3 old monsters all becoming silent when they saw this scene. In the past, Immortal Academy had discussed among themselves secretly, decisively choosing not to give sure how an ancient seed, abandoning him. However, after remaining dormant for 3 years, silent and without any news, this youth returned, displaying this scene. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch and the others who were raised by Immortal Academy's old monsters couldn't stop that youth. Huang was currently fighting here with exceptional methods, displaying the most glorious and astonishing battle of his life. He was using this type of method to declare that his hibernation had ended, that he would no longer remain quiet. He had returned. His 2 fists were subduing this world. 9 types of secret techniques, 9 great divine abilities, all of them able to subdue the enemies of this world, destroy everything in their path. Lan Xian was someone who was a stunning talent, proficient in 9 great precious techniques at her age, truly extraordinary and holy, strength unmatched. She stood there, around her 9-colored brilliance. A gorgeous ring of light surrounded her like a divine halo, wrapping her within, pure and untainted. Hong! The heavens collapsed and earth split apart. 9 great divine abilities smashing apart the sky, blossoming around her, about to wipe him out. One had to understand that a single one of these divine abilities was already world-shaking. At their level, which one of their precious techniques was ordinary? She came from a long-life family, and was now cultivating in Immortal Academy, so what she lacked the least were world-shaking divine abilities. Many people trembled inwardly, because that type of power made them feel extremely insignificant. The void exploded, the blast waves making everyone tremble inwardly. They couldn't resist this type of power at all. Pooh! One person vomited blood, unable to move out of the way in time when some of the blast waves rushed over. They blasted his body, breaking his bones and severing his tendons, almost tearing him to pieces. How could this be? Just how powerful are these divine abilities? An expert in the Void Dao realm was stunned. At the same time, he felt his back turning cold, becoming a bit frightened. They were both in the Void Dao realm, yet the difference was this large? Compared to the supreme beings of the younger generation, he was just too lacking, the difference too great. On the other side of him, there were a few heavenly deities who were in even more miserable states. They also refused to believe in the supernatural, not dodging promptly, and as a result were swept through by some of the light. Their bodies were blasted through, blood flying everywhere, body and Dao almost dying. In a flash, there was only scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. In that instant, this was the type of feeling these people developed. If a young supreme being wanted to deal with them ruthlessly, then it was just too easy. Their strength was just too great, able to directly crush them. However, when they saw the scene before them, they all trembled, their souls shaking, inwardly shocked. That was Huang who was taking action, too powerful, impossible to surmise. He opened his mouth, releasing a stellar stream. Not only did he block those 9 divine abilities, those bone texts were changing, turning into 10,000 spirits, filling the sky and covering the earth. At this moment, not only them, even the others, including the older generation, were stunned, a bit petrified. That type of scene was too shocking. Thousands to over 10,000 creatures covered everything, appearing everywhere. There was a golden mammoth that stood on the ground, roaring into the sky, a mountainous white gold lion with a mane that was like waterfalls, incredibly fierce, its roar splitting the void. There was a sky-swallowing sparrow that loomed above like a dark cloud, casting a great shadow on the earth, its eyes large and scarlet like blood moons. There was a tautai that stood in the void, incomparably sinister, incredibly large, about to devour the stars beyond. There was also a frightening pung bird, its wings like the clouds of the sky as it soared up, wishing to strike down great stars. Everyone felt as if they had traveled back to Immortal Ancient. All creatures appeared, competing with the heavens, fighting a great battle against terrifying foreign cultivators. All of them were rising up powerfully. All of the most powerful creatures of this world that one could imagine had pretty much appeared, displaying their bodies, spreading their wings to tear apart the world, roaring through the great earth. It was as if their roars were going to make the moon fall. There were figures everywhere, and they were all incredibly large. They were practically covering the great earth, hiding the endless starry sky. All of them were the most powerful creatures. All of this was produced by the Tao stream of stars how released from his mouth. A single breath turned into 10,000 creatures, manifesting into the greatest methods. These divine birds and vicious beasts moved about, crying out, the great earth collapsing beneath their feet, space rupturing. This force was incomparable, not much able to stop it. At this instant, Lan Xian's 9 great divine abilities immediately became dim. At first, Huang released a stellar stream merely to stop the 9 great divine abilities, not wishing to suppress the other party's attacks. But it was still done to withstand the other party's attacks. However, now everything changed. The 9 great divine abilities were destroyed, breaking apart, turning into nothingness. This was just the beginning, yet how already shifted from defense to offense, breaking through the limit, about to subdue Lan Xian. Of course, the main part of what everyone paid attention to wasn't this victory or defeat here, actually not the most crucial point. Everyone, including those old monsters, were looking at those creatures. How could there be so many? What kind of precious techniques were these, to be able to summon 10,000 creatures with a single will? Hong! In the sky, it was as if a mountain sea erupted, an endless flood of vicious beasts rushing out. Everyone's expressions changed, those living fossil-level figures' eyes erupting with light, a pensive expression appearing on their faces. This is a portion of the true primordial record, the method recorded in the 10,000 spirit diagram that had disappeared from the divine guidance segment. Someone realized something, saying this out loud. Everyone was stunned, and then they were shocked. It was actually this technique. Everyone was stupefied. Weren't those primordial bone texts that transformed the decaying into the miraculous? How could it contain a secret method? It was rumored that when one comprehends it to a profound realm, even normal techniques can display heaven-shocking might. I don't know Huang did it, actually producing 10,000 spirits, countless creatures. It truly is extraordinary, an elder from Immortal Academy said quietly. This was too shocking. Huang was not ordinary after all, comprehending the true primordial record to this extent, rarely seen in this world. Such a thing had never been heard of before. Lan Xian entered a passive state. She was surrounded by all types of ancient beasts, in a dangerous situation. A few ferocious beasts even swooped over, wanting to tear her apart. The corners of her clothes were even ripped, torn by a golden luan's beak, almost making her jade-like arm turn into a blast of bloody mist. It wasn't that her divine abilities weren't strong, but rather that the other party's methods were too astonishing. Lan Xian's 9 great divine abilities were incredibly frightening, killing many divine birds, wiping out several hundred to over 1,000 terrifying ancient beasts. This was definitely astonishing. However, there were just too many creatures, every one of them legendary war beasts, aggressive species, powerful creatures. Being able to kill a few would already be impressive, let alone how many she killed. However, she still couldn't hold out in the end. The endless creatures charged over, wings striking the skies, turning this place into a land of ruin, nothing left behind. Right now, forget about other people, even how himself was stupefied. This technique was actually this frightening. The innate origin essence energy he sprayed out urged on everything he had comprehended about the true primordial record after undergoing seclusion cultivation several times. There was actually this type of power, such tremendous might. This exceeded Hao's own imagination. He never expected the true primordial record's ordinary bone texts to completely display themselves, actually being like this when he fully exhibited them. However, this transformation also exhausted an unimaginable amount of his divine force. 10,000 spirits appeared, every single one of them like a mountain peak. There was one that was like a purple gold true Ho that wanted to devour the sun and moon, a Peng that even more so shot into outer space to strike down stars. Just what kind of domineeringness was this? However, the consumption was too great. Even someone as powerful as Hao felt a bit weak at this moment. After this stellar stream rushed out, transforming into 10,000 spirits, it was as if a black hole continuously ate at his vitality. One breath, 10,000 spirits. How powerful! However, it is also extremely dangerous. Hao said to himself. If it was anyone else, they would have likely shriveled up, completely sucked dry, unable to support the 10,000 spirits' consumption. Hong! In the end, he opened his mouth and inhaled. All of the creatures turned into specks of light, gathering together. Like a river of stars, they entered his body. Everyone was completely stupefied, all of them feeling a wave of horror. Bie, Hong. Right at this time, a grand scripture sounded, as if it could suppress the 9 heavens 10 earths, immediately somewhat disturbing the balance of the world. These scriptures made everyone quickly snap back to reality. Then, they were horrified, all of them turning around towards Great Sutua. He was already sitting in the void, mouth chanting sutras. Only at this moment did they recall that Huang wasn't only fighting a single battle, but rather facing 3 great experts at the same time. Just now, it was just that his battle against Lan Xian was too splendid, which was why everyone forgot about the other 2 battles. One of Immortal Ancient's most powerful heart sutras, precisely established by the cultivators called monks. It was used to form the perfect heart, awaken the truth, seeking heart and Tao. This was precisely their method. These ancient monks all had astonishing spiritual force, unmatched in this domain. They could rely on scriptures, purely through reciting them to surpass their opponents, suppress all opponents and enemies, extremely strange and powerful. During Immortal Ancient, the young supreme being who proclaimed himself to be Buddhist in his youth had displayed magnificent feats, his chanting traveling in all directions, in the end neutralizing all enemies, making them follow at his size, becoming his troops. It truly was matchless divine might. Great Sutua obtained this type of inheritance, and now he was using powerful spiritual force, activating the Buddha Heart Sutra. The scripture sounds rang out continuously, producing giant symbols that were like mountains one after another in the void. They flickered with an ice-cold metallic light, all of it flying towards Hao to subdue him. At this moment, Huang staggered, his body becoming unsteady. This drew cries of alarm. Everyone looked over, looking towards him. The main reason was because just now Hao rashly used the 10,000 spirits' profound mystery, expounding the true primordial record to the highest level, the consumption of vitality too severe. This was the reason why he showed a momentary bit of weakness. Divine flames overflowed into the sky. The area where Hao stood became resplendent again. His body stabilized. The cracks opened in the gates, within his body seemingly becoming a bit larger, supplying him with unending potential. Hao released a loud shout. Before the space between his brows, the seated primordial spirit little figure immediately became brilliant, also chanting sutras. This was a suppression of the spirit, a contest of divine will. Eventually, that primordial spirit figure turned into a sword core that was exceptionally sharp. With a chi sound, it flew out, hacking towards Great Sutua, chaos calming art, one of the 3 most powerful sword arts from past until present. This technique could make the primordial spirit sturdy and imperishable, turn it into a weapon, hack away all restraints of the body and slice through all obstructions in this world. The others were also shocked, feeling that this was inconceivable. Why was Huang able to learn this? This was simply impossible? Wang Shi cried out inwardly. Without the true mind technique, there was no way it could be displayed. Great Su Tuo was originally incredibly calm, but right now, the corners of his eyes jumped. In the end, he couldn't remain unflustered anymore. He quickly took action, no longer seated, his hands continuously forming imprints. Chi. Right at this time, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch also took action. Without waiting for the great mist-purple energy seed to fully condense, he directly rushed over murderously. It was because in order for a perfect seed's effects to be completely displayed, one needed to use a lot of time. After all, he had only begun to merge with it, unable to use it as he pleased, so when he saw this opportunity, he didn't want to miss out. However, Huang, who was focused on Great Su Tuo, actually released a sneer. He suddenly turned around, his hands forming magical imprints, charging at Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch fiercely. Hong! The most frightening battle erupted between Huang and Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, flesh flying out with each strike, blood with each palm. This was a direct clash, even more so a bloody struggle. And, in the distance, Great Su Tuo was shocked. He discovered that he had been tricked. The primordial spirit sword core was a void image, not real but fake. Meanwhile, when he saw Sure how vigorous and lively, fighting intensely against Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, he immediately knew that his primordial spirit had long returned into his body. Hong! They tore at each other viciously, clashing ferociously. Sure how and Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's battle reached its climax. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch released an angry roar. He originally wanted to seize Sure hao's flesh shell, but never expected to enter this type of state. He didn't try to seize Sure hao's body because he was scared, but rather because he wanted to humiliate the other party first. After all, he had suffered a loss not too long ago, suffering shame. One could now see that he had miscalculated. The other party had never exposed himself to danger. Dong! The heavens split and earth ruptured, ghosts and gods weeping and howling. Sure how continuously delivered heavy blows, lightning emperor imprints striking down repeatedly, blasting Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch until he coughed out blood. Purple energy and lightning merged together, his body shaking intensely. Chi! Great Su Tuo hurried over, taking action. He felt like he was made fun of. He no longer used sutras, instead already brandishing a large yellow hand. Grabbing out. Baldy! Your physical body is still too lacking, Sure how shouted. He blasted Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch aside with a palm, causing blood to flow from the corners of his lips, and then his right hand formed a fist, striking towards Great Su Tuo. Pong! Great Su Tuo's Zhang 6 golden body shone, clashing with Sure how head-on, shaking intensely. Then, Sure how opened his mouth, releasing a roar. Clear light flooded out, covering everything, about to restrict Great Su Tuo. Lan Xian rushed over, her fine jade hands shining, displaying a type of ancient heavenly art. Blue ripples surged, surrounding this place. Dang! Sure how was direct and rough. When faced with this solitary fairy, his fist smashed back Great Su Tuo, and then he turned around, throwing himself over. His hands formed fist imprints, smashing forward with full strength. Ho! Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch chased after him, joining the battle once more. Great Su Tuo's body staggered, Buddha light shining. He also joined back in. Sure how exchanged a blow with each one of them, and then concentrated on Lan Xian, going all out. Pooh! In the end, clothes fluttered about. Lan Xian's dress was blasted apart. It really did tarnish her solitary fairy image a bit. OM! Great Su Tuo shouted, supporting his own power through incantations. He released a world-shaking strike towards Sure how. When faced with this type of method, Sure hao's primordial spirit left his flesh shell, turning into a sword core, hacking straight at his head. However, Great Su Tuo didn't fall for this again, directly attacking Sure hao, only slightly defending against the sword core. Hong! An intense collision broke out between the two. Sure hao's fist domineeringly stopped Great Su Tuo's full-powered strike, preventing this attack from achieving any results. Meanwhile, at the same time, Great Sutuo's fine hairs stood on end. It was because the primordial spirit sword core actually broke through his defense, flying over, not a void figure. He quickly took action, doing everything he could to defend himself. At the crucial moment, that sword core turned into a fist-sized, resplendent little figure, moving about above his head, not breaking through Great Sutuo's body, protecting divine light. However, it displayed some movements. Pa! That little figure's palm directly struck down on his head, the noise loud and clear. Even though it struck down on his body protecting light, it was still just as resounding as if it landed on his skin. Everyone was speechless, even Great Sutuo stunned. This was undisguised provocation. Everyone felt a bit speechless. Huang definitely did this on purpose. Even though he couldn't injure the other party with a single strike, he still had to give him a scare. Great Sutuo immediately grabbed at the little figure, using a great divine ability, wishing to imprison space, capture that primordial spirit little figure. In a flash, that little figure turned into a rain of light, quickly scattering and rushing back. That was only a portion of primordial spirit force, now returning into the space between Shihao's brows. Hong! Shihao's flesh shone, competing with Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch in strength. His right hand was resplendent, accompanied by streak after streak of divine chains of order, Willow Deity's technique attacking, almost wrapping around Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's neck. Pooh! Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch released a muffled groan, and then blood flew out. A lock of hair also fell. A golden divine chain crushed his neck, removing a section of his purple hair. Everyone was completely dazzled by this scene, incredibly stirred up. This was a battle at the very peak, unprecedented. A contest at the highest level between the younger generation. This was especially the case for Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples. Every single one of them was trembling with excitement, crying out loudly. There were many others who were also like this, their emotions rising and falling with the figures on the battlefield. Shihao fought 3 great supreme beings on his own, warping and weaving through heaven and earth, his divine bravery unmatched. He continuously attacked the 3 individuals, not being at a disadvantage, displaying an unequaled stance here, looking down on all under the sky. Rocks collapsed the clouds, energy surging like an ocean, raging waves beating against the shore. Shihao weaved about below the heavens, exceptionally powerful, contending intensely against 3 great supreme beings. The battle extremely terrifying. Divine techniques unfolded, continuously erupting, brilliant and intimidating. This place erupted with activity, powerful experts contending for supremacy, supreme beings fighting a decisive battle, fighting from the skies above down to the earth below, and then back from the ground into the heavens. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch released a great roar, blood flowing out from his neck, hair disheveled, wrapped around by purple energy, looking like a demonic god. His neck was almost snapped by the golden branches. At this moment, the battle between these people reached its climax, fighting until they were going crazy, risking life and limb. At the very least, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was staking it all, because he was angry. He was suppressed by Shihao again and again and again. For his proud and arrogant self who could overlook the younger generation, this was a type of humiliation. Great Mist Purple Energy Seed, known to be an unmatched seed. In the ancient past, all those who obtained the seed were legends, all of them having world-shaking pasts. Meanwhile, he had just emerged from seclusion, yet he already faced a setback. How could he be willing to accept this? If he was completely defeated today, then that would help Huang establish an unmatched reputation. When the great Miss Purple Energy Seed was mentioned, what everyone would think of would be Huang's power. For his unmatched seed to set off the other party's accomplishments. Just how tragic was this? At the same time, the other party would look incredibly dominant and powerful, able to overlook all of his peers under the sky. Dang! Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch took action. A purple seed forming before him, ancient and peaceful, carrying auspicious energy. It was as if a world was rising and falling, crushing down on everyone's minds. Everyone was shocked. Was this seed finally going to truly form? No, it is still lacking a portion. Even though the heavenly monarch is strong, he has only begun to merge with it, unable to freely control it. It was too rushed, which is why on a portion of the great mist energy was used. Someone said quietly, seeing through the truth. However, this was still extremely frightening. As soon as this seed formed, appearing between heaven and earth, wind and thunder would ensue, crazy gales roaring, the world immediately losing color, as if the end of the world was descending. Kacha, a giant streak of lightning brandished about, as if a true dragon emerged from a mortal ancient, splitting the entire universe in half, making this world collapse. All types of cracks extended in the void, incredibly large and densely packed, as if a piece of chinaware shattered. At this moment, both Great Su Tuo and Lan Xian were shocked, quickly backing up out of fear of being caught up in this attack, temporarily giving up their offense, leaving that area. Hong, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's right hand formed a magical imprint, fiercely brandishing it. That seed trembled. Even though it only shook once, the world was thrown into chaos, as if the most terrifying earthquake had erupted. The heavens swayed and earth moved, the ancient divine mountains inside the academy all fissuring, about to be destroyed. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, an elder stopped everything. There were sect-protecting formations that activated, protecting everything, stabilizing everything. The sky, however, wasn't that lucky. It was being destroyed, exploding to pieces. Tremendous power swept out like an unstoppable ocean wave, surging towards where Shurhao was. That seed had lightning coiling about it, dazzling and sinister. Purple multicolored light erupted, extremely intimidating, making one tremble. They couldn't help but feel an urge to bow down before it. Huang, you will definitely die in battle. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch released a great roar, his long hair dancing about chaotically, eyes releasing 2 streaks of electrical radiance that were more than 10 li long, his entire being appearing mysterious and terrifying within the mist. The purple seed could be said to be activated by him at this moment. This represented the will of heaven and earth, the acknowledgement of the heavens. Many natural laws descended from outer space, pouring down from the heavens like a waterfall, turning into tangible matter that entered the purple seed. Receiving the doting of the heavens, protection from above. Great Mist Purple Energy Seed was currently being cleansed by Tao laws, full of the power of this heaven and earth, suppressing all who dared rebel. This was the power of the great Tao. Void Tao realm, this was interacting with the true greatest profound mysteries, the embodiment of being intimate with the great Tao. The great Mist Purple Energy Seed raised the power of this cultivation realm to the limit, representing the judgment of heaven and earth, the adjudication of the heavens. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was, without a doubt, terrifying, bold, and intimidating, standing high up above, both hands forming imprints. The seed before him overflowed with purple light, a thick mist pervading the air. It gradually merged with the great Tao, erupting with the most terrifying power. Meanwhile, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was like a child of heaven right now, supporting the power of heaven and earth, able to sweep through everything before him. There was no one who didn't feel fear. Right now, he was connected to the great Tao, able to destroy everything in his path, unstoppable, nothing he couldn't break through. Huang was in danger. This was how everyone felt, vividly feeling that type of unmatched power. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's essence energy rose to the peak. No holes in his power, able to overlook all things. His confidence swelled, divine force unrivaled, overlooking all of his peers. Die! After storing up power for a long time, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's voice shook the mountains and rivers. His head of hair standing on end, eyes widened, his eyes like a blazing sun, all of his pores surging with essence energy. Hong Long. He was connected to the great Tao, harmonizing with heaven and earth. This type of terrifying strike was released, great mist purple energy appearing, wishing to kill Huang. All life trembled, everyone frightened, feeling a type of fear from deep within their bones. This was a seed produced by this heaven and earth. Their minds all trembled, some of them falling weak on the ground with a pu tong sound, unable to hold out any longer. This was a reverence and servitude they felt towards the Tao. This wasn't something that they wanted to do, but was rather uncontrollable, a type of instinct. Everyone felt like Xianxia was in big trouble. Unless he also released the seed hidden within him, he was definitely in big trouble, perhaps even falling. Chi. At this moment, a streak of brilliant immortal light blossomed. Xiao's limbs stretched out, brandishing fist imprints, his body surging with clear light. His body was sparkling and full of luster. Using the body as the seed, right now, his body was precisely the great Tao seed. Within his body, there were mysterious gates. Under the outside world's pressure, the cracks that were opened in them became wider, releasing a potential that came from his very source, tremendous and sky-shocking. Streak after streaks of divine chains of order winded about, appearing around Xiao's body. Then, he displayed his own greatest power just like that, blasting at the great mist-purple energy seed. Not good. Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples cried out in alarm, the expressions on their faces becoming deathly pale. This is bad. How can he just face it head-on? Chao Yuxing and the others also couldn't help but cry out, feeling like things were turning really bad. However, they could only feel worry, unable to help the situation. Right when everyone felt that Xianxia was in danger, something that left everyone stunned and shocked happened. The grand, extremely frightening great mist-purple energy seed's speed slowed down. When it landed, it seemed to have encountered some great hindrance. Oh! Then, a light sound followed. A fist carrying light golden radiance directly passed through that unmatched seed, piercing through. What? Everyone became stunned. How could it be like this? The massive unmatched ancient seed was broken through just like that? This was just too unbelievable, almost making their eyeballs fall out. It was completely different from what they had predicted. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's unmatched great might, that type of bold and domineering stance, all of it froze at this moment, and then quickly declined. He had gathered power to the extreme, yet in the end it was all directly popped like a big balloon. How? Even he forgot to feel anger. Right now, he had a perplexed expression on his face, searching for a reason. Impossible! Then he roared out. At first, everyone was extremely quiet, but then they began to discuss passionately what exactly was going on. For this type of situation to appear, there is only one possibility. This is a suppression between seeds. Huang's seed is even more perfect than Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's great mist-purple energy seed, containing more Tao laws, the profound mysteries more world-shocking, an elder from Heavenly Deity Institution said. However, how could this be? The great mist-purple energy seed was already unmatched. Was there anything more formidable than it? Even if they were of equal level, there weren't that many that could be found already. There was no way anything could surpass it. It is because the great mist-purple energy seed wasn't perfectly displayed, still a portion lacking. It was too rushed, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch not waiting until that moment, which is why it is still a bit flawed. If it is faced with the comprehensive suppression of a same-level seed, then it would suffer a huge loss. An elder from Immortal Academy also produced this explanation. You lied to me, you also had a perfect seed. You actually tricked me, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch shouted, feeling like he was deceived, feeling humiliated, defeated unjustly. If that is how you want to feel, it can't be considered wrong. I am a perfect seed myself, Xianxia shouted. The gates within his body cracked open. Many mysterious gates that had existed within the body for a long time were opened simultaneously. The clear light released from the cracks gathering together, raising Xiao's power to the peak. Right now, he stood at the highest point of his life, unprecedented, reaching his most powerful state. Xiao didn't hold back in the slightest, the first time using such great power. He charged at Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, attacking with full power. Pong! Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was alarmed, greatly shaken. He quickly condensed the great mist-purple energy, making the unmatched seed merge with himself and block the strike. Only, right now, he was in an extremely disadvantageous state. That seed had just been penetrated by Xiao, unable to effectively and quickly completely return after scattering, leaving him in an extremely passive state. Dong! This was a world-shaking strike. Shao's fist shook up Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His body sent flying out. Then, the world seemed to be caving in. Shao was like a war immortal, moving about with an unmatched stance, as if he was going to eradicate all enemies, every strike from his fist collapsing heaven and earth. Dong! 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 This type of power was too frightening. In that instant, as Shao brandished his fist, the world surged. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch did his best to defend himself, but every single fist made him cough out a large mouthful of blood. His arms also twisted, becoming bloody and badly mangled. Everyone became stupefied, unable to believe everything they were seeing. Shao's aura devoured mountains and rivers, his black hair scattering down, eyes terrifyingly cold. One step, one fist, every movement grand. There were no tricks or feints, smashing them into his opponent just like that. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch took steps back again and again, coughing blood with each step, his body about to break apart, unable to endure that type of unimaginable pressure. Heavenly Deity Institution was shaken up. Was this Huang's true strength? At the same time, everyone recalled his words. He said that he was a perfect seed himself, not mentioning the use of an unmatched ancient seed between heaven and earth. How could that be possible? Immortal Academy's ancient fossil-like figures revealed looks of shock at this moment, their wrinkled faces full of disbelief. People like them would remain unfazed even if Mount Tai collapsed before their eyes. Yet right now, their faces were full of shock. Don't tell me he really made it through that path? Right now, these people all recalled that path no one succeeded on before, using the body as a seed. That road was too difficult. Unknown just how many matchless heroes died, all of them unable to succeed. Yet today, Huang seemed to have done it. Those living fossils were all stumped for words, momentarily unable to say anything. This youth had been abandoned by them, not even willing to grant him an ancient seed. In the end, he actually took that step none of those of the past were able to succeed with. This was world-shocking news, absolutely earth-shattering. Pooh! Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was sent flying, seriously injured. He was struck horizontally by Shao, about to collapse, fighting strength weakening. If this continued, he was going to be crippled. Great Su Tuo and Lan Xian took action, moving forward together, but they were still unable to stop Huang's great power. He entered a type of unmatched state, with only him reigning supreme, terrifying to the extreme. Blocking my path, kill! Shao released a shout. He stared at Great Su Tuo and Lan Xian, pressing forward boldly. His methods were sky-reaching, impossible to contest. Did he walk through that ancient path, using the body as a seed? None before him succeeding? At this moment, the other cultivators also heard the truth from the old cultivators. They couldn't help but tremble. There were people who had taken that path ever since Immortal Ancient, but everyone failed without exception. Moreover, their ends were extremely miserable. If they didn't die, then they became half-crippled, not a single good result. In the eyes of those of this world, that was an abyss that devoured all those who attempted it, a path that was impossible. Those who took it did not have good endings. One had to understand that none of those who took this path were ordinary. They were all stunning individuals, the pride of heaven, having illustrious reputations. However, when they chose this path, it represented gloominess, death, self-destruction. This was a path that had faults even in theory, not yet completely researched, let alone truly finishing it. It was unknown just how many young supreme beings it had troubled. If one wanted to succeed, settle a matter in one go, how could it be that easy? It would inevitably be more difficult than even ascending to heaven. However, there was someone before their very eyes who seemed to have succeeded, currently displaying great divine might, unstoppable, beating up Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch until he was about to be half-crippled. What kind of scene was this? It seemed real, yet also fake. Everyone really didn't feel like what they were seeing was true. Many people were in disbelief, feeling that sure Hao was hiding something. He definitely merged with a strange ancient seed that they didn't know about, and that was why he had this type of strength. Only, when everyone carefully thought things over, they knew that the number of unmatched seeds from past until now was set, already determined which ones there were exactly. What seed could he possibly find? The few well-known seeds were all concentrated in Immortal Academy. There were a few others that were in the most frightening places of the 9 heavens 10 earths restricted areas. No one able to enter, the seeds could not be taken out. They had long reached this conclusion. Moreover, even now, there were people lingering about those forbidden areas. They were full of unwillingness. The opportunity they were looking for was there, able to confirm that the seeds did exist. When these were eliminated, where else could the seed ensure Hao's body come from? Even if they weren't willing to accept it, Huang really might have succeeded. Using the body as a seed, these 4 words were as heavy as a mountain, crushing everyone until they couldn't breathe. Hong. In this place, divine light surged, heaven and earth rupturing, a bloody rain pouring down. All types of terrifying irregular scenes appeared between heaven and earth. This was sure Hao's power. Every move he made sand and rocks stir about, ghosts weep and deities howl, accompanied by all types of terrifying scenes of natural deities falling. His fist's power was like collapsing mountains, roaring seas. With every fist that was released, the world would shake intensely, boundless waves of energy roiling out, tearing open the skies, making everyone's minds tremble. Ah! Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch screamed out, his body greatly shaken, completely unable to stop this power. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, unable to withstand Huang's unmatched power. Huang's movements weren't that fast. Right now, he was only walking slowly, moving forward step by step, as if a heavenly emperor was patrolling the skies. Right now, every movement sure Hao made was terrifying, because they contained the extreme Tao strength of this cultivation realm, impossible to contend against. Dong. Sure Hao's expression was cold. His arms moved out, his right fist slowly striking forward, crushing space until it rumbled and then exploded. Endless brilliant multicolored light poured out, as if a great ocean dam burst. This type of power was too frightening. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch flew out like a scarecrow, as if a heavy mountain smashed into him, almost about to break apart. It was unknown just how many bones within his body broke. Right now, sure Hao's divine might was generation transcending. Great Su Tuo and Lan Xian had taken action just now, but they weren't that much on the initiative. They slowed down the pace of their attacks, now standing not too far away. Right now, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was in an extremely pitiful state. He was first struck flying, and then when he landed, he coughed out blood and took steps backwards, staggering as he moved. His hair was disheveled, his appearance extremely miserable. He was a young supreme being of this generation. When had he ever been in such a sorry state? He had never suffered defeat. Yet today, he encountered the greatest setback of his life, experiencing a crushing defeat. He couldn't defeat Huang, unable to rival him. It was to the extent where Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch had a type of feeling that even if the great Miss Purple energy was fully released, he still might not be able to match up to sure Hao, unable to easily suppress him. This was utterly absurd. This was what he felt the most confidence in his entire life, yet before the other party he was so helpless. It truly left him dejected. At the same time, he became even more resentful. What he had worked so hard for, the seed that was viewed to be the most precious, was actually forced down by another. This filled him with too much unwillingness. Ah! Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch roared out, doing everything he could to resist, but his chest was blasted through by a streak of fist radiance. A large bloody hole appeared there, his body almost smashed to pieces. Immortal Academy's elders' expressions changed. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was defeated, unable to continue fighting, or else he might even die. This was not something they wanted to see. "Stay your hand," an elder cried out. However, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch seemed to have gone crazy. After suffering this type of serious injury, his entire body surged with purple essence energy, flames raging around him. He began to risk everything, not willing to cower back. I am undefeated. Die. His long hair was dyed with blood, his purple pupils becoming scarlet red. Pooh! Xianxia sent another fist over, looking down from above like a war immortal. He was too far up, impossible to compare to, breaking many of Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's muscles and bones again. How could it be like this? At this moment, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch collapsed, falling. His pupils were like blades as they stared at his calmly moving opponent. In the distance, the attendant was horrified, his expression deathly pale. When he thought about how rude he acted in front of Huang before, he couldn't help but shiver. Even his master ended up like this, not Huang's opponent, yet he previously provoked the other party again and again. He really was tired of living, looking like he didn't know the difference between life and death. Wu Tai's face was also as white as snow, now hiding in the crowd, all of his fine hairs standing on end, waves of coldness running through his body. He had never felt so much fear before in his life. Even someone who had a perfect Dao seed was defeated, so how many were there in this world who could keep Huang in check? Wu Tai shivered with coldness. He felt an urge to immediately run. Ziri, come back, you are still not his opponent right now. He has already taken that path, using the body as the seed, achieving perfection. An elder from Immortal Academy shouted. This voice rang through this place like heavenly thunder. His voice actually wasn't that loud, but this sentence's effects were too frightening, leaving everyone shocked. Previously, they also had their speculations that Xianxia did take this path, suspected to have succeeded, but those elders weren't too sure. However, now he spoke this out loud, undoubtedly to confirm everyone's suspicions. Huang was world-shocking, truly surpassing the past. He succeeded. He was the first person to have taken this path. Even if there were still flaws, not perfect, the meaning of this was too extraordinary, creating great waves within their minds. This was a miracle, a legend. It would definitely be spoken about far into the future. As the one who established this, the first one to successfully take this path, this achievement would definitely shine throughout the ages, the glory continuing into the next great era. He would become someone who couldn't be avoided in the records of history. This was truly enviable as well as making people feel fear. This path was so difficult, yet Huang could still succeed. How stunning was this? Using the body as a seed, there was someone who really succeeded in doing this. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch muttered, feeling incredibly dejected. Which one of those who took this path before weren't the most powerful? Yet they all failed in the end. However, this enemy of his actually succeeded. This dealt too heavy of a mental blow to him. It was just incomparable. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was arrogant, and he was also self-confident. Yet in the end, he encountered such a freak, making his own glory seem not all that brilliant. He felt extremely empty and sullen. Withdraw now. Immortal Academy's elder warned again. However, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was incredibly stubborn. His head of purple hair flew about chaotically, a low roar released. He wanted to make the great Mist Purple energy fully appear, not just in imperfect form but completely display itself, and then carry out an ultimate battle against Xianxia. Immortal Academy's elder's expression changed. He was about to walk up and stop all of this. Xianxia was completely indifferent, not feeling fear at all. He was about to take action, beat down this so-called Heavenly Monarch. Great Su Tuo and Lan Xian couldn't remain uninvolved any longer. The two slowed down their steps, reduced their frequency of attacks, to the extent where they no longer fully participated in the final battle. However, now they had to do something, had to stop Huang. After all, they both came from Immortal Academy, and the elder even spoke up. If they didn't express anything, it would be too difficult to justify their actions. The two of them knew that if they still didn't go all out, still holding back, then Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch would undoubtedly be dead. It was because he didn't have any time to fully awaken the great Mist Purple energy seed. Hong! The battle continued, becoming even more intense. Three great supreme beings joined hands, surrounding Xianxia, aiming attacks at him. Pong! The result was still extremely frightening. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was struck flying by Xianxia, his clothes in tatters. If not for the purple seed that appeared, wrapping around him, he would have definitely been crippled, perhaps even dying. The expression of the elder from Immortal Academy changed. He quickly rushed out, arms reaching out to support Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch. He fed him a golden pill, saving his life. Everyone was shocked and alarmed. Huang was fighting 1 versus 3, yet he still seriously injured the Heavenly Monarch of a generation, writing his own undefeated legend. Everyone knew that from today forth, news of Huang's return would spread throughout the world. He had risen up once more. After going missing for 3 years, remaining dormant all this time, he had returned. He was still a king, glorious and dazzling. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch fell, life or death unknown. This produced heaven-shocking waves. Everyone couldn't help but cry out, erupting into fervent discussions, this place becoming extremely noisy. Chao Yuxing, Little Rabbit, and others were of course extremely excited, incredibly happy. The faces of Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples were red, incredibly stirred up, all of them shouting. Even Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy's people. Even though there were some who bore hostility against Shi Hao, right now, they still couldn't help but sigh at his unmatched bravery, few able to match him. Wang Shi's expression became complicated. She originally thought that after 3 years, Huang had already declined, no longer being a threat. But now, it seemed like his accomplishments far exceeded her imagination, even that legendary path taken. Just how stunning was this? Her clansmen were likely going to become worried. She was also wondering just how strong the heavenly talent she was engaged to, Jinzhan, was. After undergoing several rebirths, he reached the limits of the present world methods, achieved unmatched Dao fruits. Would he be able to face Huang? Truly not simple. If he entered a long-life family and was nurtured with all of their attention, his accomplishments would have definitely become even more world-shocking. Princess Yao Yu's beautiful eyes released radiance, saying this quietly. She felt like she had to contact her clansmen and steal this genius. In this battlefield, heaven and earth lost color, wind and clouds moving. Shi Hao fought against 2 supreme individuals, taking the initiative to attack Lan Xian, forcing her into a passive situation. There was a chance that she might enter a dangerous situation at any time, the battle incredibly intense, reaching its climax. Everyone was stunned. Just how much time had passed? Was another supreme being going to nurse a grievance? Huang was just too frightening. And, right at this time, Shi Hao's mind trembled. He could feel that extremely powerful figures were appearing in his surroundings. There were more people who came, the auras they gave off full of youthfulness. These were without a doubt the best of the present world's young supreme beings. Shi Hao's spiritual awareness was still extremely sharp while in battle. Soon afterwards, he sensed several auras hurry over one after the other. Hong! A moment later, a loud noise sounded. The mud pool suddenly exploded, mud flying in all directions. Someone was taking action, wishing to open up the Immortal Manor's gate. In fact, at this moment, the auspicious light became richer, immortal energy dense. After the strike, a great change took place underground. Wanglong, the mud pool caved in, immortal light rushing into the heavens. Waves of immortal music sounded, and the loud noise of a stone door being opened could be heard. The underground world was opened. Shua! At this moment, several figures rushed over. They were as fast as lightning, entering the mud pool in the blink of an eye. Come over here! Shi Hao shouted, calling out to Chao Yuxing, Witch, and the others, and also calling to Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples, wishing to bring them in. Many people were stupefied, and then they felt envious. Huang really was bold, daring to do this, using his power alone to shelter a group of people, bringing them with him into the Immortal Manor. Who else would dare do such a thing? Huang was calling a group of people to come with him into the underground Immortal Manor world. Just how bold was this? The others felt envy and jealousy. This was just too crazy. Chao Yuxing, Lunar Jade Rabbit, Chang Gongyan, Witch, Feng Wu, and the others were no exception. They all flew over, entering the mud pool. Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples weren't all that calm. every one of them pleasantly surprised. They never thought that Huang would bring them with him. This was an unimaginable great opportunity. They didn't interact all that much with Huang, in the past not exchanging much words, yet now, just because they were from the same academy voicing a bit of unfairness for him, they received this type of opportunity. Even though the mud pool wasn't that large, it couldn't be considered small either, enough to hold these people. The mud pool splashed everywhere. At the center, an enormous hole where immortal energy was rising from. Huang, you are just too unbridled. If it was just you entering, then that is one thing, yet you want to bring a group of people inside. There were people who spoke coldly from the dark. If it's something I wish to do, would it be something you should concern yourself with? Sure, how directly berated. Arrogant. Divine light surged from the dark, rushing over from that underground world. Lightning hacked out streak after streak, thunder crashing down, someone attacking them. Chi. Shurehao's right hand reached out, his 5 fingers unfolding, continuously increasing in size, simply able to cover heaven and earth. He immediately grabbed towards that cave entrance, grabbing all of the lightning with a single motion. At the end of his fingers, lightning radiance roiled, extremely terrifying. Right now, his palm was enormous like a dark cloud, every single finger like a pillar that supported the heavens. Incredibly shocking. World within the palm. Someone sighed with astonishment. When one's cultivation reached a certain point, one was no longer restricted to the precious techniques they inherently had, but could rearrange bone texts to create great divine abilities. This was precisely an embodiment of this. Shurehao's large hand moved down, completely refining all of the lightning. Then, with a turn of his hand, it was as if the heavens collapsed and earth sunk, thousands to tens of thousands of streaks of lightning crashing down violently. Everyone was stunned. This was just too grand of a display, making many people's scalps turning numb. Huang, you dare! Someone roared out angrily. Could it be that you want to attack everyone? Someone said coldly. I don't want to hear your nonsense. All of you are underground, attacking me, hiding your heads and showing your tails so that I can't tell who exactly it was. So you think that because of this, I don't dare take action? Keep dreaming. Shuhao powerfully responded. Shuhao's palm descended, truly collapsing the heavens and splitting the earth. The mud pool destroyed, the earth below even rumbling and shaking, releasing loud noises. There was also divine light that accompanied this attack, because there was a cave below, an immortal Tao right. After suffering this type of heavy blow, many old formations were activated, thus releasing undying power here. It was as if a hornet's nest was poked, producing great chaos. The people who rushed down earlier all suffered greatly. They hurriedly defended themselves, or else there would likely be danger to their lives. On the ground, everyone was stupefied. Huang was extremely daring after all, tyrannical beyond compare. Someone was secretly targeting him, so he directly put everyone in danger. Huang, you have crossed the line, someone said coldly. Why are you wasting your time? The one who is harming you isn't me. The one who is provoking me is the main culprit. All of you below should know who it is, yet you aren't talking to him, instead think I am easy to bully? If you are discontent, then come up and fight. Shuhao responded coldly. Everyone was speechless. This really was domineering. He was aggressive even when being reasoned with. All those who dared anger him would definitely face fierce retaliation. The one who spoke was also speechless. This person really wasn't someone he could afford to provoke, incredibly unrestrained. If he continued to oppose him with equal harshness, Huang might just directly jump down and fight a decisive battle against him. A moment later, the underground world became peaceful again, the earth no longer quaking, a mist of light engulfing everything. We should also head down, Shuhao said. He took the lead, opening up a barrier of light, protecting the front of the group to guard against ambushes. Of course, he also had confidence that now, normal people wouldn't dare act recklessly. It was because even Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was defeated by him, this producing great intimidation. The mud pool was extremely dark, and also extremely vast and endlessly large karst cave. The stalactites were of all different types and oddities, releasing brilliant radiance like strange yet beautiful sculptures. Huang Great One, what exactly was inside the stone box you seized? A student from Heavenly Deity Institution was curious, asking about it here. Shihao was moved. Previously, there was a streak of multicolored light that flew out of the mud pool, wrapping itself around a stone box, obtained by him. This was precisely why he entered the battlefield, fighting against others. Shihao produced it from his bosom. This stone box was flowing with a hazy splendor, currently sealed, extremely difficult to open. And, after trying several times, it was unexpectedly ineffective. Then, he began to decipher the bone texts, trying to completely break it open. Natural laws of force? Shihao frowned. After carefully studying it, his mind jumped. The bone texts that were attached to the stone box were extremely strange, forming a wave of great power, preventing it from being opened. Open! When he understood what it was, he shouted, exerting force, using brute strength to break this box. Hong! An intense explosion sounded, shaking up heaven and earth, shocking everyone. This was especially the case when this underground world even began to collapse, making the faces of the young great supreme beings below fall ashen. Even an exceptional beauty like Lan Xian had dark lines appear on her forehead. Her teeth gritted. Huang, you are going too far. It is true that someone has tried to deal with you, but you cannot always deliberately stir things up, right? Someone couldn't help but shout out. This was an accident, but I refuse to apologize. Who told you all to provoke me just now? Shihao replied. The people below were speechless. This person really was hard to provoke. Just too arrogant. However, there really were people among them who were in the wrong. A wave of extreme brilliance rushed into the sky, leaving those on the ground greatly shocked as well. In the underground world, stalactites covered everything, the radiance dazzling. Chao Yuxing, Dragon Girl, and the others all stared at Shihao's hand. After stirring up so much commotion, what exactly was there inside? Shihao was opening the stone box through brute force, using it to deal with the tremendous force natural laws contained within. In reality, the most effective method was to just forcibly open it. After Shihao opened the box, a snow-white head stuck out, looking around, appearing rather amusing. Everyone was stunned. They rubbed their eyes to make sure they weren't seeing things. The stone box that flew out from the Immortal Manor had a creature, not an artifact. This really was a bit inconceivable. After all these years, there was still a living creature inside? A tortoise! The little fatty Chao Yuxing cried out. After carefully examining it, everyone became speechless. This was a snow-white tortoise that was palm-sized, its shell sparkling like fine jade. Its body was also like this. Unlike normal tortoises, it was quick-witted, its eyes looking rather lowly. What kind of tortoise is this? Don't tell me it is a long-life medicine that developed intelligence, turning into a white tortoise. I remember that in the 3,000 provinces, there was previously a white tortoise carrying immortal wondrous medicine. The little rabbit's saliva was startling to flow out, its large ruby-like eyes about to release flames. When the others heard this, they were all shocked as well. This was not entirely impossible. After all, this was a stone box that rushed out from the Immortal Manor, so there were naturally immortal treasures contained within. You all thought too much. Shihao shook his head. It was because he recognized this snow-white tortoise. He had met it a few years ago. At that time, the Great Elder was angling here, wishing to fish out that cunning creature out from the Immortal Manor. But in the end, he only fished out this greedy tortoise. This was the Octatic Treasure Tortoise. Even though it wasn't comparable to a long-life medicine, its reputation was also astonishing, its name shaking the 9 heavens 10 earths. Not only was it one of the most well-known delicacies, it was also a great mending medicine. It was known as the #1 blood-enriching food, something that could grant supreme being level figures blood energy when they grew old and their bodies dried up. Octatic Treasure Tortoise. This is even harder to find than a divine medicine, something absolutely priceless. A few people cried out in shock. This is the Great Elder's belongings, left behind to replenish blood energy, Shihao said. He placed this tortoise back into the stone case. He used his divine will to ask this tortoise what exactly was going on. The octatic treasure tortoise had long developed intelligence, so it naturally knew how to communicate. It was a bit nervous, telling him that when it was roaming around the mud pool, it was swept into the underground world by a wave of great power. Then it was mysteriously subdued. It's that creature. Xianxia narrowed his eyes, recalling that thing that the great elder had always wanted to capture but always failed to do so. Dong! Suddenly, the underground cave released a giant noise. There was a region that ruptured open, many stalactites falling, the ground starting to sink. Hong! Rubble rushed out, all types of smoke and dust pervading the air. In the depths of the underground layer, there were sinister Tao symbols that flickered about. There was an underground palace there, grand and ancient-looking, almost like an immortal Tao ancient city. Upon closer inspection, it was unexpectedly made from metal. It was extremely grand and majestic. What a large city! Feng Wu exclaimed in admiration. It should be said that this is a small world, a vast cave. Chang Gongyan said. Everyone flew into the air, gazing forward, feeling that this was reasonable. That city had a few stone mountains that had caves opened in them, all of them releasing immortal energy. This made one's mind tremble. This was an immortal treasure land. Once one barged in, there would inevitably be great natural luck. At the same time, Xianxia felt like there were several extremely frightening lumps of energy present. Even though they were hidden well, they still couldn't escape his spiritual awareness. Without a doubt, those were young supreme beings. They had long arrived here, just hiding on the side this entire time. The giant city was entirely greenish gold, like the most magnificent metal work of art. These green-gold structures didn't show any sign of decaying even after all these years, still bright and brilliant. At the same time, everyone felt that this so-called grand immortal city wasn't the main point, that the true great opportunity was most likely hidden within those stone mountains caves. This place was astonishing as expected. Normally speaking, it was incredible for there to be a single immortal cave nearby, but there were 9 stone mountains in this city, the ancient caves dark, all of them releasing immortal energy, meaning that there were 9 great immortal caves. This was an important place, an immortal city. Everyone revealed serious expressions, not daring to act blindly without thinking. It was because Heavenly Deity Institution's great elder had previously discovered this place, but had never entered inside. Xianxia! A noise sounded from the immortal city. Giant green metal doors opened wide, chaotic energy surging. That place was incredibly mysterious. Then, a rumbling noise rang out. There was a stone gate inside that was also large, and right now it also opened up. The immortal city was opened wide, displaying itself without restraint towards everyone here. This was extremely strange. After endless time had passed, this city didn't display any movements. Yet today, it actually opened up on its own. Above the city, the symbols covering the void all disappeared. What did this mean? Could it be that they could directly enter by jumping over the city walls? In the past, that was but a restricted area. Those who dared trespass into the city would be blasted to pieces by the symbols, even supreme beings similarly dying. Immortal City truly appeared in this world just like that. Were they going to see the heavenly sun? Meanwhile, caca sounds rang out from inside the city, several creatures slowly walking over. They all had human forms, their bodies covered in armor, carrying immortal energy. This left everyone alarmed. There were living creatures. Were they true immortals? True immortal? Was it this type of creature? A group of people held their breath, not moving at all of them petrified in place. This type of ancient city where it was unknown just how many tens of thousands of years had passed. A place that had already existed for a long time when the last great era was destroyed. How could it still have living creatures within it? No one dared to act recklessly out of fear of angering these existences. Otherwise, they would most likely experience a tremendous disaster. Their armors were pitch black, but there weren't any rust stains, and they even flickered with metallic luster, flickering with light, maintained extremely well. One could vaguely sense the sharpness of immortal gold. They looked at their weapons, all black war halberds, heavenly spears, all heavy ancient weapons that carried a bloodiness able to devour the heaven and earth. What made everyone shiver inwardly was that these weapons definitely killed powerful opponents before, cut down exceptional figures. Otherwise, how could they be this tyrannical looking? Those people carried immortal energy, but those weapons were this frightening, making the expressions of everyone here become serious. They have darkness immortal gold. The little fatty Chao Yuxing was extremely daring, muttering this quietly. Those armors and those weapons all had darkness immortal gold mixed in. This was an extremely extravagant squandering. Immortal gold was difficult to find, always measured in the granules in this world. The majestic metal city was extremely vast, the towering city gates like a great archaic peak. The dark shadow they cast down made everyone feel suffocated. The green gold city walls were grand, continuous like a mountain ridge. They were situated there, blocking the road ahead. Those creatures walked over from the city gates, even their faces covered in armor. Only the eye areas releasing sharp divine radiance that shot out like lightning. When those eyes landed on one's body, it would make them feel a bit of pain. Right now, those young supreme beings were all quiet, not daring to act randomly. Ta, ta, ta. Sounds of footsteps rang throughout this place. The sound of their feet making contact with the stone floor was clear and loud, as if they were directly sounding in their minds, making them shiver inwardly. They called these creatures immortal Tao creatures, as their bodies had immortal energies around them, and it wasn't wrong, but right they were giving off such a great pressure, not uttering a word, so they couldn't help but feel confused. Right at this time, the space between that humanoid creature's brows split open, revealing a vertical eye. It released a streak of scarlet-red radiance, sweeping it over everyone. Ayo! The little rabbit cried out in alarm. It was because when that scarlet multicolored light scattered over her body first, shaking her greatly, it was as if she was struck by electricity. Her entire body was trembling continuously. What's wrong? Those beside her cried out in alarm, wishing to go up and offer help. But before they even got close, they were blasted aside by that scarlet multicolored light, unable to reach her. The purest bloodlines of immortal ancient may enter. The one at the very front released a gloomy voice. It was extremely strange, normal people definitely unable to understand it. It was because this was immortal ancient language, something that had long disappeared for many years. However, none of those here were ordinary, all studying it before in the academy, to the extent where they even grasped the characters of that era. Everyone was shocked. Was this city guard examining them? The lunar jade rabbit was the most happy, in high spirits, her large eyes that were even more beautiful than red coral shining about to rush inside. Why? Didn't you say that my bloodline was the purest? Why can't I enter? The lunar jade rabbit widened her eyes, her face full of puzzlement and resentment. What creature's bloodline is purer than the young Qilin beasts? It is related to the immortals of immortal ancient. That creature with the large black halberd said coldly, a bit ruthless, even more so carrying a type of mechanical tone and rigidness. With a Qi-Lu sound, the young Qilin beast the lunar jade rabbit held struggled free, jumping onto the ground. After 3 years had passed, it had grown quite a bit, but it was still quite lazy, normally still preferring to be carried by another. Its body kept at 1 foot in length. The snow-white Qilin beast was incredibly happy, long feeling a sense of intimacy with this place, wishing to rush inside. You little thing really have no conscience. How can you just leave us behind? The little rabbit was furious. The snow-white Qilin young beast stopped, blinking its large sparkling eyes. It communicated with those creatures guarding the gate, asking if those people could be allowed in. The vertical eye of the one in the lead was open the entire time. It passed over everyone's bodies, and then in the end he nodded, saying, "These are descendants of immortal ancient residents, not the creatures of the other side, and there is someone of the Qilin bloodline to lead them. They may enter." Everyone was shocked. These guards were defending against foreign creatures. Was this the purpose for their existence? Sure, Hao and the others walked up in succession, passing through the city gates, walking inside. They already reached his point. There was no reason to back out now. Even if there was danger, they still had to take the risk. Suddenly, a black heavenly halberd reached out, the sharp blade erupting with dark light. It was extremely dazzling, carrying terrifying killing energy, simply about to engulf the 9 heavens 10 earths. This vicious weapon immediately blocked the path, stopping before one person. "Foreign intruder enemy," it shouted, voice like thunder, immediately leaving everyone shocked. There were spies from the other side among them. This simply left everyone horrified. They had no idea before, not noticing. Everyone turned around, looking back. This person indeed came from the other side. Shurhao walked over, saying, "The one who was stopped was Immortal, the one Shurhao defeated and took on as a servant." From a bloodline perspective, he was the same as the 9 heavens 10 earths people, but he did live on the other side. Right now, Shurhao could only say things as they were because he didn't know if Immortal would rebel in the end, whether he would change sides at the crucial moment. If this place was extremely important, then there really was a need to restrict him. Pong! That tall figure clad in black armor walked over, and then he grabbed Immortal with a single motion. The vertical eye between his brows erupted with brilliant light, staring at Immortal. A moment later, he loosened his grip, letting Immortal go. "He can enter, but it is restricted to a special range in the giant city, may not enter deeper," he said with an ice-cold voice. Everyone released a breath of relief, even Shurhao feeling relieved. If they really sensed something strange from Immortal's body, then he really did have to be ruthlessly suppressed and killed. This group wasn't that small, including the witch Changgongyan, Fengwu, Jingu, Tengyi, and others, even the disciples of Heavenly Deity Institution included. Then, those that were in the dark, the young supreme beings who had never appeared all appeared as well, standing together with Lan Xian, Great Sutua, Taoist Qi and others, arriving before the city gate. However, these people had divine light protecting them, mists coiling about, not willing to expose their true bodies. In the end, that seriously injured, previously unconscious purple sun heavenly monarch also came down. It was clear that Immortal Academy's old monster's divine pill allowed him to quickly recover. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. The city was extremely quiet, not a single figure to be seen on the street. It was as if the entire giant city only had those mysterious city defenders. Shwa! Human figures flashed. Heavenly Deity Institution, Immortal Academy, and Sacred Academy's living fossil-level creatures descended, arriving before the entrance, wishing to interact with those creatures dressed in black armor. Only, what they received in reply was an ice-cold halberd, stopping their path. "You all are too old. The opportunities in the city have pretty much been used up. If it is used on you all, the effects won't be that great, would only be a waste." Those people were speechless. This really was rather blunt, saying this to their faces. At the same time, their minds sunk. Not even a giant city like this had great opportunities. This really was too much of a pity. I originally thought that it would be something left behind by an immortal king. This really is a pity. Someone said with a light sigh. What is there to feel pity about? This city is naturally one of the most important hidden trump cards. That defender said with an ice-cold voice. What is there inside? The eyes of an elder from Immortal Academy shone, staring at them. Things that were left behind by 2 immortal kings, but they aren't for you all. It can only be granted to the purest immortal ancient bloodlines. One of them coldly said. Right now, the ones who entered the city had heard this as well. All of them were shocked. This was actually the Tao right of immortal kings, moreover 2 of them appearing at once. Just how many immortal kings were there? There were absolutely none in this great era. Their number in the last great era could definitely be counted as well, yet there were actually 2 here. What did they leave behind? Everyone's eyes burned with desire, looking forward to it greatly. This was definitely a place of heaven-defying natural luck, filling everyone with expectations. Only, the creatures guarding the city gates told them that it only belonged to the most genuine descendants. The inside of the city was incredibly vast and enormous, truly like a world of its own. It was many times more vast than what it looked like from the outside. What is that? It's so brilliant. Right at this time, someone cried out in alarm. A group of people looked over, seeing that there was divine multicolored light overflowing from the end of the street. There was hazy white mist, sacred and auspicious. Everyone quickly rushed over, while Hao held up the rear, defending against the young supreme beings behind them. Inside of his group, he was the only one with powerful intimidation force, the others unable to resist the might of true supreme beings. Huang was enough to intimidate everyone by himself. Sure enough, Lan Xian and the others frowned. They didn't wish to tear apart all relations as soon as they entered the city, so none of them took action, walking forward according to their own pace. Heavens, soul-guiding lotus. Moreover, 3 of them at once. Chao Yuxing cried out, not daring to believe what he was seeing. At the other end of the street was a small plaza. There was a water pool there that surged with waves of divine multicolored light. There were actually 3 soul-guiding lotuses there, all of them divine medicines, flowing with brilliant radiance. This is but divine medicine. Just how many of them could there be of each type? Moreover, they are all growing in the same place. The others were also shocked. Divine medicines weren't completely unique, unable to compare to long-life medicines. However, the number of every single type of divine medicine was definitely pitifully low in number. Even if one searched through the entire heaven and earth, there wouldn't be that many of them, and they definitely couldn't grow in one place, or else the essence energy wouldn't be enough to support their growth. However, 3 stalks immediately appeared at once, all of them soul-guiding lotuses. This type of medicine's most miraculous effect was that they could strengthen one's primordial spirit. As long as there was even a bit of one's divine consciousness left, then it could allow one to revive. We are too lucky. A great chance to refine the primordial spirit is right before our eyes. Many people cried out with joy. Chao Yuxing was even more direct, directly jumping over with a putong sound, entering the pool. How fragrant! The medicinal nature of the divine lotus had long melted into the water, rich with fragrance, so rich that it won't dissolve. He drank large mouthfuls of the pool water while laughing strangely. There were quite a few people who followed him, all of them rushing down to acquire the strong medicinal nature within. This medicinal liquid really is fragrant. Chao Yuxing continuously praised it while gulping it down. Who is the lunatic drinking my bath water? Right at this time, an extremely tender voice sounded, immediately making all the voices disappear. Everyone was stumped, and then they rose up, moving to the side of the pool, taking precautions. Where did that voice come from? Chao Yuxing was standing at the shore, angrily berating out. He drank a full stomach full of liquid, and as a result was criticized by another, saying that this was bath water. This really was a bit offensive. You big fatty! Be careful, you almost stepped on me. That tender voice sounded from the ground. The fatty Chao Yuxing lowered his head, carefully searching about. In the end, he finally saw a creature at the tip of his toes. He was first stupefied, and then he began to laugh crazily. Just a little bean. Yet you dare bother me. Be careful not to be stepped flat by me, he said while chuckling. You dare mock me? I can blast you flying with a single fist. On the ground, that extremely small creature who one would easily overlook said. Chao Yuxing felt like this was rather interesting. He squatted out, reaching out a finger to prod at that creature that was less than an inch in size. Dong! However, he was immediately stupefied. It was because he was struck by a fist, feeling as if he had been trampled on by a mammoth, as if a giant archaic peak smashed into him. His entire body flew out, rushing into the ends of the horizon, unable to stop himself even if he wanted to. At the same time, he felt intense pain from his entire body, all of his bones feeling like they were broken. Motherfucking! I was sent flying by a bean. I fucking swear. Chao Yuxing released a string of curses, swearing continuously. In the end, he really was quite disappointing, fainting from that punch.